Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Chapter 1, Going to Alola. I had to run. Everyone left me, all my friends, they stole my Pokémon and wouldn't give them back. They were my true family, not the women that I used to call mom. If you can hear me, my friends, I will be back to save you. I am just too weak to do so now. Arceus, if you can hear me, protect them from harm, return them to me please. I then felt my body go tired and collapse to the ground. The last sound I hear is an owl-like cry as I black out from exhaustion. Flashback mode on. Ash, sit down, we need to talk. Brock says to me as I walk into my living room. All my friends and rivals are there. I had just returned from the Kalos League after losing to Alan and his Charizard. I look over to my table with Pokeballs with a label at the top. The label read, Ash's Pokemon. Then had labels of every Pokemon I had at the ranch and some that I had dropped off for training. From that moment on I knew that this was something bad. I triggered my aura sight and began to monitor everyone including Pikachu. Ash, you need to quit, stop being a trainer, you're not making it anywhere, look at your records. You have been at this since you were 10 years old and now you are almost 5 years and still no league victories. Misty says as I stop focusing on them and focus on the one aura I didn't understand. Dawn, she had a blazing blue and green aura. While the others all had the black aura of a traitor, she had the blue aura of a friend and the green aura of family. Even my mom had the aura of traitor. So all but one of you is a traitor, should have seen this coming. I mean, it is human nature. I am not even surprised by my mom's betrayal. After all, why care for the runt when she had such a great son with my brother? But let me ask you all a question. When was the last time you heard from Red, or how about when was the last time any of you actually called me, talked to me, asked me about my travels? I say, and they realize that this wasn't bothering me. Pika, Chew, Pika, yeah. But your brother won leagues, also I am no longer your Pokemon. Pikachu says as he jumps onto Max's shoulder. I just shrug it off. First, Pikachu, not really surprised about this. Second, to all of you, not once did almost all of you call me, the only one that ever bothered to call me was you, Serena, and I told you that I liked you, but you said that you had fallen for Callum. Instantly I felt a hand on my shoulder. No one seemed to realize it was there but me. Either they didn't see it or they were too shocked from what I was saying. Alright, fine, since none of you want me to be a trainer, let me hear what you got for me, but remember my preferences. I said as I moved a chair under me and sat down. They all froze and then one did the most ignorant thing of his life. You can just leave Pokemon behind, after all none of your Pokemon are strong, I mean I beat your Pikachu as a newbie. Trip says as I look at him and laugh. Yeah, I had to limit him as it was, and then Zekrom struck him with lightning, numbing his electric abilities entirely. It was like he was a level 3 but in reality he was about level 70, maybe 75. Trip froze when I said that. Everything then made sense to my ex-friends. I stood up and began to walk towards my Pokeballs only to feel something cold and sharp pass through my chest and something burn through my arm. I turned to see May and Max with weapons in their hands. I smile as I fall to the ground. Fate has ways of working as they all look shell-shocked as I hit the ground. Blood seeping from my body onto the rugged floor. They all began to panic as they tried to figure out their story, and I used this time to use my aura to get away. After I got away, the last thing I remember is a tree and then I fade to black. In the Hall of Judgment, Shalebi mind set. Arceus, they have betrayed him, left him for dead. His Pokemon are calling out for help. All but that Pikachu of his. He is laughing at the child. He shows no remorse to the child for leaving him with no defense in the forest. Mutwo said to the Alpha Pokemon. This is correct, Mutwo, and what have I told you about using my name? I hear Father say to the clone Pokemon. Sorry sir, but this is serious. The chosen one of so many of us, is now in a forest somewhere, probably tired or asleep with no Pokemon to defend him. Dying from blood loss and infection. Mutwo said as the other legends started to arrive and hearing the last part began to ask questions to one another. Alright, since you're all here I can explain what has happened to our chosen one. Arceus let the talking and murmuring of his children quiet, and then proceeded to explain the situation. The chosen one has fallen, his Pokémon stolen, his friends betrayed him. He is in the Viridian Forest in Kanto, lost and confused, bleeding, shot, stabbed, fading from reality, and all this by the one he called a mother and those he once called friend and ally. Arceus said as some of the younger legends began to panic. I was especially mad and teleported to the one that helped her get better. The one that held her the day that the evil man forced her to destroy the forest. The one that helped save her from the iron-masked marauder. When she found her chosen one he was on the ground as rain buried his body. He was not bleeding, but that just meant that his aura healed his wound. But he still needed a place to stay safe and away from those that would harm him. Celebi, why did you leave the meeting? God Daddy is very angry with you for interfering with the chosen one. Wait, your power is not at all on his body, did he heal himself? Manaphy said behind the fairy Pokémon. I have no idea Manaphy, but to call the rest of the council down we need to get him to a safe place away from the main regions. I said, and I hear the rest of the council voice their agreements. Celebi POV Viridian Forest. When the council appeared we were all staring at our chosen one. Alright Celebi, since you think that is the best movement then you will tell us what to do. You have 3 jobs to succeed at. The first is to get his Pokémon back to him, all but that Pikachu. The second is for you to heal him of his emotional scarring, get him a new family, rather than be a new group of friends or a new mother, you decide. The last is to choose a location that no one would think of going to look for him. And I'll tell you what, if you succeed you can join him on his journey. Arceus said to the fairy, via telepathy. Celebi nodded and got to work on devising a plan. Starting with the third job, the second job would be easier for sure if she did the third job first. The first job is the easiest for her, being that if the Pokémon were split between the group of friends she could travel back in time and figure out which had which Pokémon. Father, I have the first answer to my first problem. She finally said. Speak, child, and I will see if you have done good. The islands of Alola, they would be perfect to hide him. None of the traitors know where it is, and others that don't know who he is cause they are still pretty new to the league. Celebi said as Giratina appeared and opened a portal to Alola. Okay, your first job is complete. Arceus said to his child of time. The next part is to find him a family, who will provide him with care and love. They must help him through this time. His heart and soul have been weakened by sadness, hatred, and depression. It has been split into 7 pieces. Arceus says to me and the rest of his children. He will most likely have lost perseverance, integrity, bravery, kindness, patience, determination, justice, and humor. He will most likely need love to bring these pieces back out. So I give that job to the legends of Alola and the rest of you. 8 soul fragments, 7 girls, make it happen. He needs to be stronger in his heart and his soul. He is already strong in spirit that will never be broken. Xerneas says to all of us. Now daughter, why have you chosen Alola for the chosen one? Arceus says to me. This part was easy for me once I had the location. I know all about how Alola works. There are teenagers all over the islands and the professor is always looking for help around his lab. Arceus chuckled and said, well done. Now what about the last job? His Pokémon have been split between the traitors and those they couldn't use they left in the care of Oak. Arceus said to his daughter. This one I call to all legendaries of all regions. I will become the searcher and guardian of his Pokémon, and I ask that Giratina watch over his chosen one so that I may return his Pokémon to him one day. Arceus chuckled and said, very well child, you heard her. My children, watch out for his Pokémon. Send Celebi a signal when you see one, and Giratina, send him to Alola, but keep an eye on him, and I ask that the Alolan legends, please help him keep an eye on your islands and Pokémon that are abandoned, send them to him. Arceus said and the legends nodded. Alola region Trial Cave, how POV. Today we were asked by Alama to help him around the Trial Cave. The Pokémon in the cave had become more irritated. They had begun to attack trainers and other Pokémon that had been trying to take the trial. However, when Alola, Lily, and myself had entered the cave, a Gumshoos had appeared and led us to the back area where it pointed to a kid in trainer clothes with a stab wound in his chest and a gunshot wound in his arm. It looked like he had been left to die here in the cave. Lily covered her mouth and began to cry. This wasn't the first time she had seen dead bodies after all the events that happened nearly a year ago were proof of that. However, she had never seen a kid in this kind of condition. She ran over to the Gumshoos and began to beg and plead with it to help her get the kid to the hospital. It didn't even argue, just nodded and began to help us carry him to the Poke Center, which was the closest active hospital. When we got there, the audio, Chansey and Wigglytuff began to act. They brought out a stretcher and treatment kits. They rushed him into the air section of the center and led us to the waiting room, giving Lily a change of clothes. We waited there all night, mostly because Lily wouldn't leave the kid by himself. It wasn't till the next morning when we would hear that he was stable but in a coma. 2 days later, Ash's mind, Ash POV. I was standing on a platform in the middle of a void. The platform seemed to be made of stained glass and had a picture of me with a bunch of Pokémon. When I look up, I see what appear to be people. Welcome to Dreamland Chosen One. This is the location that both me and Cresselia control, and we are here to help you bring back the person you were before now. A voice says to me. I mean, it's cool that I am your chosen one. But I have no idea who you are. Wait, the Dreamland, isn't that what the realm of Darkrai and Cresselia control? I mean, that makes sense as they are the legendary dream duo. I say as I walk forward, almost subconsciously reaching out to a window. These are all your memories. We will start by find them all again. It will be slow, but we can do this. Let's start with your name. Well, your human name. A female voice says as I touch the mirror. The clear glass shatters and is replaced by more stained glass. This one just me, well, several different me, all with different clothes on, and I realized then it was trainer clothes. So I'm a Pokémon trainer, sweet. At least I am not a seamstress. I say as I walk over to the next memory. Yes, you are a Pokémon trainer, one of the best. However, something negative happened to you, and as of current point the other legends as well as the two of us are trying to locate all of your Pokémon, but we also had to move you to another region. Darkrai says as I touch the next memory. The glass shatters again and is replaced by a new set of stained glass. This time it's badge cases, 6 completely filled cases with small pins. These are what you humans call gym badges. You traveled 6 different regions, caught over 60 Pokémon, with just as many completed badge cases. You will be doing something similar here. Cresselia says as I travel to the center of the glass platform. What can you remember about the Chosen One? It may be difficult, but we need to know. Darkrai says as I sit down crossed-legged. I needed to clear my head, think about this. I remember a girl with long blonde hair, wearing Lucario clips in her hair, a brunette with a Piplup. An orange dragon that doesn't seem to listen to me when I give a command. I remember a Mismagius that just wanted to give hope, let them see the dream they wanted to achieve since they started. More glass breaks and is replaced by the stained glass. Or partials. Look at that, more pieces of the puzzle. If we keep at it, you may have all your memories back by the end of the year. Cresselia says as the images show what each one represented. For right now, Chosen One, take a rest, you will need it for when all the memories. Darkrai says as my eyes begin to grow heavy. I begin to close them and enter the realm of Cresselia. For real this time, or as far as I knew, the real one. 1 week later, Alola region, Melee Island, Lily POV. At the start of this week, the trainer Hao and I had found in the trial cave, had been saved just in time. The doctors said that if we had not found him when we did, he would have bleed out. After 2 days he was out of the dark and had brain function, so he was no longer in the Zoma we found him in, but now he just wouldn't wake up. Between day 2 and day 5, whenever Hao and I would visit or when the doctors would come to check on him, and check on his vitals, there would be Pokeballs that were registered to him. Inside would be super powerful and seemed to be trained by him for a long time. By day 5 he was twitching in his sleep, and even talking, murmuring about lost or broken memories. But this morning, he was awake. He had still had no name, yet everyone had given him the name Ash, as he was like a phoenix, coming back from basically death like he was, is an achievement. Like the phoenix he returns from the ash, is what the doctors say. Also on top of that, a green fairy started to appear during the night. The next night he was in the It would sometimes leave Pokeballs with it and would drop them off before vanishing completely. Nurse Joyce would take the Pokeballs and take them to the center to heal them. This fairy turned out to be a Shalebi, and it looked like it was watching out for this trainer. But that wasn't the most mysterious part. Every so often the cameras would see darkened parts of the walls and floor, that had two red eyes peering through, like they were watching the boy who was in the bed. Yesterday actually we found 3 Pokeballs with a Pidgeot with a Mega Stone in a sash holder, a Lapras, and a Greninja. We put them in the Pokemon Center and let them rest, but they seemed to know the trainer well. But, again, that was yesterday. This morning, when I came into his room, we found a Goodra in a Pokeball, that someone had placed in his hands. But that wasn't even the best part, he was awake. When I entered his room, he was sitting up in his bed looking at the Pokeball. Thank you, Shalebi, Giratina, for returning him to me. Originally thought about ending it here, however I am not an a-hole, so I didn't, he said in a husky dry voice. I made a noise that was somewhere between a squeak and a squeal when I heard his voice. Hello, there, Lily Ether. He said to me when he heard the noise. Hi. I said back a little concerned. Can you get the doctor for me? I really have to pee. He says to me as the Pokeball pops open and Goodra stares at the trainer and hugs him. The entire time he was smiling. I ran and got the doctor, because he was awake finally. I saved a life, what could be better than that? 2 days later, how POV. I came to visit the kid Lily and I found in the trial cave, about a week ago. So what can you remember about your life so far? I hear Lily say as I get closer. I remember several badge cases filled with 8 badges, and a Charizard that would never listen to me. That must have been the kid Lily and I found in the forest having a conversation, with Lily. I still can't believe that the totem Pokemon came to help us and the kid get back to the city and to the hospital. Do you remember your name? Maybe some friends or family we can call, they are probably worried sick about you. I hear Lily ask the kid. There was a brief silence before the kid said something I will never forget. My name is Ashton Ketchum and I am from Kanto region. My friends and family are the ones that shot and stabbed me. How I got here, I am unsure of. Where my Pokemon are, is something I may never find out. I would like to go on a journey on the island, but my license was revoked, thanks to a rumor. He says as I see him bring out a Pokeball. I don't understand a lot of what happened this past soup of days, but I know that I would like to stay here on the islands. Ashton says as a Goodra walks past me into the room, holding a tray with 4 other Pokeballs on it. Thank you, Goodra. Ash, these are the Pokemon that were left here by the Shalebi, a Pidgeot that can Mega Evolve, Lapras that seems a little small, a Greninja that seems to want to constantly be by your side, the Goodra that brought you the Pokemon, and a Primeape that is super strong. 3 weeks later, Ash POV. The girl with blonde hair came again today. She handed me 3 Pokeballs and said that a day before I woke up they appeared in my room. Her voice was a sound to be heard on a bad day. It was beautiful and made my day every time I heard it. It made me sad when she left and even sadder when she wasn't here the next day. I mean, How was okay and he was a good friend and my Pokemon were awesome, but I knew from the stories they told me I had more out there. This also made me sad because my family wasn't whole and by the sounds of it, those that turned on me had them. But not everything is bad. Yesterday 2 more Pokeballs arrived inside an Ambipom and Haunter. They told me how they were connected to me. The Ambipom told me that I once traded it to a person as an Apom. The person that I once called my friend was named Dawn and that he no longer wanted to be her Pokemon. The Haunter told me the story of how I caught it. How I never actually caught it, but powered its power to take on a gym in Kanto, that I never actually defeated. How I left it at the gym at its request. How it heard the story from the gym leader of what happened to me and instantly told her that he wanted to become my official Pokémon. Then later that night, in my dream I heard a voice. Not the blonde's but a voice that was darker than her voice, and when I would dream I would fall into a shadow. In these dreams where I fall into the darkness, I see red eyes. But when I could see again, I would see a dragonic-like being that would appear from a black tar-like substance that gave me nightmares. He would tell me about the Pokeballs that would appear. And slowly my memory of these Pokémon would come back. Sometimes though I would see a green flash in my sleep and I would be in a ruin where a fairy-like Pokémon was. But it was helping me with my memory problem. Healing my mind a little bit every day that we met. Sometimes after having these dreams the blonde would ask me, "Do you have any new memories today, Ash?" I would smile and tell her about my journeys all over the world and about how I saved the world from destruction, when a Pokémon poacher tried to steal the legendary Titans and revealed himself to be the chosen one of Lugia. I told her more of the betrayal, how I had more Pokémon and how I met them. How the traitors had them and how there were more Pokémon on the way, some coming from the wild and some from other regions. Then the day came that I was waiting for. Good news, Ash, you are being allowed to leave tomorrow. If you feel up to it you can leave tonight. Lily says to me as a nurse steps into the doorway. Excuse me, but unless Mr. Ketchum is leaving today, you need to go missing. I am not trying to be mean, but he still needs a little rest, but he may leave tomorrow. If he does stay for the night. Lily nodded and got up to leave. As she left she turned towards me and smiled. I hope to see you tomorrow outside and being your old self. I nodded to her, too dumbfounded to speak, so dumbfounded that at that moment I didn't trust my voice to not speak what I was thinking. She smiles again, that angelic smile that made my heart do jumping jacks, then she leaves. You're starting to like her, aren't you? The nurse says to me. I only nod my head, still not trusting my voice to work right. You know she was here for you every day that you were out, and now that you are awake she stops by every day even after visiting hours to check on you. The nurse said to me as she took my vitals. Is it that obvious? I asked the nurse, who was a middle-aged tanned woman. She smiled at me and said, honey, a blind man could see that you like her. She made me smile with that phrase, and she smiled when I smiled. You remind me of my son. He started his journey here in Alola. His name is Sunday. Maybe you'll meet him here on the island when you get out of here. I nodded and hoped that I would, and he was just like her. Later that night, Ash POV, talking to Giratina. I started having flashbacks to the betrayal and how much it hurt. How I almost gave up and wanted to die. But I am a phoenix, for in those 3 weeks I have made new friends. The first is a young lady by the name of Lily. She was cute, I guess. She had long blonde hair and she kept it hidden under a sun hat. She was thin and a little shy. She wasn't a trainer, but she knew a lot about Pokémon and the islands of Alola. The next is a kid with green hair that is the grandson of the Kahuna of Melee Island. Whatever a Kahuna is, he was always full of energy and had the spirit of a trainer. He was enthusiastic and was always up for a challenge. His name is Hao, and him and his Piku and Popplio were taking something here called the Island Challenge. He was supposedly on his first trial when he found me. I smiled at that because I knew I had the ability to go on a journey if I wanted to. They were the ones that found me covered in my own blood in a forest here on Melee Island. They called for help, and even though no one could hear them, help still came in the form of a gigantic gumshoes. What's a gumshoes? They pulled me into town with the help of the gumshoes. Then when I woke up they were here asking me questions. What my name was I was a new trainer. I answered them all truthfully when they found out where I was from. They asked me how I got to Alola and I told them, then that I didn't know how. All I knew was I blacked out from the stab wound in my chest, then I woke up in the hospital room. They said that once I was released to meet them on Route 1 and they would give me a tour of the island. I smiled and thanked them for what they said and helped me. I smiled and it felt good. Well, we have to go, but we'll be back tomorrow to talk to you. Hao said to me as he left the room taking Lily with him. I smiled again and felt that the world was right again. Then I heard a voice I never wanted to hear again. "Is my son here, Ashton Ketchum?" I just wanted to slip into the coma again. "No ma'am, he's not. The most recent person we have come in is a John Doe that's from the island." The nurse said. I knew she was trying to help me. She knew what my mother did to me, and even connected to me on a parental level, because she herself was a parent to a boy about my age. So to keep me calm she would come and visit me after each test. She would ask me about my memories, so she knew that my mom wanted me to quit just like the rest of my friends. She also knew that I never wanted to see my mother again, not after what she did to me. But then I saw my mom turn towards me and I knew she recognized me and I knew there was no way she was leaving without me. "That's him, Ash honey, it's me." I growled and heard a deep sound and felt hatred for the women who wanted me to give up on my dream. The nurse must have been psychic because she told my mom I was a kid from the island named Sun who was getting physical to start a journey. Then an owl-like Pokémon flew in from the window and rested on my arm like he had done this 1,000 times. "And ma'am, as you can see, his starter just arrived, so please leave your yelling bothering the other patients." My mom began to walk out until she did the unthinkable. She kicked the nurse in the stomach and rushed towards me. 10 guards rushed her just before she reached my bed. From there she began to yell at me. "Ashton Ketchum, you are coming home with me this instant. Your mother misses you, your friends miss you." That broke the dam holding back the anger. I made a gesture that told the guards to let her come. The Pokémon that was resting on my arm got off and took a defensive stance in front of me. "If you really were my mother, you would have let me keep going on with my dreams, you would have stopped those traitors from doing what they did. In fact, the other traitors I can deal with, Officer Jenny's, have already been alerted to the stolen Pokémon, I guess you could say from an anonymous source." I said to her as I was given help to stand by a nurse's assistant. "You let them steal my friend and as far as I care my only family from me. There is no way for you to fix what you have done. Now I want you to sign the papers I have asked to have prepared if you ever came around again. Separation papers, I believe they are called, you are to sign, and if you do not then there are Officer Jenny's outside waiting to arrest you. Here in Alola, disturbing the peace is a very heinous crime." She looked at me almost in tears. "I challenge you." I hear her say and I smile. "I accept on one condition, you lose, you leave and sign the papers." She nodded and we walked out to the battlefield, me in a wheelchair cause of the meds I was on for the pain. Once there she throws out her Pokeball and a Dragonite appears. Not even a warm-up mother, Gudra takes the stage. I yell, throwing out my own pseudo-legend. "Mom, you may have the first move." She tried to hide her tears but still called the command. Dragonite uses Draco Meteor to try to end this quickly. Gudra uses Aqua and Dragon Tails to knock down the meteors, then use Thunderbolt. Gudra followed the orders, mixing the first 2 attacks into a sea green energy around his tail and crouching down. When Dragonite fires the attack, Gudra jumped higher than one would expect from a Pokémon of his size class and started to knock back the meteors. Dragonite uses your extreme speed to dodge the meteors, then fire a hurricane. She yelled to her dragon only for her to realize there was nowhere for Dragonite to go. End this, Gudra. Using his strong legs, Gudra launched himself into the air again and fired off a Dragon Pulse, officially ending the battle. Dragonite is unable to battle, Ash and Gudra win. My mother looked devastated. She now felt my pain, but this wasn't me talking. "You know the deal, sign the papers, and tell the other traitors what happened, cause one day I may just come for them as well. Tell them they better be taking care of my Pokémon, cause when I come, I will only leave once I have them." She nodded and walked away. I then collapsed out of the chair and onto the ground. The last feeling is strong non-human arms pick me up and bird talons land on my chest. Route 1, Alola region, Melee Island, 2 days later. 2 days later I am outside the hospital with the owl Pokémon, which I learned was called Roulette, on my shoulder and my other Pokémon clipped to my belt, and right now I am walking towards Route 1. How and Lily visited every day just like they said they would. When they found out what happened they asked where I got the Rowlet, so I told them the story, how the owl Pokémon had flown through my window and landed on the arm of my bed. How my mom and I had a battle after she found out that I was in the hospital and tried to take me home. How when I said I would only leave Alola if she could beat me in a battle. How she failed miserably once I brought out Gudra and crushed her Dragonite. So you grew up in Kanto? How asks me as I finish telling him the story of my first journey. I heard that the region is very peaceful and serene. Lily said as we continued to walk down the road. Yeah, it was, and it was always a happy place for me. It was home. I still miss the air. But this is my new home. I will make a better life here and maybe even follow in my father's footsteps and become a Pokémon master. I say to them as we turn a corner. Ah, you must be Ash, and I see how and Lily helped you get to me. Thank you, you too. This was said by Professor Kukui, who was dressed in a white lab coat and gray shorts. Hello Professor, wow, been a while since I said those words. I said to the professor as I walked over to him. Yes, it has. I see you healed up. That scar gives you an intimidating look. But the ice on your arm says that you are still hurting. Kukui said. I nodded and took the ice off my arm. It's bonded ice, made from mine and Greninja's aura bond. One guess I have a bond with him that runs that deep. The ice didn't melt and the area that was once covered in scars was now healed once more. Sometimes I forget some things like that, so my Pokémon that were returned to me help me try to remember what I have forgotten. I know that I have over 65 Pokémon stolen from me, but I can't remember what they were. My Pokémon help me to remember, but sometimes I still forget. Lily began to tear up. She knew that my family was that of my Pokémon. Ash, we are going to help you get your memories and Pokémon back. We just need to know your full name. Ashton Satoshi Ketchum, age 16, Wandering Trainer. Starter Pokémon Pikachu. Current Pokémon, Bulbasaur, Squirtle, Charizard, Kingler, 30 different Tauros, Mook, Primeape, Snorlax, Bayleaf, Totodile, Kalava, Noctowl, Donphan, Heracross, Sceptile, Corphish, Swellow, Glalie, Torkoal, Staraptor, Bizel, Torterra, Infernape, Glisker, Gibble, Unpheasant, Oshawott, Pignite, Snivy, Scraggy, Levany, Palpitoad, Boldore, Crocodile, Talonflame, Hawlucha, Noivern, and Rowlet. Traded Pokémon, Ambipom and Raticate. Released Pokémon, Butterfree, Pidgeot, Lapras, Greninja and Gudra. BZZT Update New Release Pikachu. Given away, Beedrill. Unofficial, Haunter, Larvitar and Riolu. Number of badges, titles, Champion of Orange Islands, Defeater of the Battle Frontier of Kanto, Runner-up in the Kalos League and Savior of Kalos. My Pokédex chimed. I forgot I had one when I left my house, the rest are still there. Mom was probably looking at all that was left there, my trophies from tournaments. Well, Ash, we can get them all back to you, but I hear from a little bird that you like to travel around regions and compete in leagues. I nod to what the professor says to me. What he said next both shocked me to my very core and made me really happy. We have the start of a league here in Alola, and if you want, you can get a starter from me and start your journey. I hugged the professor. This may have been my chance, no, this was the chance, that I needed to prove them wrong. Alright Professor, I am going to take on the league here. He nodded and we walked down a hilly road that he explained was also route. Alright Ash, things you need to know about the Alola League. First, there are no gyms here, we do things called trials. There are a total of 7 trials on the islands of Alola. Then at the end of every trial you will need to face off against the leader of the islands called Kahunas. There are 4 Kahunas just like there are 4 islands. You will earn Z crystals at each trial site, but there are others located at each island. For example, Melee Island has a total of 3 Z crystals on it, Normalium Z, which you get from the trial here on the island, Phytinium Z, which you get by defeating our island Kahuna Hala. And Flyinium Z, which is hidden somewhere here on the island. Kukui explained as he showed me a picture of the crystals he was talking about. Z crystals are a source of power here in Alola. they allow a trainer and Pokémon to unlock power that is hidden within themselves and use the hidden Z moves that all Pokémon can use. As me and him walked farther down the hill, we stopped and looked behind us, realizing that Hao and Lily were no longer behind us. Then we heard it. Her blood-curdling scream from somewhere on the island. "Kukui, we need your help, that girl has fallen at the wooden bridge," a large man said to us as I froze. That scream had to Lily. I grab a Pokeball and throw it up. Pidgeot gets me to the falls. I didn't know how I knew that was where she was, I just knew. A sixth sense if you must, but I really can't tell you what caused it. When she appeared, she flew down to me and grabbed me in her talons and held on tight. The falls, Melee Island, Ash POV. Pidgeot got me to the falls quicker than I thought she would. She was panting heavily, but I tapped the side of her neck in a loving way and in an appreciating way. She cooed as I looked at the wooden bridge. On approach I saw what had happened. The bridge had snapped. Lily was hanging onto a piece of the bridge and a little purple Pokémon was clinging to Lily for dear life. "Pidgeot, I need you to drop me," I say to her. My bird Pokémon seems hesitant at first, but when she sees the confident look in my eyes, she then turns to the left slightly and I jump off, and begin to fall. As I fall I pull out Greninja and Lapra's Pokeballs and throw them up. Lapras appeared in the river and Greninja landed on the other side of the bridge. "Alright Pidgeot, let's go, take me to the air." Pidgeot zoomed through the air and caught me, throwing me on her back. My mind was blank but filled with a crazy plan. "Lapras, get ready, if Lily falls you need to catch her. Greninja, I am going to need you to catch me or her if either falls off." Pidgeot. Both nodded to me as Pidgeot got closer to the bridge. The closer I got the more nervous I got because I knew I could only do this if Lily didn't thrash about. She was scared, but if I grabbed her then I would spook her into thrashing. I reached out to her and grabbed a hold. That was a mistake. She began to thrash. This spooked Pidgeot and I ended up throwing Lily onto my bird's back. Myself though, I fell. But that's not what was scary. What was scary is that Greninja missed and ended up knocking me away from Lapras. What's scarier, I had no backup plan. Even scarier, none of my other Pokémon could fly or survive in water this rapid. I just smiled as I fell. I had helped a person, saved a soul from death at the cost of my own life. As I fell the smile grew as I began to laugh at the irony here. Saved by the doctors only to die in a freak accident. But then the strangest thing happened. I felt myself be caught by something, then taken to the other side of the bridge. You must be a more careful chosen one. Alola is a beautiful region but is also unforgiving to those who take this region carelessly. A voice said to me telepathically. I then opened my eyes to see a totem-like Pokémon with a beak. "Thank you for saving me." The Pokémon nodded, shifted its body forward in a nodding-like gesture. It then handed me a silver stone that looked like ore from a mine, and flew off. "Ash, that was Tapu Koko, he's the island guardian of Melee, and what's this? He handed that stone to you, didn't he?" Kukui said to me as I handed him the stone. "What is, Professor?" Lily asked him as he began to walk away. "This will be ready for you when you get back, Ash. Till then come back to the lab and get you registered and also give you the surprise I have for you." I smiled and ran after him. Lily and Hao not far behind. So I guess the new question is, who am I? But I can now answer that with some confidence. My name is Ash Ketchum. I am a Pokémon trainer from Pallet Town, Kanto. My starter Pokémon was a Pikachu that along with my friends and family left me for dead, because they wanted me to give up on my dream. My new partner is Rowlet and we plan to take on the Alola region together. I plan to find my missing pieces from my previous life and creating a new life here on the islands of Alola. "Hey kid, what's your name?" Someone says to me as we walk to a cave. He was wearing a yellow robe and a blue shirt underneath it. That used to be a loaded question, but now with confidence I say that my name is Ash Ketchum, and I plan to recreate my life. Ash POV, 2 weeks after hospital stay. This is the last day here in the Dreamland. So my only question to you is, who are you? I hear Darkrai say as I look at the final glass window that is the last memory. This will restore my final piece, or at least my final piece of memories. That really used to be a complicated and loaded question, but now I can say, for absolute certainty, that I am Ash, Ashton Satoshi Ketchum, of the Kanto region. I am the chosen one of the legends, and the savior of the world. I am the betrayed one, the one that will stand against the Dark One, and the one that scars the sky. I say as pieces of the memory start to reveal themselves. I am a trainer and the champion of the Orange Islands. I hope to see my Pokémon rise back. Ash POV a month after hospital stay. Alright Ash, let's get your picture taken and you should be all set. Officer Johnny, the male version of Officer Jenny, said as he guided me over to a white screen where a very big and odd-looking camera rested. Any special background wanted Ash? Kukui asks me as the officer starts warming up the camera. Well actually I don't want a special background that can be random, but can I use a Pokémon? I ask the officer, who just shrugged. Thank you, alright now come on out Rowlet. I call out my owl friend who lands on my shoulder blade. Me and Rowlet stood with determination in our eyes. Alright and 1, 2, 3, smile. I smiled and Rowlet fell asleep on my shoulder. He was happy about his trainer being happy. Alright, that is a good picture, welcome to Alola son. The officer said as he passed me a blue book with a picture of the 4 islands on it. This is your trainer's license, passport, and record book for here on the island. All of your digital information will be downloaded to a Pokédex you will receive from the regional Professor Kukui. The officer said to me as I opened said book and saw the picture he had taken. Now listen Ash, there is one more thing that myself and my wife wanted to ask you. Kukui said as Professor Burnett walked into the office. Now as you know Ash, you are only 16, so you need a parent or guardian to register you as a citizen. Now on your passport that space is blank and Johnny here allowed it for a temporary thing. But my wife and I would like to know if you want to be adopted by us. There was a moment of silence, then the noise of a book falling and footsteps running. I dropped my passport and ran towards Kukui, bringing him into a big hug. I then hugged Burnett, but when I hugged her I began to cry. I'll take that. As a yes then. Officer Johnny, do you have adoption papers here? The officer nodded and grabbed the papers. Dad, do you need me here for anything? I want to catch some Alola Pokémon. Kukui and Burnett looked at the officer, who shook his head and said, all we need is to know, is your full name. I looked at the license and took a deep breath before saying. Ashton Satoshi Ketchum. My mom was tearing up as the name left my mouth. It was the last memory I had to get back, my full name. So to them and my friends this was a large milestone that I had reached here on the islands. Kukui then handed me 3 Pokeballs. For right now that's all I have on me, I bought them for you on the way over. I already know for sure that you are going to want to go on a journey, so after much discussion with Burnett, when we get back to the lab, we are going to get you ready. I smiled and high-fived him, then ran outside. Trying to think of what I may want to capture. I left the station with the Pokeballs in my hands. I had planned to do some training with Rowlet today, so I left the Pokémon that had returned to me while I was in the hospital, back at the lab. Mostly for now because they were too for this island's wild Pokémon. That meant that all I had was Rowlet, who was on my shoulder, and I was too lazy to return him to his Pokeball. Alright Rowlet, we are going to search for some new friends. I say my avian friend, who hooted a little lazily while I looked around the area. The beach was just over the railing, and then there were the small grasslands in between the buildings, and finally there was the sky and sea, tons of areas to search for Pokémon. Ash, I almost forgot, this is for you. I hear Burnett say. I turn and see her coming out of the station, with what looks like my old Pokédex in her hands. When she got to me, she handed me the small device and began to explain what was new about it. This is the Pokédex you arrived with, but it has been updated with a few new upgrades and the information of all Alola Pokémon and Alolan forms of Pokémon from Kanto. I looked at the Dex for the first time and confirmed that it definitely used to be my Unova Dex. I had originally switched to it back at the end of Kalos because it was lighter and fit in my pocket and was easier to point at Pokémon. It was originally black and orange, with a Pokeball design as the power button, with a green screen. It was now fiery dark red, lightning bolts were running up the sides. Above the button was the image of a Rotom, that was also a fiery red. The screen was black, and with a crimson red and black Pokeball as the button. On the back where the camera used to be was where the Rotom's arms ended. It had a digital camera, which was like the new phones with 3 cameras for better quality. I looked at my new mom with confusion because of the design. The Pokédex here in Alola, also is a proof of friendship here. We use Rotom to help all trainers here. It extends the life of a Pokédex and helps trainers with wild Pokémon. It also allows us to understand the abilities of the plasma Pokémon. I nodded before hugging my mom in thanks and slid the Pokédex into my bag. Now to capture some new friends. I say as she hugs me again, and then I take off towards the sea. Tomorrow I was going to be starting the island challenge. So I knew that I would need some more Pokémon. But also I would be with Lily, and that made me want to be at the top of my game. As for my friends, well, today I am on my own because Lily wanted to go to the library and How was needed at the school for something. Which I wasn't mad about because I knew they had responsibilities just like I do. But to say that I didn't want them here for this would be a lie. But I needed to focus on something else. If I focus on missing my time with them, then I would remember my times with the traitors. You know before what happened. The sound of the water or of the rock types grinding against the rocks by the beach were all reminders of them. The children playing with Pokémon, new trainers playing with their Pokémon, and the girl performing contest moves was a reminder. I hated them all, but I also needed to stop thinking about them. Anger was not the answer. Loathing them was also not the answer. I was out by the oceans. In Alola the water is a place of serenity and peace. This was my time to relax and see what water and ice types Alola offered. I have a Z-ring, maybe I could look in the ocean for a Z-crystal. But with Rowlet being a grass-flying type, there was no point. But I needed more friends. Needed to become stronger to prove the traitors wrong. Jangmo-o. I hear a Pokémon say to me as I walk farther down the beach. I looked behind me and saw a weird quadrupedal Pokémon with a heart-shaped scale on his head. Hey, what's your name? I felt a vibration from my bag as I pulled out my Pokédex. Jangmo-o, the scaly Pokémon. A dragon type. Because Jangmo-o uses the scales on its head for both offense and defense, it never turns its back to its enemies. Many trainers see this behavior and take it as proof that Jangmo-o is a valiant Pokémon. My Pokédex said as Jangmo-o looked at me expectantly. You must be hungry, here. I say, passing the Pokémon an orange berry. The dragon Pokémon took the berry and began to eat it happily. Alright buddy, well we should be going, how about you come with us? My name is Ash and my buddy on my shoulder is Rowlet. Rowlet let off a coo in communication with the dragon type. The dragon type looked at me, then behind it as if it had heard something. If you have a family you do not have to come with me, the choice is yours. I told Jangmo-o, who looked at me then back to some bushes where a white fox Pokémon came out. Alolan Vulpix, the ice fox Pokémon, an ice type. These Alolan forms of the popular Kanto fire type live on high mountains that remain covered in snow year-round. They live in small packs of 2 to 5 individuals, helping one another survive. My Pokédex chimed as the Pokémon came out of the bushes and towards us. Is this what you were worried about? I say as I laugh, this was straight up the big bad dragon got tamed by a child, seeing as the Vulpix could not have been more than a few days old. Jangmo-o nodded and helped the little Pokémon over to us. Well, let me help you too. I said, picking up the Vulpix and putting it on my shoulder before trying to pick up the Jangmo-o, only for it to try to bite me. Alright, I won't pick you up, but please follow. I don't know much about Vulpix. Jangmo-o did as he was told and followed close by on the ground, and Rowlet took flight watching from the air. He would growl at other people who got too close to Vulpix. When I got to the Poke Center, Nurse Joy looked at me before asking her usual question. "How may I help you?" She seemed cheerful for some reason when she saw the Jangmo-o and Vulpix with me. "Hey Nurse Joy," I say to her with the same energy she said to me. "I was at the beach and these two Pokémon came over to me and seemed to ask for some help. So I hate to ask this since you seem really busy today, but could you take a look at them? I don't want them to head back out into the wild and die because I didn't help them." I ask her as I pass her the little Vulpix. This Vulpix looks no more than 3 days old. She doesn't seem to know how to find food or even water on her own. Possibly originally trainer-owned. I say to the Nurse Joy who took the fox Pokemon and put her on a gurney. "The other one is this Jangmo-o, he looks pretty rough but can survive on its own. He was definitely trainer-raised at one point but the trainer released him for unknown reasons. He came to me for food so I would like him checked out for signs of starvation and thirst." I told Joy who tried to pick up the dragon type. "I wouldn't do that, Joy, he has a tendency to." I didn't get the chance to finish my sentence because Jangmo-o used Focus Blast on the Joy. "I'm so sorry, I was trying to warn you that he isn't too keen on being picked up, or touched." Nurse Joy looked at the dragon type, and shrugged before walking back into the care area with the dragon type following close behind. Hours later Joy walked out and said that Jangmo-o was a little underweight and needed a trainer's help with that. The Vulpix was in peak condition however. Although very young it appears that she was never caught by a trainer, she just wandered down from the mountain. "Thank you Nurse Joy," I told her as I walked towards the door. "Mr. Ketchum, aren't these your Pokemon?" she says to me as I go to leave. "No, they are wild Pokemon, I mean unless they want to come with me," I said as Jangmo-o walked over to me and nudged my Pokeballs. It appears he wants to join and Vulpix seems to have adopted him as a mother. Nurse Joy told me as Vulpix ran over to me and nudged the Pokeballs as well. "Alright, you guys want to join me on my adventure through Alola?" I ask the Pokemon at my feet who nod vigorously. I pull out 2 Pokeballs and hold them out to the Pokemon. They both use their paws to tap the center button and the ball sucked them in. "Alright, I just caught a Jangmo-o and Vulpix." "ROWW." Rowlet yelled out in excitement as I held 2 Pokeballs in my hands. I flash back to when I had Pikachu and realized that I used to do the same thing with him only for what happened now to happen. "Alright, I need to go, so thank you Nurse Joy," I said as I ran out of the center and into How and Lily. "Hey guys," I say as I clip my new Pokemon to my trainer belt. How saw me do this but said nothing on the subject. "Hey Ash, what you up to?" "Never mind, I spoke too soon." How asks me as he points out the new Pokeballs I just clipped to my belt. "Nothing much, just caught 2 new Pokemon and was going to be heading home," I say nonchalantly as How's jaw dropped and Lily smiled at me. Her smile always made me want to show off like I was some kind of playboy. I also always want to impress her. What are these feelings that have been appearing in my mind? I don't know her that well, but over the past couple months since I woke up she and I have been making deeper connections. I shook my head to clear the thought in my head. I grabbed my new friends. "Well, come on out guys," I said, throwing out my 2 new Pokemon. "Vulpix," my new ice type said as she took a stance on the ground. "Jang," my dragon type roared as he appeared before my friend, spooking Lily in the process. "Guys, meet my friends, the blonde is Lily and the kid with green hair is How." Vulpix approached Lily and stared at her. Lily looked at her and gushed over her adorableness. She bent down and pet my ice type. Vulpix breathed her ice-cold breath at Lily, who shivered when the freezing air touched her, then laughed. I thought her laugh was cute. I shook my head again and rubbed my head. Jangmo-o on the other hand stared at How and growled. "How Jangmo-o seems to want to challenge you," I said as Jangmo-o got into a battle stance. His nostrils flared and spit some purple draconic energy. "Alright then, let's see how you handle this, Poplio, let's go." How partner Pokémon appeared and let out a sweet melodic cry that sounded like a song. I see that Poplio has gotten stronger. How nodded. I remember when I met Poplio, he was the one that when I woke up, went and got a nurse to check on me and then how ran inside. Back to the battle and out of memory lane though as Jangmo-o seemed to size up the seal Pokémon across from him. Poplio, start this battle with Bubble Beam. The sea lion Pokémon stood on its tail and fired a beam of bubbles at Jangmo-o. Jangmo-o dodged to the left and fired Dragon Rage at the ground at Poplio's feet. I told him as he followed the command almost to a T. He jumped over the attack and landed on the left side of the field then fired a beam of purple draconic energy at the ground at Poplio's feet. Poplio don't dodge it but fire a disarming voice at Jangmo-o. Jangmo-o dodged the attack without command and fired a focus blast at the sea lion Pokémon who was unable to dodge. When the attack connected with Poplio, she seemed to be unable to stand anymore. That's the match, Poplio is unable to battle. Lily said, acting like a ref. That was pretty powerful, Ash. How did you know that Jangmo-o was that strong? How asked me as I returned to Jangmo-o. We trained all day today. I said in a funny voice. Oh, you think you're so cute. He said, trying not to laugh. Beach, he's adorable. Lily said in a relaxed voice, I do not own DBZ a bridge that's Team 4-star, and we all walked back into the Poke Center laughing. Hello again, Ash, and I see that how is with you this time. I nod and we walk up to the desk and ask her to heal our Pokemon. We just finished a little battle outside and they need a little healing. I said, handing her Jangmo-o's Pokeball as Lily ran over Rowlet and Vulpix with her. Hey Ash, Vulpix was looking for you. Also she seems really warm. She said, handing me the Ice Fox Pokemon. She was panting like she was getting too hot. I knew she would. I should have been watching her but I wasn't. Nurse Joy, do you have some Never Melt Ice I can give to her? I asked the nurse who passed us a tray for Pokeballs. She nodded and handed the jagged piece of ice to me. I quickly began to rub the ice around Vulpix's neck. This was the easiest way to get Vulpix cooled and to see how she was, with being touched by people. When Vulpix was feeling better I went to pass the Never Melt Ice to Nurse Joy, only she shook her head and said. You are going to need it more than I do, here I will make it into a necklace for her. Nurse Joy says as she takes the jagged ice. I saw her drill a small hole into the ice before running a piece of wire through the hole. She then attached it to Vulpix's neck. After that we went and got something to eat. Lily and I grabbed some molasses and How grabbed 6 of the bigger malasadas. We just stared at him as he called out an Alolan Rattata and handed one to her. He also called out a Piku and handed one to him. The others he put into a case and stored in his bag. These will save for later. He says and closes his bag. We waited a short time, maybe 10 minutes, and the nurse called us to the front desk. We both picked up our Pokemon and left the center thanking Joy for all her help. Once outside we turned to each other and said our goodbyes. I had to get back to the cabin and they needed to get back to their homes as well. When I got back to my new home, Professor Kukui and Burnett were both working, so I went up to the loft and laid down for a couple hours, needed to rest and clear my head. I called out my Pokemon that could fit in the loft and laid on a futon that was set up for me. Jangmo-o, keep an eye on Vulpix for me. I say as I drift off to sleep. As I opened my eyes, I was back on the platform. Welcome Chosen One, it seems that it is time for you to confront your repressed memories. Darkrai says as I look at the piece of glass. This was my only warning. Because then I felt it coming. I looked down and saw the blade protruding from my chest again. I heard his laughter and saw his face in front of me as the blade started to drip blood onto the ground. My blood dripped onto the floor. Ash, you truly are dense if you thought I wouldn't come to Alola to finish what I started. He said in a voice that wasn't his. No Max, this is wrong, you are in Sinnoh right now, this is only a dream. When I said that the world seemed to pause for a second and everything calmed down. I was in my bed. Jangmo-o and Vulpix at my feet, Rowlet sleeping peacefully in my bag and Lily at my side. Wait, what? I looked to my left and saw that Lily had crawled into the bed with me and was hugging me close. I looked out my window and saw that the moon was out in its fullest form, but a shadow passed over the large celestial body. I slipped out of Lily's grasps and slipped outside. Chosen One, what are you doing up? A bat-like Pokémon said to me as it touched down next to me. I'm sorry, what is your name? I asked the Pokémon, who looked at me and smiled. My name is Alola. I am an Alola legendary Pokémon and the legendary Pokémon of the moon. Father Arceus has told me your story, and I have to say that me and my brother Solgaleo are impressed and hope to one day join you, as well as our sister Necrozma. But you must know that a great evil has arisen and intends to do harm to this region, and you are the only one that can stop them. Lunala told me as she looked up and said, now go to sleep, young trainer. Tomorrow is a bright day and the blonde in your bed will be very unhappy to wake with you not next to her. Lunala said, making a bright blue light flashing, and I fell into darkness. The next morning I was up bright and early and started my journey to compete in the Alola League. I snuck out of Lily's grasp and went outside to train. I remember seeing a cave a little east of the cabin earlier in the week, so I figured going there to train today wouldn't wake the neighbors and I could do some damage to the surrounding area. I ran to the cave with my new friends following close behind me. When we got to the cave we started exploring, looking for anything that could help us on my journey. Then there was Jangmo-o. The two of us have been training together since I caught him yesterday. After the match with Popplio we seemed to grow stronger as a team, so I am letting him rest for today. Rowlet on the other hand was still in need of some training. Based on the information I had, he was still weaker than House Popplio and needed to be ready for the first battle of the trial run. Rowlet, you need to start practicing how to use Energy Ball and Steel Wing. These moves should help us against Popplio. I told my avian friend as we continued to explore the cave. All in all we found some nice stuff. I found a sharp beak which I gave to Rowlet as a little charm according to its description. It supposedly helps flying type moves, making them stronger. We also found 3 potions, a shiny stone, and a poison barb. I wasn't sure if I would ever need that last thing, but I kept it anyway. We explored the cave a little more and found an opening in the side of a cave wall, and you could hear the sounds of nature and wild Pokémon, even the howling of a wolf-like Pokémon. Rowlet was the most eager to enter and flew ahead of me and my other Pokémon. I followed soon after with Vulpix and Jangmo-o, who were not far behind. When we got to through the hole we saw Rowlet and a wolf pup-like Pokémon facing off. The Pokémon had brown fur around his body and head, and white fur for his tail and in his neck. His paws were darker than the rest of his fur and seemed to have mud on them. But the most unsettling thing were his eyes. They were an eerie green and seemed to hold its very soul. Rock! It howled as it rushed my friend, who fired a weak energy ball at the pup. Then my Pokédex buzzed. Rockruff, the puppy Pokémon, a rock type. It is a sociable Pokémon, but as it grows, its disposition gets wilder. If it begins to howl when the sun goes down, that is proof that it's close to evolving. It said that it leaves its trainer's side to evolve and returns again when evolved. It looked at me with its green eyes and then yipped and ran over to me and nudged my hand. You want to come with me, don't you? I asked him as he nudged my hand. Alright then, here you go. I said, tapping his head with my last Pokeball until I can get some more. After that I called him back out and we all started training. Rowlet, who was flying high in the clearing, allowing his feathers to gleam with silver hue. When he would try to throw the attack forward, however, it would either backfire or not work. He kept losing his focus and the energy he had built up. I knew what I had to work on with him. Jangmo-o kept training Focus Blast to make it stronger, while young Vulpix kept breathing powder snow on the ground and rolling around in it. Rockruff, well, Rockruff was looking at a rock and seemed to be focused on the ground beneath it. I remember Grodel did this when he learned Rock Climb, so I guess he was trying to learn the same move. I walked over to him and looked at the rock too. You want to become strong, don't you? You have something prove to either the world or someone close. I can help you do both, but you need to communicate to me what you need to do. He nodded to me and started to wag his tail as rocks started to glow around his tail. Are you trying to use rock climb? Rockruff barked, then growled as stones started to rise out of the ground. I smiled as this happened. He was strong, so a breeding move was in his armory. We trained for a few hours, until I saw something out of the corner of my eyes. A pedestal with something sparkling in the afternoon sun. What is that? I asked myself as I began looking for a way to climb the wall. Wait, this could be a good time to find out if he can use it. I said to myself as I called him over. I want you to use rock climb and push me up to the weird gleaming thing that we saw on the pedestal. He nodded and stood on his back legs before making glowing white claws appear from his claws and slammed them on the ground. I nodded my thanks to him and he yipped at me when I patted his head in affection. When I got to the top, all of my Pokémon had already started to climb the now risen stone steps that Rockruff had helped create. I would have to give them some treats later, but for now curiosity was getting the better of me. When we got to the top, all of them were panting, so that just meant I was going to have to do some stamina training later. Alright guys, take a break, I will look around and see what that gleaming was. I say to them as they all collapsed except for Rockruff, who was laying down in the shade of some stones on the wall. As I walked around I started to see areas of rock that had been chipped or broken. Almost like something had landed here. But there was also proof that a battle took place here, as scorch marks from electricity and rocks that were sliced in half smoothly. There was also proof of a dragon nearby, as a meteor shard was present in the ground. Then I heard a sound just around the corner. I knew it was a Pokémon because it was too deep to be human and definitely too deep to be anything the size of my Pokémon. So what was it? When I turned a corner, I saw what I was looking for. There was a pedestal with a weird rhombus-shaped crystal in a hole, and next to the pedestal was a Pokémon that was injured and laying on the ground. It seemed to be damaged and covered in bruises. Are you alive there, friend? I asked the Pokémon that was obviously too hurt to move, let alone attack me. As it began to move and opened its eyes. BBZZDD. It screamed when it saw me and looked me dead in the eye. Easy, I am not going to hurt you, I want to help you. It calmed down a little bit. It seemed ready to fight me if necessary. It went to stand only to fall once again. When it couldn't stand, it simply extended its clawed hand and covered the pedestal. It seemed to want to guard it. Like it was its life or something. It obviously was not a normal species of Pokémon and seemed to distrust humans. With rainbow-colored eyes gleaming with hope and pain. Then when it saw my wrist, it actually smiled. Or at least seemed to smile as it stared at my Z-ring. It removed its arm from the pedestal and allowed me to get a better view. It was the Flyinium Z crystal. So you understand that I am not an enemy to Pokémon, just a lost soul just like you by the looks of it. It moved what I thought was its head in a nodding motion. Chosen one, I see you have met Necrozma, and I can smell my other sister, Lunala, on you, which means you have met her as well. I heard a deep male voice say behind me. I turned and saw a lion-like Pokémon, so I guessed it had to be Solgaleo, the legendary Pokémon of the sun. Solgaleo, is that you, my old friend? How long has it been? 2, 3 centuries, how are you? I heard a wiser feminine voice say. Chosen one, so Arceus has finally sent me help, thank you, father. The voice said as the Pokémon now identifies as Necrozma tried to stand only for it to need Solgaleo to stay balanced. Chosen one, you have indeed proven that you are worthy of your Z-ring and the Z-crystal in the pedestal. Simply touch the crystal and it shall become yours. Necrozma said as Solgaleo helped her up and the two floated away. I walked over to the pedestal and touched the crystal. It floated out of the pedestal and rested in my hand. When it landed in my hand, I looked at it more carefully. It was a teal blue with a feather at its center. What did Kukui call the flying type Z move? Maybe it can help me tomorrow. I say, taking the crystal and putting it on my Z-ring. I had to find out if any of my Pokémon have an attack that can be used as the substitute for this. Until then it can stay on the ring. I walked back to where my Pokémon were and gathered them up. Ash, are you in here? I hear Burnett call out. Rockruff, I need you to let her know I am here. All of you, I need your help really quickly. Use an attack and get her attention for me. My Pokémon nodded and started firing ranged attacks to help get my mom's attention. When she finally looked up, I waved to her. She waved back and seemed to yell something into the caves below us. I ran down the rock climb steps, returning my Pokémon when I got to them. When I got to the bottom of the steps, I was tackled into a hug by a blonde missile. Don't leave me again, she said to me as she quivered. Wow, Lily, are you trying to tell him you like him? How said as she pulled me tighter and began to sob into my chest. She nods against my chest as she begins to quiver again in response to something. She was almost like a flower in the wind. Now hold up, I can guarantee what you're thinking is this is some kind of Stockholm syndrome, but it's not. It's more of a nightingale effect, but she didn't nurse me back to health. We just liked each other and so it turned into this. But at the same time it felt right, you know, like it was meant to be. Not only that, but I liked her too. Over the past 3 months Lily and I have gotten to know each other really well. She helped me get over my anger towards the traitors and has shown me the beauty of forgiveness. So I took a shot in the dark and hoped it hit. Lily, I like you too, I say to her as she hugs me closer. But today is the day my Alolan journey starts. I said and held my words for dramatic effect, and because of that I would like you to come with me. I say to hear her squeals of happiness and jump around. For a moment the world seemed to right itself. But of course life is only a giant but train wreck with brief moments of happiness. Unfortunately it was now time to return to our regularly scheduled program. And its name is Gary Mother of NG Oak. Looks like Ashy has a girlfriend, who'd have thought? His annoying voice said behind me. I tensed and Lily started to rub my back to try and calm me down. A light blue glow surrounded me and I felt patience course through me. So ignoring me, huh, your childhood rival and friend? I was getting angrier. Lily, I want you to let me go and head to the lab. Only return when you think I have calmed down. I whisper in her ear. She nods and runs off, dragging Burnett with her. So what do you want from me now? Oh wait, let me guess, your grandfather wants me to return. No wait, you want my new Pokémon. Oh no wait, I have it, you want me to stop being a trainer as well. I say grab a Pokeball and get into a battle-ready stance. The last one is correct. You're not smart or strong enough to be a trainer. I smirk at this as he stopped being a trainer after the Silver Conference because I defeated him. One match before we go, and since you guys are so confident you can beat me, then I will use only my Alola team. You win, I go back to Kanto and revoke my license permanently even though I am no longer a citizen there. I win, you go back to Kanto returning the Pokémon you have stolen from me, and you give a warning to the other traders, tell them where I am and give them the same warning I have given you. If you want me back you will have to battle me or face me in the Alola League. I tell him as my aura flared to life. I accept these terms, Alakazam, let's go. Gary said, throwing out his Psychic-type Pokémon. Rockruff, dance in the dirt. I say as I throw my Pokeball out. So a rock type, alright fine, Alakazam uses Grass Knot to knock that little dog out. Rockruff uses Rock Climb to dodge, then uses Bite to attack Alakazam from behind. Rockruff followed my orders and used Rock Climb to disrupt the Grass Knot, then bit Alakazam on the arm. Alakazam shakes him off and uses Psychic to throw him against the wall. Gary said as Alakazam did what he was told and even continued to do so. Rockruff began to whimper and cry out in pain as Alakazam continued to slam Rockruff into the wall of the cavern. Gary, he has had enough, I surrender, just let me say goodbye. He nodded as I went over to Rockruff, who was breathing heavily and whimpering in pain. I am sorry my friend, I can't keep training you, I am going to give you to Lily to keep her safe until my return. I say as my aura springs to life. The regular blue and light blue mixing together, repairing the wounda and damage on Rockruff. I grabbed my stuff from the cavern and walked out of the cave with Gary not far behind me. When we got back to the cabin, Kukui saw my sad face and he realized what happened. I am sorry, I have to go now. I say as I passed my trainer's belt and pokeballs to Lily. She began to tear up, but Kukui was angry. Now you listen here, son, this child is Ash Satoshi Kukui, he is my son and a citizen of Alola region, which means that he can only leave with parental permission, which he does not have. Also, for the information of you and those despicable traitors he once called friends, his mother signed a paper saying that he was no longer hers and we adopted him. So you can leave and never return to the Alola region unless invited by a citizen. I smiled as I hugged him. They're right, you know, we betrayed you, maybe you are smart enough to be a trainer, you just need to get a little stronger. Gary says, and I smile. He was still a friend, this was just a facade to find out if I was okay. This is going to be a good life for you, Ash, you being a trainer, that would be good for you, I can see that now. He says, pulling out a box with what looked like 40 Pokeballs in it. I am sorry. I was unable to get them all before they grabbed them. These are your Pokemon, I was able to save. Gary says. The traitors had my other Pokemon. And I needed to get them back. The Pokemon consist of your Mook, all 30 of your Tauros, your Meganium, Infernape, Torterra, and your Sceptile. Gary said, passing me the case that housed 35 Pokeballs, and I passed it to Kukui. Now Gary, I forgive you and maybe one day we could be friends, but what you did hurt me dearly, but tell the others, where I am and what I am after and doing, tell them I will be waiting for them growing stronger and I expect to see them the day of the Alola Champions Tournament. Gary nodded and called out his Pidgeot and he took off into the brilliant blue sky. Now Ash, be prepared, tomorrow you are heading to your first trial. I nodded and Lily hugged me again and kissed my cheek. 2 traitors down, 12 to go. In a den somewhere in the trial cave. We start today on the rocky terrain of Route 3 in Alola region. This is where we see a small hole with a Pikachu drawn above the entrance. The drawing was carved into the stone, but it definitely was not human-made. In the den there were pictures of Pikachu and a trainer with a gunshot wound in the chest. There was a ragged cloaked Pokemon, with star-shaped eyes and a wooden tail sticking out the back of its ragged costume. There are pictures of trainers and people the Pokemon has hand-drawn. The Pokemon was looking at a trainer with blood seeping from his chest. A kid in a green shirt holding the knife was making the Pokemon mad at the pictures and pointing its claws. Its anger still apparent and a dark aura radiating off said claw. Q. The ragged Pokemon says as he looks out the den entrance and stares into nothing. Well, it seemed like nothing to me and you, but the Pokemon was seeing something. Maybe it was a dreary future or a sad past, but nothing was ever happy with this Pokemon. The trainers who had lost and the people who have died from seeing his true form. It made it sad and scared. Lily POV. My dream started in the ocean. Deep in the ocean, the only light coming from a Dragonic being slightly floating in the darkness. Its blue eyes glow, releasing a shining blue light that lights up the area around us. The beautiful being with silver scaly-like skin, moved with the current and waves bobbing up and down. It seems to be asleep, not even flinching when being moved. The waters of the ocean seem to obey this being. Letting the being sleep in peace, seeming to wait for a signal from an outside source. This Pokemon looked familiar. I had seen this being before. Was it a Pokemon, an Ultra Beast perhaps? I knew I had seen it somewhere, but where? Young child, you seem to know my chosen one. It spoke to me telepathically like I knew who its chosen one was. But I don't know what this being is, or even by chance who its chosen one was. If Ash is your chosen one, then yes. But may I ask your name? You look familiar to me. I say as the Pokemon laughs. Follow the music, the notes will reveal me to you. The world once turned to Ash and now Ash turns to the sea. The Pokemon said, and I woke up. I woke up to the sound of a flute. It was playing a soothing sound that seemed to speak a story, Lugia's song, from the movie. It was night time, that was sure, but there was a sea green glow to the landscape. That song I know. I say to myself as it continues and I follow it. it felt almost like the ground was responding to the song. I felt vibrations under my feet even from inside the house. I walked outside and saw Ash on the beach standing with a black cloak on. He had a silver flute in his hands and was playing the instrument from memory. He was playing the sweet tune, the one that calmed the world and ocean around us. He had a silver feather. They gleamed in the moonlight and the moonlight reflected off them from around his neck. They were connected to a chain with a blue bell that looked like the deep sea bell from the Johto region. The song, I finally knew how I knew it. Ash knew it note for note, and that's how I started to realize how I recognized it. It was on the news about 6 years ago. When the 3 legendary titans were awakened and the world was fated to end. Then the world was about to end and a child saved it all. An 11-year-old child. And thus the world turns to Ash. A voice says in my head. You are the correct child. The song is the same as the one from 6 years ago. He was the one who saved the world. And he did it even more after that incident. He met every legendary, saved just as many. The voice from before said. Ash was our savior. No wonder the Tapus saw him worthy of the Z-ring. He never told us. He never told me. I walked over and stood behind him a bit as the song continued. He continued to play the song, and as he got closer to the end the song got quieter. So I ran and hid behind some bushes in case something were to happen. Then something in the sea began to rise up and let off a cry of power. The water beneath the being began to bubble and seem to breath. Then the glow disappeared and the only sound was the flute. The water seemed to obey the being almost like he was controlling it. Chosen one. It said facing Ash, and Ash bowed. He had stopped playing the flute, setting it down next to him. The flute was beautiful, made of silver and what looked like gold. On it was a great silver feather that gleamed in the moonlight. Ash also seemed to be glowing slightly. A pale blue like when I had touched him the first time, when he had faced Gary. Hi Lugia. Was all Ash said as he began to tear up. Chosen one, what is wrong? Why are you crying? The Pokémon now identified as Lugia said to Ash as he stood up. They betrayed me, old friend, and you all saved me, helped me even. Yet there is nothing for me to do in return. Ash said to the beautiful creature before us. I just wanted to say thank you for that. Lugia nodded and then looked at me and smiled. You're not alone anymore, Ash. You have a beautiful girl in love with you and you love her. You made love out of hatred and power out of loss. You made friends who pulled you from the darkness of life and made you new. How and Lily and more are on the way. You also have your friends from all over the world. Rivals that didn't leave you, Bianca from Alto Mare in Johto. And even more in between. Ash seemed to be frozen right then and there. Lugia, there is one here I want you to meet. Ash said to the being as I walked out of the bushes and stood next to him. She's a keeper, chosen one. Oh, and before I forget, Arceus told me to give you a message if I ever saw you. The keeper of the brooklet and the guard of the jungle, shall be with a child named for a tree. He also told me to tell you to watch out for the other legends. They are ready to join you for your deeds you helped them with. Ash looked shocked and was about to protest, but Lugia sank back into the water. Ash, who are you really? I ask him as he turns towards me. 16 missing trainers in 2011, the world saved, 2012 and many more like it all over the world. Look up world's most mysterious events in the past decade and you will find pictures of me with legendaries the world over. He said as he clipped the silver feathers to his hoodie. When I caught a glimpse of what was in the hoodie's inner collar, I saw a green feather and a rainbow-colored feather. Come on, let's head back to the house. He said, picking me up and carrying me like a new bride, back to the cabin. He took me to his room and laid me down on the bed. I must have fallen asleep because the next thing I knew it was morning and we were back in his bed with the young Vulpix on my chest. Ash POV. What Lugia said to me last night made me think. I remember when I studied the map of Melee, I don't remember a brooklet or a jungle anywhere. Must be on a different island, but first it's trial day. I walked outside to see an avian Pokémon sitting on the banister. The Pokémon was a woodpecker by the looks of its beak. It had a black feathered body with a white underbelly. It had green eyes and a pink striped plumage on his head. Dexter, what is this Pokémon called? I ask for my Pokédex. Pikipek the woodpecker Pokémon. A flying normal type, these Pokémon drill holes in trees and store food in the holes. They also like small, glittering objects and will tuck them away in their food stores, too. It's often said, something lost, something missed, check inside the Pikipek nest. Dexter said, chirping out information about the Pokémon before me. What's up little one, or are you the bird that Professor talked about with me yesterday? The Pikipek made a tweeting noise, then tapped a Pokeball and was SCKED in. Well, that happened, I said as I picked up the Pokeball after it pinged. Well, the little one finally chose a trainer. Burnett said as she walked out on the porch for her morning jog. I was going to introduce you two and see what she would do, but it looks like she answered my question. She never hid her curiosity towards trainers, and I was curious what would happen if a trainer approached her. Burnett said as she took the Pokeball from me and called out the little one. So you wanted to join him? You were waiting for a trainer to choose you, weren't you? The Pikipek looked at me, then nodded its head and flew onto my shoulder. So you know something we don't. Maybe you will move on to greatness. Burnett said and passed me the Pokeball again. Just be careful, she can be curious about the smallest things and is drawn to anything shiny. She is also very curious about me and your dad. We learned over the years that we have been married. Burnett said as the Pikipek flew to her and rested on top of her head. I think it's time that I learned everyone's moves. I say, calling everyone out. They all tackled me to the ground and hugged me. Pikipek was even in the hug. She used her wings to hug me around the neck, which tickled a little bit. Dexter, I need to know what moves everyone knows, so tell me the moves for Rowlet, Pikipek, Jangmo-o, Vulpix, and Rockruff. Alright Ash. Rowlet, Leafage, Tackle, Growl, Razor Leaf, Aerial Ace, and Air Cutter, Steel Wing, Energy Ball. Egg Move, Ominous Wind, and Spite. Unlocked. Pikipek, Quick Attack, Aerial Ace, Air Cutter, Wing Attack, Flame Charge. Egg Move, Boom Burst, Mirror Move. Not unlocked. Rockruff, Rock Throw, Rock Tomb, Tackle, Leer, Bite Rock Climb. Egg Moves, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong. Unlocked. Jangmo-o, Dragon Rage, Focus Blast, Dragon Pulse, Focus Punch, Aerial Ace. Egg Moves, Draco Meteor. Not unlocked. Vulpix, Blizzard, Dazzling Gleam, Ice Beam. Egg Move, Moonblast. Not unlocked. Thank you, Dexter. I say as the five of them sit on the beach. I think for my first trial I will bring Rockruff, Rowlet, and Jangmo-o because I haven't had a chance to bond with Pikipek yet and Vulpix is still far too young. They all nodded and I returned the two I wasn't using and handed them to Burnett, telling her to keep them safe for me until I got back. Then I left. Halfway up Route 1, Lily and Hao met up with me and decided to come with me, and we tackled our biggest challenge today. Going through the city. Let's start with the fact that the city was about 3 miles long. However, versus some of the other cities I have traveled through, it was nicer, calmer, quieter, and the people were nicer. Then there were the stores. Burnett ended up spotting us halfway down the strip. She talked about how I needed new clothes cause the old ones were starting to get a little small. With the mention of this, Lily grabbed my arms and dragged me to the mall. We spent 3 hours looking for clothes for me because Lily couldn't decide on one outfit. When we finally got to the route, we were all so tired that we went to the Poke Center and took a nap. When we woke up, we got our stuff together and left. We had a hill to climb and it was pretty steep. We also met new trainers who wanted to walk with us to the trial site. So what are your guys' names? We asked the two. You can call us Sun and Moon, but our real names are Mason and Troy. The one with black hair and brown eyes said. He was pale but not too light-complected. The other was tan with blonde hair and blue eyes that were full of mirth. So Mason, why do they call you Moon? They don't call me Sun because I am the opposite of what people think, same with my brother, he is Moon because he prefers ice and ghost types where I as Sun prefer fire and grass types. But we train all types. Mason explains to us as we got to Route 2 and see the trial captain waiting for us. Ah, the trial goers, welcome to the trial. The kid said as he flicked his pink hair out of his face. Now Moon, since you won the coin toss, how about you go first? He nodded and walked into the cave. He was a seasoned newbie, you could tell he had the confident walk and the even more confident smirk on his face. When he entered the cave, Alola blocked us from entering. Only one at a time may enter the cave, but don't worry, there are enough totem Pokémon for all of you to take on. He said to us. An hour later Moon came back. He was holding the crystal in his left hand as his right was covered in ice. He also had cut marks, was shaken from something, and he seemed to be in shock. His clothes were either burned or were too damp and seemed to be weighing him down. Why did you not warn me about this? There was so much ice thrown at me and that DMN grass type kept healing. Why did you do this to me? He asked, and I could tell he was sad. Moon, what Pokemon was your trial Pokemon that you had that many attacks thrown your way? There were so many elements, why was he the totem Pokemon? I am going to have PTSD for my entire life. He said to us as we all backed away from him. Alright, next person. Time skip, just wanted to add this for fun, Ash POV. Alright Ash, go ahead, this is your turn. Judging from all the damage you all had, the only left is Gunsho's the strongest, by himself, totem Pokemon. He usually works alone, so you only need 2 Pokemon for the trial. Alola said to me as I was allowed to walk into the cave. I should have practiced more because I was not ready for the beast of a Pokemon that appeared before me. Alola wasn't wrong about this Pokemon, it worked alone and seemed to have a high attack power. Alright, Rowlet and Jangmo-o, take the stage. I said, trying a new battle signal out. The totem moved around the battlefield like he was a snake with legs. Rocks were not an issue to this Pokemon. Rowlet stealth mode and take to the sky. He nodded and flew up. Jangmo-o, try to use that aura trick I taught you and see where Gumshoe's is going to be. I told my dragon friend, who nodded and started to shake his scales that started to glow blue. No, not charging scales, I will figure out how to represent them later. His head started to move, pointing in the direction that Gumshoe's was. Rowlet followed Jangmo-o's head and tried to take Gumshoe's by surprise. Rowlet seemed to disappear from view, flying through the air without making a sound. Jangmo-o time to take control, use Focus Blast and start bringing out Gumshoe's hiding places. Jangmo-o fired ball of blue energy at the rocks that blocked their paths and into holes in the wall, bringing the Gumshoe's out of hiding and into the middle of the field. Rowlet, it's time. My owl Pokemon nodded and flew down next to me. Here we go. I yell out and bring out my Z-ring. Just like the professor taught us, cross over the chest. When I got into this position, Rowlet and Jangmo-o followed, crossing their arms across their chest. Arms at the side, cross in front. Flap arms like wings, crouch down and hug legs in a fetal position. Follow through all the way up and point fist to the ceiling. Call out the name of the attack. Supersonic Skystrike. And let the Pokemon do the rest. I say as I go over the notes Kukui gave me on the flying type Z move. Jangmo-o and Rowlet flew up and seemed to disappear, then came flying back down and caused a crater when they connected with Gumshoe's. Gumshoe's was at the center of the crater, knocked out. But me and my Pokemon were panting and barely standing. Ash the crystal, it didn't disappear, you used your first Z move. Lily said, running over to me as I left the cave with the Gumshoe's helping me. It handed me 3 rhombus-shaped crystals and ran back into the cave. Well done Ash, you have passed your first trial, but the next thing is against the Kahuna. Halu is not a person to mess with and take lightly. I would suggest that you train and train hard. We all nodded and went to the Poke Center to heal our Pokemon. Alola came with us in case there was something more wrong with me besides exhaustion. Then he saw the other crystal the Gunshus gave me. Wait, is that the Snorlium Z crystal that is rare? Usually you get that from an Snorlax on Pony. And no matter when you are ready I will teach you how to use it. Elima said to me as I returned my Pokémon. Nurse Joy had sent them in here after I healed up. The Poke Center released me after declaring I was just exhausted, but I was still feeling tired and I could barely walk, so Moon helped me to the motel down the street. Ash, that was intense, no wonder you are so tired. 2 Pokémon, 1 Z move that hasn't been done since Z moves first appeared, and that was only because they were fighting Ultra Beast. Moon said as he helped me to a bed and I laid down. Just relax and get some sleep. He told me as he left the room. I followed what he told me and fell asleep, wondering what to do when it came time to battle the Kahuna. I would be ready. Lily POV, after the events of the trial. I was surprised by how well Ash did on his trial. Most new trainers have a really hard time on Gumshoes and even harder time getting through the cave. But those are the ones that do not get a hold of a fighting type such as Crabrawler or Makuhita. But Ash didn't have them. He had Jangmo-o and Rowlet, and I was unclear of Jangmo-o's moves. But now I was in his room alone, with him lying there being all cute. Since we started dating I noticed that every little thing that was cute about him. The way he drooled in his sleep, the way he ran into danger for this world and his friends. Although that was really hot when he did that. But then I thought about the lines Lugia said. The keeper of the brooklet and the guardian of the jungle shall be with the child named for a tree. The only thing I could think was that 2 more girls were going to be with Ash. I was actually fine with that, and not for the reasons you think. I have always been willing to share my things. There was my boyfriend in high school, but then that turned into a girl stealing him away from me. DMN it how. Yes, me and How had a thing in grade school, but he was stolen by this girl named Mina only for her to go missing a week before graduation. But that was a year ago. I was still fine with sharing Ash cause I knew he would spend time with all of us equally. Speaking of the devil, I checked him and kissed him on the cheek as I left. I was sad, but I knew if I didn't I would never be walking out of the room. Just a mild case of exhaustion. The doctor said to me as I walked into the hallway. Thank you, doctor, can I leave him here and be sure he is safe? Moon and How nodded and Sun walked with me out. We were going to get some supplies and something to eat for all of us. The next morning we were all outside and the thoughts of sharing Ash came back to my mind. I was thinking about what the other girls might look like. The keeper of the brooklet, she would probably have natural blue hair. Specialize in water-type Pokémon, probably be obsessed with finding a legendary Pokémon like Lugia. She would have blue eyes and wear a one-piece under her clothes in case she ever wanted to go for a swim. The guardian of the jungle. She would probably be willing to get down and dirty in the mud. She would have long green hair and jungle green eyes. Specialize in grass types for sure. She would probably love to cook, as the jungle is a place needed for survival, so you would have to learn to cook for sure. The more I thought about it, the more I wanted it to happen. I wanted to hurry up and meet these girls. I needed other girls around to help me with Ash and How. How because he was like a child in an adult skin. Lily, you there? I hear Ash's voice say and I snap back to reality. Yeah, I'm here, coming. I realized I had fallen behind. How and Ash were already halfway up Route Ash POV. We were halfway up Route 3, when I realized Lily was not with us. Lily, you coming or what? I yell back to her as she climbs up a little faster now that I had her attention. Yeah, I'm here, coming. Then she ran up the hill and met up with me and How. Sun and Moon stayed back to do something about training. But I think that they just wanted to capture new Pokémon. They now knew I was strong, and if we were going to be rivals then they needed to get stronger. We walked for about 10 minutes when out of nowhere this crab-like Pokémon appeared, skated past us. Hey, isn't that a Crabrawler? How asks as it turns towards us. Crab. It growled out and fired a bubble beam at us. However, the attack never connected. A ragged Pokémon with a shadowed claw appeared and made a green barrier in front of us, taking the blunt of the attack. Q. The Pokémon said in defiance to the crab Pokémon. Brawl. Crabrawler said back. They stared at each other and we just snuck around them. The ragged Pokémon moved with us, keeping guard with its small body. Dexter, who is this Pokémon? Mimikyu, the disguise Pokémon. A ghost fairy type. Mimikyu lives its life completely covered by its cloth and is always hidden. People believe that anybody who sees its true form beneath the cloth will be stricken with a mysterious illness. People in the Alola region are convinced that you must never try to peek beneath its covering. Mimikyu's health fails when it's bathed in the rays of the sun, so it prefers to stick to dark places. It's rumored that the reason it covers itself with a cloth is to avoid sunlight. Mimikyu has the disguise ability, a new ability that no Pokémon has ever before possessed. The disguise ability allows it to escape damage from an enemy's attack just one time, and then its appearance changes. My Pokédex chimed letting me know what this Pokémon is and what it had for an ability. How, you and Lily need to get down the rest of the route. I know this is cliché, but by the looks of him, Crabrawler is a fighting type and they have a lot of physical power. They both nodded, and How called out his Poplio, who knew Protect, and this was in case the Crabrawler changed targets. Alright Mimikyu, I think to myself, keeping the Crabrawler focused on me. I reach for a couple of empty Pokeballs silently with one hand, while on the other hand I grabbed Pikipek and Rowlet's Pokeball. Give Mimikyu a hand, Rowlet, Pikipek, I say, calling out my avian Pokémon. Q. Mimikyu said and stood next to my Pokémon. Rowlet Ominous Wind, Pikipek Aerial Ace. I call to my Pokémon, who follow the orders and fire the respective attacks at the crab Pokémon as Mimikyu fires what I assume was a Shadow Claw at the helpless Pokémon. When the attack stopped, the Crabrawler was barely standing but was not going to give up and stood strong once more, only to collapse to the ground. Q. Mimikyu nodded to the crab as I pulled out 2 empty Pokeballs. I hate doing this, but you need medical help and maybe a trainer would also be good for you. They could help you understand the idea of being friendly towards all until they show you they are aggressive. Maybe even get you to understand the idea of bonding. I say to the Crabrawler as I tap him with a Pokeball. And as for you Mimikyu, you could be a useful friend to me. If you want, I can take you with me, or you can stay out here in the wild. I will leave this Pokeball with you. It is inactive and won't catch you if you touch the button. But the choice is yours. I say, passing him the ball, and he takes it into his hand. Now you saw where those 2 ran off to. Right, I live near there in a cabin by the sea. If you want to find me, just go to that cabin. I tell the Pokémon as I walk away. 2 days later, it was time for me to get ready for the battle against the Kahuna. I had been training non-stop with Rowlet, Pikipek, and Vulpix. Now you 3 are my best shot to win here. I tell my 3 Pokémon as they all nod and get into their battle stance. Ash, this little one wanted to talk to you. Lily said as she hands me a rag doll looking Pokémon. Ah Mimikyu, have you made your decision? I say as I step toward Lily, who passed me Mimikyu. Mimikyu then proceeded to sit on my shoulder and just stay there. I take it as you want to come with me. He nodded from my shoulder, and so I pulled out a friend ball and showed it to him. This, Mimikyu, was a present from a friend of mine in Johto named Lyra. This Pokeball is called a friend ball and it will help me make you more friendly towards me. We can't have you going into a rage and harmonize with me. I say as I pull out the ball. It is made from a delicious fruit in Johto called apricorns. The ball itself had a green upper casing with red, orange, and yellow petal designs on it. Its lower casings were white like a normal Pokeball. Thank you. I hear the shaky voice of Mimikyu as he touches it with his claw. The Pokémon was SCKED in the ball with a green beam of energy, and as it shook, small seeds would be spat out of the little sacks on the top. The ball clicked and I picked it up. Alright, I caught a Mimikyu. Rowlet and Crabrawler ran over to me and made excited noises. Ash, these seeds, we should plant them and see if we can get apricorns here and make some more of those Pokeballs for your friends. I nodded and picked up the seeds and put them in my bag as well as Mimikyu's Pokeball. I'll call him back out when we get back to the lab. I say to her, and we take the seeds back. Come back out, bud. The ball popped open and revealed that the ball had done his job and made Mimikyu more friendly towards me, but he seemed also more confused. I bet you're looking for either my other Pokemon or that Crabrawler that attacked me yesterday, and I have to say that you and him have a lot in common now. Mimikyu smiled and began to look around. Well, they are resting inside for the day. We have a big battle tonight and you all bed your rest. He nodded and I pulled out a poke bean that I got from a guy with a straw hat. I bet you're a little hungry too here, so eat up. I may need your help today. I say, and he nods and munches down on the bean. A couple of hours later we are standing in an arena facing an older man in a yellow robe and blue shorts. He may have been old, I tell myself, but he must have some power if he is the island Kahuna. Alright Ash, since you went last on the trail you are lady here. The Kahuna said to me. So welcome to your Kahuna fight with Kahuna Halu. The man now identified as Halu said to me. Here we go Makuhita. Halu said with such command it would make my Tauros flinch. Vulpix, don't fail me now. I say, throwing my youngest member out. Makuhita starts things off with Force Palm. Halu said like he knew I would start with an ice type. Vulpix, don't be afraid, distract him with Dazzling Gleam then, follow it up with Moonblast. I say to her as she fires off the too powerful attack, causing Makuhita to flinch back when the Dazzling Gleam goes off. Vulpix then fired a ball of pink energy at the Guts Pokemon. There was a big explosion, then everything was quiet. There was a silence, then Makuhita appeared from the smoke taking 2 steps before falling to the ground. Makuhita is unable to battle, the winner is Vulpix. The ref called as we both returned our Pokemon. Alright Ash, way to go. 2 more to go. Lily shouts to me. She is riled up and you could hear it in her voice. Pikipek takes flight. I say as I think back to my Unova journey and the gym leader Skyla, who was a high-spirited girl. This is for you Skyla. I say to myself. Crabrawler, time for us to shine. The crab Pokemon appeared on the field. Don't waste time Pikipek, take to the air and use Peck. My friend followed the order and took off towards the crab Pokemon. Use Ice Beam Crabrawler to bring him down. Halu said, but what I said next shocked everyone. Pikipek, use his Ice Beam against him like I taught you to gather the energy around you by letting it hit you. My friend without question or hesitation followed the order and caught the energy in his beak and kept flying towards the crab Pokemon, then mid-flight began to spin. Pikipek became a missile that eventually knocked Crabrawler out. Crabrawler is forfeited due to injuries. Pikipek wins by default. The ref said, and I knew this was the battle that would bring out my true power. Hariyama, it's a trial. The hand Pokemon appeared in front of me, and let me just say it was a little intimidating. We don't intimidate easily, Mimikyu takes the stage. I say, throwing my new friend forward. Q. It said as it stared at the Hariyama and got into a battle stance. Hariyama Thunder Punch tries to break that disguise. Halu said as his Pokemon lined up with Mimikyu. Mimikyu, wait until he's 3 feet away, then use Shadow Claw to block the punch, then use Dazzling Gleam. I told my partner. He did as he was told. Blocked the Thunder Punch by using Shadow Claw, nullifies the thunder, and so the attack is just a punch. Then Dazzling Gleam happened. Hariyama backed off due to the blinding light. Finish this Mimikyu, use Dazzling Gleam. Mimikyu followed the order and a blinding light surrounded the battlefield, and all I could hear was the sound of the hand Pokemon crying out in pain. Hariyama has fainted, this trial battle is over, Ash Ketchum has won the battle. I was breathing heavily as I returned to Mimikyu. I hadn't felt a battle like this since my last battle with Alan, hopefully spelt that right, the only friendly rival I had left in Kalos. Even Sawyer, the kid with the Sceptile, had left me to die. But this battle took all my spirit and soul. It felt great. Ash Ketchum as Kahuna of Melee Island, I present you with this Fightinium Z. To perform this move follow these steps. He then made several punches that were also spun. Then he lifted his foot off the ground and punched the air. This move is called all-out pummeling and can be paired with any fighting type move. I nodded my thanks for the battle and the crystal and walked away towards Lily. After my battle with the Kahuna, Howler shouted to start the festival and there was a big tournament that the trial goers were allowed to participate in, but I said no because I needed some rest. But in reality I wanted to talk to my beautiful girlfriend. That word still felt weird leaving my mouth or running through my head when it was paired with the word my. When I finally found Lily she was standing by the sea. Hey beautiful, what's up? I say, sneaking up behind her. Not much, just wondering if you will play his song again. She said to me, snuggling into my chest. So I pulled out my flute and began to play. I didn't have the bell or the feather though, so Lugia did not appear. After the song was over I turned to her and made a serious face. Lily, as you know I have feelings for you. We have now been dating 2 months and I have decided to travel all of Alola and that would not be exciting without you by my side. Please journey with me. Help me find my missing pieces across this region and the Z crystals that allow me to unlock the power within. That call to the power within all beings. I say to her as she smiles at me. I think I would like that. She said to me, kissing my lips. I smiled and picked her, carrying her back to the festival bridal style. The two of us were smiling. Chapter 4, Traitor's Return, Calling to Love's Clear Missing Parts. Outside the house of Kalo's queen. A small white jellyfish Pokémon was watching from a window. It was watching the now grown Serena as she walked around her room. Brrrr. A wispy sound escapes from the monster almost telepathically. It then flickers before vanishing as the woman looks out her window. Must have been the wind. She says as she ducks back into the window. Closing the window and turning the light off in the room. But then just as she closes the door, the white creature appears again, only becoming a little girl with white long hair, who is floating just off the ground. Brrrr. It whispers as it moves through the door. Serena POV 1 week later. Diary activate, new entry. I say as I place the small device on my desk. I had begun to keep notes on myself since the betrayal, since the nightmares started. I was so happy to be rid of the failure known as Ash Ketchum. He was holding me back from my dream to be Kalo's queen. I began to tell my electronic diary. You are talking to the current Kalo's queen. I said as I began to look at my shelf of rewards. On it was my key chain with 9 keys on it. There was also the Queen Cup trophy with its pink ribbon on it. And from my time in Johto I am now the Johto Grand Festival winner. I say as I look down a shelf at my winning team. With Ash's Pokémon I was undefeated throughout the region. Venusaur is great with his control over Solar Beam and, when he learned how to use it, Sunny Day combos. Feraligatr loves to dance, and when I fused that dancing with Surf, I was able to make the effect of him walking on water like a Surskit, although the two of them still don't willingly listen to me. I said as I began to have flashbacks to Ash and our journey through Kalos. Hawlucha still won't listen because he is old enough to know what happened, and that there is no way Ash would just abandon his Pokémon. In fact, all of the Pokémon I have of Ash's that others pass to me to use how I see fit, and so I have been training them to be my contest team. I say as I pick up the 4th Pokeball in my team. Oshawott finally evolved to its final form. But that was only to survive a hit that, I was too stupid to see, that could have killed the small Pokémon. He then did it again to spite me because I entered a contest for Duat and Oshawott only, and as a Samurott he couldn't be entered. I say as I get angry with myself. His Pokémon were a lot stronger than any of us realized, and the fact that he never used them outside of their regions was actually a smart move. No trainer would have stood a chance in Kalos if he had used any of his old team. Bizel and Levany still don't know how to feel about me as I tend to train them like Ash would. And in all honesty, I miss Ash. I have been lying to myself and those that will one day hear this. Ash Ketchum could have made it to True Master if we hadn't ended his story. It was too short and we wasted a perfectly good trainer, I say as I put the Pokeballs back. I need redemption, but how do I do this if he is dead? I say as I turn off the recorder. As I removed the tape and put it in a safe, I had to keep it safe. There were a few others with it, all tapes I had recorded in case I ever decided to move on. Why did you do it, Serena? Why? I hear Ash say to me as I turn around to see a nightmarish form of Ash. His once amber eyes were now a midnight red, stared at me. I couldn't have done anything, you were the one that fooled around in the leagues and lost. I said back. Ash said nothing at first, but then a hollow sound escaped his lips, it was like laughter. But you could have stopped him. He pointed to his chest, and where his heart once was, there was nothing. Blood was flowing freely from the hole, and when he stepped into the light, I saw his heart. It was leaking black blood and had a slash mark in it. You could have stopped Max, grabbed his arm, pulled him back, used Pancham to block the attack, and protect. After all, you made a promise when we were younger, to always be by my side. But you let the attack connect. He said to me, the hollow sound that was his voice still nightmarish and broken. At his feet were pools of a black substance that definitely blood. It flowed too quickly, and was too thin to be blood. There is a brief moment when a white squid-like being is in his place, but then he is gone. These visions had been happening for a whole week again. It started with a pale girl with hair that touched the ground blaming me for her misfortune, then it started showing images of Ash's body all over the house, starting on my couch, covering the living room in that black blood. He was always asking the same question, why had I allowed them to hurt him? I looked at the Pokeballs on the shelf, once more. I stared at them blankly, the quiet had settled in, then my phone went off. I pick it up and listen for the voice. Serena, he's alive and in Alola. I think you should go see him. If you can hear me, then do it. Just be careful what you do and say about his new friends, he doesn't take too kindly to that. It was Gary, he was trying to help me. I took the chance and gathered a bag, throwing his Pokémon in the bag, in a case that held 6. I also packed his awards that his mom had thrown away. I was so angry with her that I also grabbed the one reward she kept. His champion ring from the Orange Islands. It had a picture of his champion team and the stone with his Pokémon's footprints pressed into it. I know this is weird for a traitor to a person to have, especially for a year. But after 6 months of hatred towards myself and towards him, I learned that it was not his fault, it was mine. I needed to see him, redeem myself in his eyes. But then again, maybe the apparition was right, he blames me and has completely pushed me out of his life. Back in Alola, Ash POV. Me and my Pokémon, both new and returned, were outside training. I had to improve if I was going to be ready for the Akala trials. Supposedly they were harder than the Melee trials by a long shot. Not only that, but I needed this. After all, I had been without my old Pokémon for a little over 3 months now, and needed to find out how the trainers trained them and if they knew anything new. The hardest part was the Tauros were all different, each knowing good moves such as Solar Beam and Water Pulse, while others knew moves such as Flame Charge and Hyper Beam. Meanwhile, my younger and newest members were running up and down the beach. Rockruff was especially pushing his limit. He had been going since early this morning. He was the one that started this whole thing. He challenged Jangmo-o to a race and the two just started going nuts. Back and forth running, pushing themselves to be better than they were the lap before. But then I felt something. Now I do not mean like someone was touching me or that something rubbed against me. I mean I felt something either watching me or calling to me. Then her voice spoke, "Hey Ash, how've you been lately?" This voice was one I never wanted to hear again, one that Lily would murder if she ever found out what she did. What was she doing here? She was supposed to be in Johto taking on the festival. I didn't need her here right now, but at the same time I knew I needed to relax or my aura would trigger again. She was here now, might as well see what she wants. "What are you doing here, Serena? How did you find me?" I say as my Pokémon all began to tense up in case they needed to defend me or themselves. Max found you. That little brat may be annoying, but he has the technology and connections to find a person. As of right now he has the others out searching for you. Delia was hoping to have found you first. She always believed that you were still alive. I had lost all hope that you had survived Max's attack, but then I got a call. Gary told me you were here in Alola and that you were very much alive. Serena says as she looks me over. Like she was seeing things. Like this was all a dream. How did you even get here though? The police are watching for all of you when you enter the islands. You are all supposed to be arrested upon entering the islands. I say as she looks at me with hurt in her eyes. Like what I just said was the worst thing that she had ever heard. Ash, please, we all are just trying to gain your forgiveness. Your mom hasn't been the same since you battled and beat her Dragonite. She said that you had no remorse, no restraint, you used Gudra. When did he become so powerful? She says as I point to the ranch and tell a couple of my Pokémon to return to their areas on the ranch for safety. Most of my Pokémon except for young Vulpix, who jumped into my arms and cuddled closer to me, listened to me and entered the ranch and began to rest or graze, or even just play together. But they all kept their eyes on me and Serena. Then came the silence. Even for just a small amount of time it was long enough to let Serena know that I was no longer the kid that took all their shit when I traveled with them. Ash, please, I'm here to ask for your forgiveness, to ask if there is even a chance to gain what we had back then. I growl and turn on her, stomping over to her. No longer leaving the restraints on my aura. Just letting it blaze, like the wildfire I was. Your betrayal was the one that hurt the most, Serena. We were friends since I was a kid. I say to her, my anger growing, adding more fuel to the fire that was my aura. I guess it would because I was one of your closest friends. She said back to me. Vulpix let off a small sound that was somewhere between a yip and a bark. I could feel her tense up with me and the cold seeped through my jacket as Vulpix began to charge and attack. Now Vulpix, that is enough of that. I say to the Snow Fox Pokémon as I put her down, and she goes over and sits next to Greninja, who was using Ice Beam to make a small area for her to lay in to stay cool. Now back to you, Serena. I want to know something. Do you know the pain of having serrated steel pass through your body? N.N.O. She stuttered out in fear and worry. Or how about thoughts of the end? Do you know how scary they are? Oh wait, I have a better one. Do you know what it is like to watch your whole world crumble? Because that is what it was like when you all watched as Max stabbed me through the chest. When May had fired the bullet. When I lost feeling in my wrist. I say as I rip open my vest and reveal the scar from the knife Max pushed through me. I don't know, and I know that there is no amount of apology in the world that would make up for what I did or any of us did. Serena said as tears began to well up in her eyes. I walked away from her and said, you know this is a low blow, what I am about to say to you. I say as I take a deep breath, then turn. I loved you at one point, but in the past few months, I have realized that I shouldn't have helped you when we were kids. I then walked away completely. The last thought I had was hopefully she doesn't challenge me. But of course, life isn't that simple, because she did the stupidest thing she had ever done. I challenge you, Ash Ketchum, to a Pokémon battle. The world froze and you could hear a pin drop as I turned and smiled. I accept, just don't be surprised if I win. On the battlefield, Agent Looker POV. This is a 1 vs 1 official battle between Ash Kukui of Melee Island, Alola, and Serena Bernadette, went with a French last name, of Vaniville Town. Kalos shall now begin. If Serena wins, then Ash will hear her out. However, if Ash wins, Serena is to return the Pokémon that she stole from Mr. Kukui and leave the islands. The only way to revoke this is to re-challenge Mr. Kukui in the league and beat him there. The victor will be decided when one of the battlers either forfeits or all Pokémon on one side are unable to continue. The referee said as the two named trainers stepped into their stances. Serena, I am letting you have the first move since you are a visitor to the islands. Ash said as Serena nodded, her eyes sparking to life. Let's go, Absol. The honey blonde girl said as the disaster Pokémon appeared. Rockruff shows her our bond. I call out as I throw my puppy Pokémon out. He appeared and growled at Absol. As I looked closer at her Absol, I could see a mega cuff around his left front paw. Don't give him a chance to attack Absol using Detect. Rockruff uses it to your advantage, just like we practiced. When the Gleam appears, use Double Team, then let's do the thing. The raven-haired boy said as his eyes began to turn red. Everything happened, a Gleam appeared and the disaster Pokémon protected itself. However, Rockruff became faster and stronger, and multiple copies of itself. There were 5 total copies made and they all seemed to hold the same intensity for battle as the original. Serena, which is the original? If you know me so well, then tell me which is the original. This would be a true statement as she was a follower of him when he traveled throughout the Kalos region. Absol attacked the 4th one from the left. She yelled as her Absol fired a dark pulse at the copy. Wrong. I whisper as Rockruff faded to dust and the first from the left rushed forward and struck Absol with a vicious-looking Thunderfang. The disaster Pokémon hit the ground hard, but it was still not fainted, and that should be expected from the Pokémon as it was raised by her since her 3rd day as Kalos Queen. It was a gift for her from Callum, who had become Kalos King. Absol, if you can still fight, then stand with me one more time. Serena said as her disaster Pokémon stood. Alright, there is only one way we can win this against Ash, as he has obviously trained. I hear her whisper, then pull out a white bracelet with red DNA like swirls for an extra detail. Absol, the soul of your trainer calls to you, please answer. This is the call to you, Mega Evolve. She shouted as a pink sphere of energy surrounds her partner. Ah, so you learned to Mega Evolve, I see. Well, just more for me to prove I am not the childish person I was in all your eyes. Ash said as him and Rockruff stood tall even in the face of defeat. Absol shows them just how powerful you are, Dark Pulse. Serena yelled as a green glowing barrier appeared around Rockruff, who was protected from the chain-like dark attack. So you want full power, right? Then I will give it to you. Ash said as he nodded to Rockruff, who nodded back. There was a moment of silence from the two. Then green dust started falling from the sky. It was mainly focused on Rockruff, but that didn't mean it did not distract Absol. Absol watched as the dust fell and began to shake like he knew what this meant. Then I realized what it meant as well. Howl. Rockruff howled to the sky and then started to glow. Ash POV. After the glow appeared around Rockruff, I felt something inside me. A sort of warm glow, like a friend was holding me close. I felt like I had just been given a power boost. I knew what this was and I liked it. This was something I had only felt with some of my Pokémon as we battled over the years. A bond that would last a lifetime. After the glow died, Lycanroc nodded to me before the light that wrapped around him died and we stood together. Lie. He howled into the air as his eyes turned green. His once brown fur was a Halloween orange and he had white tufts. His legs were now white as well as his tail, which had more hair than normal. Around his ears was black fur and he had spiked black fur around his neck. His claws were black and seemed to be covered in dirt. Alright, Lycanroc, use Accelerock and finish this battle. I yell to my new friend, who rushes towards Absol, who tried to move but was still hit by the attack that did massive damage. There was a brief silence again, then Absol fell to the ground with swirls for its eyes. As it fell, there was rainbow energy wrapping around it as the disaster Pokémon reverted to its normal form. Absol is unable to battle. Ash Kukui wins. Mrs. Bernadette is to return her stolen Pokémon. Serena looked at me and nodded. She brought out 6 Pokeballs and handed them to me. I returned Venusaur, Feraligatr, Hawlucha, Levany, Bizel, and Samurott. I heard my Pokédex chirp letting me know that my Pokémon were back in my possession. I'm sorry for what I did to you, Ash, and I hope that one day our friendship can be healed. She said, then walked away. What she said to me made me think. I was able to forgive Gary but unable to forgive her that easily. Why? Ash, it's time for you to get your stuff ready. We are heading to Akala today, remember? Kukui said from the doorway, and so I ran back to the house. and put my other Pokémon on the ranch for them to get reacquainted with their friends. I then grab my stuff on the way out the door, and as I run to the docks I see Serena one last time on the phone at the airport. Although I can't make out what she is saying, I can only guess. But based on her face it was nothing good. But I just brushed it off as nothing and continued running to the dock. At the airport, looker POV. Serena was at the airport on the phone with one of the traders telling them that Ash was in Alola heading to the next island. I smirked and just let her talk to the other trader and then walked up to her. Serena Bernadette, you are under arrest for the conspiracy and murder of Red Ash Satoshi Ketchum. I said to her as I pulled out the cuffs. But I didn't do it. He is alive here in Alola. I just saw him. I just had a battle with him, she said as I slapped the cuffs on. You mean the child you just had a battle with? His name isn't Red Ketchum, that is Ash Kukui, named for the ash trees here in Alola. Red Ketchum was found almost a year ago in Viridian Forest with a stab wound to the chest. I saw as I took her outside. Now I shall now read you your rights. I say as we get out of the airport. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I began, but I can't help but smile as I realize I just helped an old friend. Ash Ketchum is dead, as far as the world over knows, but here in Alola we know he is alive and well. Maybe one day I will meet up with him and help him in another quest to save the world. Ash POV. We were on the boat crossing the sea and I got this feeling something was watching me. But I just let it slide as something in the ocean keeping an eye on me. Alola was a place of beauty but also danger and I liked it. You know Ash, this place was waiting for you. Kukui said behind me as an island came into view. I could feel it calling out to me. When I first came, I kept hearing a voice in my head say that this place needs my help. Solgaleo and Lunala both appeared before me and said that they needed help to protect the islands. It gave me the power I needed when I used my first Z move. It was there to help me overcome my anger towards Gary, and my mother. This island is helping me, so I am ready to help it when she needs me. He nods as he stands next to me. It's just sad the circumstances of which you came to the island and why she has to help you. Kukui said as I nodded. It hasn't slowed me down, however. I mean, look at what has happened. I made a friend, who is also my rival. I have a girlfriend and a new family. I even have had some of my Pokémon returned to me and defeated the traitors who left me for dead. I say as I think back to what has happened in the past 6 months. I am going to go rest a little. Kukui tell me when we get to the next island. I told Kukui who I got downstairs. I lay down next to Lily who snuggles closer to me. Warmth, just like I wanted to feel right now, she said as she cuddled closer to me. I smiled and drifted off. When I woke up we had docked at a harbor with Lily shaking me. Ash, we are here, she said as I pulled into a dip and kissed her. When I came back up she had a smile on her face. Okay, that was worth the wait, she said as she pulled her into a standing position. Then the whole world distorted. It was like I was falling asleep again. Then the world went black. When I woke up this time I was in a cave somewhere that felt like Johto and 2 beings were circling above me. Hello again, chosen one, been a long time. I hear a deep male voice say in my head. Is it that time already, Mutwo? I ask the being as he touches down on the ground with his sister next to him. I am afraid so. Necrozma was taken back to his place of rest and the light was corrupted and now he is waking up looking for Solgaleo and Lunala. Mutwo explained to me as he pulled out a small bag. Arceus himself gave me this bag, in it are 6 items you will need. Mutwo explained as I opened the bag. The first item was a cherish ball and realized there were 2. These are to catch me and my sister. Arceus told us the prophecy and told us another line. A child from Alola opposite shall rise. Alola's light is to preserve or raise. Mutwo explained as he recited the missing lines from the prophecy. I smiled and put the 2 Pokeballs back in the bag. The next items were 2 cat's eye marble-like stones that I knew were Mega Stones thanks to the traders putting them on my Pokémon. These two stones belong to me, they allow me to Mega Evolve into either my X form or my Y form. Now remember, Ash Mega Evolution is a test of the bond between trainer and Pokémon, so I would train with me and your other Pokémon that can Mega Evolve in a safe place. I am sure Arceus said something about an archipelago he designed for you to do this on. Arceus also gave me bracers to hold the stones in and had them fit to my wrist by Diancie. Mutwo explained as he showed me his wrist. There were bracers on both of them, there were holes in the bracers where the stones would go. I nodded as I walked over and placed them in the holes. Mutwo, as I will soon become your trainer, I grant these stones to you to test the bond we have built over the years. I said, placing the stones into place. Mutwo nodded to me and I hugged him. Thank you for helping me get through Johto and Unova. I guess you knew what they were going to do. You just couldn't tell me. Then I broke down. Mutwo, I have become such a JRK, I made my own mother disown me. I was so cocky when I battled Gary that I got my Rockruff badly beaten and almost killed. I began to sob into the cloak my friend was wearing. Then when one of the traitors came today, me and Lycanroc beat their Pokémon into almost death. And it wasn't out of fear for my life, it was like I wanted her to feel the same pain she caused me. I felt him nod and tears hit the top of my head. As you experience a pain no one should ever have to feel, and so your mental state is broken, I know when those scientists were experimenting on me that I killed them without mercy and hesitation. Then when I worked for Giovani I killed even more people and Pokémon just to grow stronger, that is why I am the legendary Pokémon of redemption, so now it is time those that hurt you were forgiven so you are not like me. He said to me as he hugged me close to his chest. When we separated I reached into the bag and pulled out a Mega Ring. I doubt you need me to tell you what that is. Mutwo said as I slipped it onto my wrist right behind my Z-ring. But as I slide it on I feel something clip to my Z-ring. And the last item is Muse Z Crystal. You won't be able to use it until you complete your island challenge, but just know you have it. Now the Chosen One captures us. I smile and pull out the Pokeballs and throw them at the Pokémon. They were SEKED in and the ball instantly binged, signaling capture. Welcome to the family you two, and thank you for listening. I say as the world goes black again. Lily POV. Welcome back, Ash. Kukui said as Ash appeared on the stone ground that was the deck of the Alola Marina. He felt different though. Stronger, almost too powerful to be the same kid that had disappeared. When he looked up, I looked into his eyes and saw why he felt different. His once amber eyes were now azul and seemed to dance with power. Chosen One, you need to calm down. A Pokémon said as it popped out of a red Pokeball that was at Ash's side. No, Mutwo, he needs to embrace this power, it's Necrozma talking to him. A powerful voice said as Lugia appeared from the sea. Something is corrupting his light and so he is calling out to the Chosen One for help. Lugia said as the blue glow disappeared and Ash stood. I guess now I can say it. Welcome to Alola, Ash. Kukui said as he pointed towards the town that was sprawled out. Ash nodded to Kukui and we all began to walk towards the Poke Center to heal Hao and Ash's Pokémon so that when morning comes tomorrow they were ready. Somewhere on Melee. Mrs. Bernadette, you have been proven guilty of grand theft, Pokémon, murder, and conspiracy to commit said murder. A judge said as he smacked down his gavel. But Ash isn't dead. She said as the video did indeed show a kid that looked like Ash Ketchum, but what she didn't know is that we found Ash dead in that forest. Shut it, murderer, we found Ash Ketchum in that forest dead with a knife wound to his chest. The judge said as he pulled out the pictures from the morgue report. ID confirmed it was him as well as a dental and DNA test. But at the same time your lie detector shows that you were telling the truth, so this may be his attacker and the blood we found may be from when he attacked Mr. Ketchum, but until that is proven the evidence says you did commit the first two crimes, so we are sending you to prison for those crimes. The judge said as she was carried off to prison. Looker, you said she already returned the Pokémon she stole as well as one Gary Oak who had no idea what they had planned. I nod to the judge and he looks down sadly. It's just that the body fits what the Ketchum child looked like, but he also had all his Pokémon on him, and this kid is getting the stolen Pokémon back and even has the stab wound. However, the reports say that there was a gunshot at the Ketchum residence. The body in the woods didn't have a gunshot wound. The judge said as he looked at the reports. I will keep an eye on this kid, maybe it's not as weird as it looks. I say and quickly run out of the courtroom. Who is the kid we found if not Ash, or is he from that other place? I say as I run to the local poke bank and begin to look more into the body of the Ash Ketchum child. Lana POV. The storm had gotten worse. I was afraid that I wasn't going to be able to hold a trial today. But I still needed to check the trial area. During storms some Pokémon get really riled up and tend to cause a lot of destruction to the trial site. When I got there began my check. I started with the wildlife around the trial site and by the Poke Center. Fomantis were lazing about and absorbing what light they could from the lightning. I was very quiet not to approach them as I didn't want to fight them. Then I moved to the trial site. The storm seemed to be focused there. Realizing that there may be a wild Pokémon here that didn't belong, I called out my Araquanid. He understood as soon as the rain hit his bubble. Keep an eye out for raging Pokémon, try to calm them down if you can. She nodded and we moved in separate directions. I switched to the grass-type Z-move Mallow lent me when I first became the new trial captain, she said until I could calm them with just a stare. Araquanid came over to me and nodded saying that the brooklet was cleared. Alright then, stay close, this is only the main section and the first section before trial goers are forced to stop capturing Pokémon. We walked to the second area and overlooked the area. It was mostly clear with some areas where the young Wishiwashi were playing in the rain. Dupiter were hanging on the water's edge making small areas where they could rest. However, there were also those that were looking toward a very large arachnid. This was one of the totem Pokémon. The other was a Wishiwashi that had greater control over the others here in the brooklet. When the totem saw me, it nodded to me and began to help the younger Pokémon make dens to stay in. It was also using its larger bubble to gather small Pokémon who were injured and moving them to a safe place to help them heal. Alright, looks like he has this place locked down, although I want you to stay here and help them out. I say to my Araquanid who nodded. I traveled down to the final area and began to search for any reason that maybe Wishiwashi may be angered. When I arrived, Wishiwashi was helping other fish Pokémon into dens, but it was also looking over a giant shadow in the water. Washi. One said to me as I looked down and see the little one looking toward the giant shadow. Do you need some help? He nods and I take off my clothes revealing my blue one-piece swimming suit. I threw on the diving gear I had brought with me and dived in. As I swam closer to the Pokémon I could barely make out a blue body with red lines running all over its back. It was huge, about the size of an average-sized island. Please young human help us, I am injured and am in need of some assistance. It was then that I realized that this giant blue whale Pokémon was the legendary Pokémon Kyogre. Which meant that the Wii she was referring to was Manaphy. I can try to help you but I can't do much on my own. I could almost feel a smile appear on her lips. That is fine, I only have a couple of injuries. I hear in my mind. The voice was oddly calming but also held power. The chosen one is close, I can hear him. I hear her voice say in my head. Papa, close, a little blue Pokémon says as he swims out from behind the whale and looks directly at me. Kyogre, is this one of the guardians of his soul? He asks the blue whale who looks at me and just smiles. If she wants to, young Manaphy, only if she wants to. She says as I look over her face. You have been poisoned by something, my only question is what would be bold enough to poison you? I say as I call out my Wishiwashi and tell him to find me some herbs that grow on the bottom of the brooklet that are good for healing poison. When she returns I swim to my bag and grab a mortar and pestle. Manaphy swims out of the brooklet and watches me work. I start by crushing up some pecha berries I had in my bag. Wait, are you Siren? I hear Manaphy ask me. Manaphy, it's Lana, Siren was the previous trial captain. She used to run the brooklet before I did, that was a couple of years ago however. I smile as I remember how my mom was. She was powerful and feared among the people of Akala. Before I begin to speak again I grabbed some of the herbs that Wishiwashi had gathered for me. Alright Manafi, listen, I am going to need you to be careful when I go back down. Sharpedo are known to live in this part of the brooklet and they tend to attack me. He nods and I grab my diving gear again. I turn the paste into a water-safe pill and dive back into the water. Ah, young Lana, you are just like your mother. Kyogre says as I put the pill into her mouth. Easy now Kyogre, this may take a little bit to take effect but when it does it should be a huge blast of relief. I say as I begin to rub her skin. The warm blubber is smooth against my hand. I sense a great pain from you, child of the sea. Is it because of something at home? Kyogre says as I nod. My dad wants me to stop being the trial captain. Kyogre just seems to scoff at this and says. I thought you looked familiar, Sirens is your mother isn't she? She says as I nod. Your father tried to pull this same stunt with your mother when she became trial captain. I once told Ash about him in one of his recent dreams. He also said that he has always felt a sorta draw to the ocean. Kyogre says and I kinda smile. This was basically the god of the ocean and she was talking to me like I was her teen friend. Then once she was healed I smiled at her and said, alright, looks like I should get going, looks like you are fine, so be careful. She nodded and I swam back to the surface. I then quickly dried off and threw my clothes back on. Remember this Lana, keeper of the brooklet, show him your soul and allow him to show his. You are one of 7. Manafi says before stepping back into the water and diving back down. A couple days later. I blushed when I thought about what the young Manafi said to me a couple days ago as I walked back to my house. This was the 3rd day that a major storm had rocked the brooklet and all of Alola. It had caused some major damage to the areas of trial sites and mine was mostly just a couple trees fell. However, the grass types would heal the trees using an absorb growth combo. Remember the episode where Tangrowth and the other forest Pokémon would go around and steal energy from other Pokémon then use growth on the tree? Same idea. Today was day 4 and when I visited that night the rain had stopped and as there was no longer a danger to the Pokémon of the trial area and I made sure. I left early and went home. When I got there, after traveling through Diglett Cave, I saw that my sisters were laying on their beds and were asleep. When I looked at my clock I saw that it was about 9 at night, so that meant that they were just getting to sleep. But that also meant that I was supposed to be here nearly an hour ago. You're late, Lana. I hear a deep male voice say behind me. I have a responsibility to the Pokémon of the brooklet. Because of the rain we have had the last few days the trial Pokémon were getting out of hand, that is why it has been raining. If it wasn't one it was the other. I also had to train a new totem Pokémon, and because of that I will be there more often than not. I say as I pull out a Pokeball and let out my Dupiter. Do. It said in a questioning tone. Lana, if you are going to keep coming home late then you may have to pass the responsibilities on. My father says to me as I get angry and send my Dupiter off to my sister's room to watch over them. Oh, so what is it, that you hate that I am out most of the time, or that I actually have a life outside of the house, that I am not home to watch over my sisters when you go out drinking at night? Yeah, don't think I don't know about that. Since my mom left him my dad had become a drunk, and he was supposed to become part of the Elite Four. Don't take that tone with me, young lady. My father yelled at me and went to rush me. A purple barrier appeared in front of me. She is one of my trial captains, sir. If you harm her, she becomes unable to perform her duties. This island may fall into disarray. A female voice says as I smile. Tapu Lele had saved me. I was grateful to Tapu for saving me. But then again this had become a common occurrence. My dad was always drunk. He would go out with the sailors that came into port and get completely wasted. Living by the sea has its flaws and its strength. Well, considering I have to walk from the brooklet to here, and then have to weave around people takes about an hour, and the fact that the brooklet was starting to flood, how am I to leave the people that live there to have their homes flooded and their lives ruined? I say as Jupiter comes back and shakes my pant leg. Do, he says as I nod and walk back to my sister's room. When I got there I saw that the twins had woken up and were trying to listen through the door. Are you and Daddy fighting again? They ask me as I sit them back on their bed. No, Dad is just a little sick and I was just telling him to go to bed. I say through gritted teeth. Hey, want to come with me to the brooklet? I say to them. I know this was a risky move, however I needed to get them out of the house for the night. My dad was too far gone, and I didn't need the stress of wondering if they were safe or if Dad had hurt them. They pack a small bag of stuff to do and their rain gear. They had come with me before and they had learned. Jupiter walks in and nods towards the brooklet. Alright, I know I have a late night trial goer, but I had to stop by the house and make sure these little ones were okay. Just get a couple of spare crystals and my phone. I tell him as I pull out a Pokeball and pass it to Harper. This is a Poplio that you saw the last time you were at the brooklet. I say as she looks at the Pokeball. I pulled out another one and handed it to Sarah. This is the Squirtle you met last time you were at the brooklet, treat him with respect and he may help you. I say and she nods. Alright, you two, now come on. Remember guys, you have school in the morning. I say as I walk towards the door. Lana, stop. My father says as I look at him. Where are you going and why are your sisters with you? He says as I turn and look at him. I have a challenger tonight and I told you that, that's why I slept this morning. I say as I walk towards the dresser and grab something I almost forgot. What do you mean, you have a challenger tonight? I thought you could only do a trial in the morning. He says as he steps closer. No, you can have a challenger at any point in a day. I say as I grab another Z crystal off the dresser. Well, I forbid you to go, tonight, tomorrow, or ever again. He says as he grabs my arm. His nails pushed against my wrist, I can feel the blood run down my arm as they dug in deeper and deeper. Release out, sister. I hear Harper as I hear a Pokeball burst open. Yeah, leave her alone. I hear Sarah say as I hear a second ball burst open. Or what will 2 6-year-olds do? He says in a teasing voice until something he sees makes him back off. I look over to see that my sisters both have a Z-ring on and have the Waterium Z attached to them. Or we will use the force of Alola. They say together in perfect harmony. He let go of me and backed away. If you cannot accept that I am responsible for the brooklet, then why do you even care? I say to my father as I walk out the door, my sisters not far behind me. When I arrived at the brooklet I saw that there were some kids outside of the entrance. One was a kid with an oddly colored Lycanroc at his side and a Rowlet on his shoulder. I was drawn to him, he seemed to hold a hidden power. How would you calm down? This is the location we have to be in for the next trial and have some patience. A girl with brown hair and a blue shirt with an Empoleon by her side said. She said this to a kid with green hair and hazelnut skin. That is what the map says, but at the same time it also says that the captain should be here. Maybe she is just running late. The map says she lives on another part of the island. A blonde-haired girl says as she pulls out a map of Akala. The girl with brown hair nodded as well. Hey, has anyone seen Ash? The blonde said as I looked around for the kid that had the Lycanroc and Rowlet. He sat on top of a rock that overlooked the brooklet, but now he wasn't there, and I am pretty sure that I would have heard him move from where he was. Why are you spying on us? I hear a deep male voice say behind me. I nearly jumped out of my skin and actually fell out of my hiding spot. I wasn't spying, I was trying to figure out who the trial goers were. I say defensively. The person who had snuck up on me came out of the bushes and walked towards me. His amber eyes burned with anger, but on the inside they held a kindness. His clothes were form-fitting and I could see his abs. 2, 4, 6, oh, he has a 6-pack. Oh my Lunala, you could grind meat on those. Are you the trial captain? He asks me. His gruff voice was something of a dream for me. Lana, get yourself together, girl, he probably had a girlfriend. I say in my head as he helps me up. Yeah, my name is Lana. I say as I take his hand. And as I take his hand I feel a small shock of electricity. It wasn't actual electricity, more like sparks you hear about in romance movies. I'm Ash, I am here to take your trial. He says in that deep voice that was making me want to be his. I nod to him and walk over to the gate. Welcome to the Brooklet Hills trial site. Now as I understand it we have 2 trial goers tonight. I say as I stand before the 2 boys. They nod and I walk towards the gate. I place my Z-ring onto the gate and it opens. Now before we begin, allow me to introduce myself. I am the water trial captain, Lana, and these are my sisters Sarah and Harper. I say as the twins come out from behind the bushes. Now, How, you may go first. How nodded and ran into the trial zone. He seemed overconfident and seemed to hold an iron will. Alright Ash, you will go next. The trial if done correctly should take no more than an hour. He nodded and I finally saw his face. Spiky raven black hair, amber eyes, and lightning bolt-like marks above his cheeks. Ash Ketchum, I thought I recognized your name. I say as I pull out a picture of a city covered in snow and all the Pokémon heading towards the south from Alola. I remember this day. I had just taken over the responsibilities of a trial captain from my mother when the title bell we keep here began to ring. Lugia had risen and with the help of his chosen hero, he was going to save the world. I say to him as he begins to tear up. Melody was my only true friend that day, except for Lugia. He says as he walks away. Ash, there is no reason to leave, stay please. The girl with brown hair said as she reached out to him, but he glowed blue and disappeared. Lily, he vanished again. She says to the blonde who pulls out her bag and a small Pokémon popped out and looked at her. Nebby, I need you to find Ash. Alright, he may be in danger. Lily said as the small Pokémon also glowed and vanished before my eyes. Oh, so you reminded him of his past. Well, you see, Ash recently had an incident with his friends. They betrayed him and left him for dead in the woods. The legendaries found him, he was barely alive, and so they sent here to Alola to get him away from those he was betrayed by. That is when he met Lily and how, they helped him heal and also watched over his Pokémon that returned to him. Verity explained as she brought out some berries for some reason. But at the same time there was also this Shelebi that would visit him in the night. It would sometimes bring a Pokeball with it and place it near Ash's heart. Lily explained as she brought out a Pokeball and it snapped open. Then in her lap was a small mouse-like Pokémon. Hey Piku, I want to play a little. The small Pokémon nodded and began to run around. Lily would chase it. They acted like this was completely normal, that Ash would just vanish like this. So why would reminding him of his past make him teleport away like that? I ask as Verity walks over to me. The traitors found out he was still alive, after he had a battle with his mother. She said as she began to turn the barriers into a paste. She went home that day crying, and just like that his life entered a downward spiral. Many of the traitors started to appear here in Alola, some trying to make him go back to Kanto, saying that they had changed and that they were sorry. Verity as she pulled out a bottle of water and turned the paste into a liquid-like state that was blue. While others tried to steal his new Pokémon from him, while holding his old ones captive. Lily explained. She had just grabbed Piku and now looked angry with the thought of these people. His oldest friend actually said that he was too weak to even be near her as she is the Kalos queen now. Lily continued. However, when she found out Ash was still alive, she showed up and challenged him to a battle. Lily got this look in her eyes that was similar to how I looked earlier when I was having that fantasy. He was vicious and completely devastated her. Verity explained as she showed me the video. So that is the infamous power of Lycanroc Dusk form. I say as I watch both battlers going head to head. Starting as a small Rockruff, the battle was a little one-sided. But then I watched as a fire attack seemed to be this person's undoing, as the Rockruff glowed and began to change forms. Its body extended and became more wolf-like and his eyes changed colors to an emerald green. Its fur became white, black and orange like Halloween. From here on the power the two put out messes with the video, but that absolutely is still in the Poke Center. And according to Kukui that was them holding back. I cringed when Verity said this. I hope I didn't bring up bad memories for him. I say I'm a little nervous. About an hour earlier, Ash POV. We had just walked past a ranch where there were tons of Pokémon just playing and having fun. I had just gotten out of a battle with a Taurus and the person handed me a soothing bell. I was happy about that as it meant that I could make Crabrawler more friendly towards me. I called him out and wrapped the bell around him. Alright Crabrawler, we need to start training together, how about it? I say to him and he nods. I smile and begin to walk and he follows me. As we walk, I look back at Crabrawler and see if he is still behind me. I can still hear the bell as we walk, so I knew he was there. I just wanted to see if he was doing any better. I hated the way I captured him, but I needed to as it would have been a problem for him. As a fighting type, Crabrawler was at a disadvantage as a ghost fairy type is unaffected by most fighting type moves. I smiled as I remember that day. I had just completed my first trial and was walking back to town to have a battle with the Kahuna. He was battling Mimikyu and I saw it as an opportunity to capture some good Pokémon. I just wanted a friend. He needed a trainer. So we made a bond. Regardless of what the two of us thought at the time. Crabrawler, let's show them what trainers and Pokémon can do with a very little bond. He nodded and returned to his Pokeball. As we walked we ran into a girl with brown hair and wearing a blue shirt. She had blue eyes and an Empoleon at her side. Verity. I say as I look at the girl. She had grown a lot since I last saw her. She was definitely eye candy, and trust me when I say eye candy. Her chest was at least at a low C to a high B, her hair was at least down to her shoulders. She was slim and had that gymnast body. You know Ash, you shouldn't stare, it's disrespectful. I hear her say as I shake my head and look her in the eye. Sorry about that, you're just hot now. I said absent-mindedly to her. She blushes and punches my shoulder. I heard from Arceus that you were looking for some new friends, thought I fit the bill. I nod until Mutwo appeared and spoke to me mentally. Remember what Arceus and Lugia said, that you will love multiple women. I only nod to him and he returns. So Verity wants to travel with us. Lily asks as she knew what Lugia and Arceus had in mind for me. Verity seems to think for a minute before nodding. Verity pulls me into a hug and then pulls out a map and points out where the next trial site is. The next is the water trial, and reports say that there have been sightings of the gym leader Misty. At the mention of her name I tense up. One of the traitors was in the area. If she interrupted my trial I may not be able to control what I did. There were always high levels of aura in the cities. I knew this was a test of my control. Alright, let's head there. We all nodded to each other, but Lily stayed close to me in fear of my aura getting out of hand. When we arrived at the site it was late and the trial captain wasn't even there. What if we missed her, or if there was something we had to do at the ranch? How says as he begins to freak out. I was sitting on top of a rock overlooking what I thought was the trial site, and then I heard it. The snap of a twig. The sound wasn't very loud, which told me that the thing that snapped it wasn't very large but was trying too hard to be stealthy. I portaled behind the being and waited until it had come to rest. When light from the moon shone through the trees, I saw that it was a girl with blue hair and a blue Z-ring on her wrist. She must be the trial captain. I say in my head. This is about where Lana comes in, and from here on the story continues. I portaled myself into an unfamiliar location. There were ruins like stones littered in the surrounding grass. At the center there was what looked like a battlefield. At the center of said battlefield was what looked like a pink pot with an antenna. Lycanroc growled at the thing and Rowlet became nervous. My other Pokémon popped out of their Pokeballs and stared at the thing. Each reacting a little differently. Then my other Pokémon just started teleporting to me. Everyone was here. At least those I had received back from the traitors, and Jangmo had appeared. The pot then popped open and revealed something that looked similar to Tapu Koko, from when he saved me. Then Mewtwo and Mew popped out of their Pokeballs and stared at the Pokémon, well until Mew rushed forward yelling, "Sister," in a squeaky voice. Mewtwo face-palmed and it made me smile to see him do so. "Tapu Lele, nice to see you again," he says as he rubs his temple. "Wait, this is the Tapu of this island," I say as Lycanroc nods to me. Said Tapu looked over to me and smirked before floating over and slapping me. "Tapu Lele, you know better than to slap the chosen one." A godlike voice spoke as Arceus appeared behind Tapu Lele. "Yes, Papa," she said in an innocent voice, and floated back towards the battlefield. Arceus then nodded and teleported away. "Chosen one, I understand your anger towards your friends, but you must understand that Akala isn't the place to be angry. Your Pokémon have begun to return to you. You have 2 girls in love with you and you have to get that temper under control. Tapu Koko may love to battle, but I hate to see innocence hurt, so you can simply grow. Remember this because we may one day join you," she said as my Pokémon looked at me. "You're right, however if they challenge me, am I allowed to battle them?" She smirked and said, "I said I do not like the innocent to be harmed, however, if they challenge you, make them suffer." I almost shivered at her words because the way she said it was kinda spooky. Almost like a serial killer. She then smiled and my Pokémon began to teleport back to Kukui's lab. "Oh, and one more thing, chosen one, 2 more allies are closer than you think," Tapu Lele says. As my Pokémon returned to their Pokeballs, she then teleported me back to the trial site. I had a smile on my face as I stepped back over to the girls. He is taking this journey to show his friends that he will always get back up. Even at the darkest moments the light will always find him. I heard Verity say as I felt a presence behind me. "Come out, Marshadao, I know you are there," I say as the small fighter appears out of my shadow. "March," he says as he stands next to me. He hands me a Cherish Ball and a Z-Crystal. "It's time for me to get a trainer and I felt like you were the best choice," he says as he taps the Cherish Ball. I feel the Pokeball ping signaling capture and then it glows and teleports to the lab. I feel happier, like Marshadao had revealed the memory to me. "Chosen one, know that I may be here at the place your Pokemon are, but I will always be with you. I leave you both the Dark Feather and the Rainbow Feather you used to awaken my Lord Ho-Oh, may you one day call on her," I hear Marshadao say in my head. I look down at my jacket and see the Rainbow Feather glowing brightly. "You hold the power to restore anyone's light to full power," I hear him say in my head again. I smile and walk towards everyone. I feel my anger and aggression disappearing. "Hey guys," I say, and my voice sounds more relaxed, the more its normal tone, just a bit older. Everyone turned to me and smiled. "Hey Ash, welcome back, we were just talking about you," Lily said as I stepped up to the gate. How already completed his trial and he has gone back to the Poke Center to heal his Pokemon, Lana explained as she blushed. "Alright, come one out, Rowlet, Pick-a-Peck," I say as the 2 avian Pokemon appear. Lana nodded and we entered the trial site. When I saw that this was basically a water battle, I was happy that I brought Rowlet and Pick-a-Peck with me. "Ash, you know you have access to all of your Pokemon, right?" I nod to Lana as I shift the pants I was wearing into shorts. I also begin to take off my shirt until I see Lana's eyes. She had those sympathetic eyes. She had seen the scar. I dropped my shirt and nodded to my Pokemon. The 2 of them took to the air while I ran and jumped into the water. The water felt good against my skin as I swam deeper and deeper. "You weakling, can't even train your water types right," her voice says in my head as I go deeper. "You really are such a little kid, maybe Iris is right with that insult," I hear again. That is when I see her. Her orange hair, pale skin, and blue swimsuit. Alola episode clothes when she goes swimming with Lana. I dove out of the water as well as she and we faced each other. So the weakling really did leave the region. Look, a traitorous beach, welcome to my home turf. I say as Tapu Lele floats down next to me. She looks at the red-haired traitor and starts to laugh. This woman wants to be the master of all water types, she probably barely handles that stereo of hers. Tapu Lele says, circling Misty. Chosen one, the totem Pokémon have asked to battle this girl with you, come forth Wishiwashi, Araquanid. 2 Pokémon appeared. One was a small fish Pokémon that was white and blue and looked like it wanted to cry. It looked at Misty and let off a knowing smile. The other was a giant green spider-like Pokémon with big blue eyes and had a water bubble surrounding its head. It made me feel small and scared. It provoked fear and intimidation. It looked at Misty like she wasn't even worth its while. Araquanid passed me a blue Z crystal and nodded to me. Ash, it says you have passed the trial, you can use the Z move. I hear Lana say on the dock. Rowlet and Pikipek stood next to the 2 Pokémon on lily pads and stones. Misty calls Gyarados, Sea King, Starmie, and Kingdra. She yells out as her 4 Pokémon appear. Let's make a wager, Misty. I win, you return my Pokémon, if I lose I come back with you and I stop being a trainer. I hear Lana gasp and I look at her with a smile. That was when Lily, Verity, and Hao ran into the fray. Ash, show her your true strength and hold nothing back. I hear them yell to me. I take off my Z-ring and toss it to Lily. Hold on to this, beautiful. She catches it and blushes. This battle between Ash Kukui of Melee Island and Misty Waterflower of Cerulean City shall now begin. Challenger has the first move, and begin. Lana said as she watched the battle unfold. A shadow appeared around Wishiwashi as she dived under the water, then a giant fish that appeared to be made of Wishiwashi appeared. And from the start the totem Pokémon is going strong as its ability school form takes effect. I hear Verity say into a recorder. After she went back to Sinnoh she stopped doing what she was doing and started taking recordings of battles she had. Now she does it for me as I battle. Kingdra makes this a quick match. I want to be back in time for tea time. Use Dragon Pulse. She says in a Starky attitude. I laugh and give a command to my Pokémon. Pikipek, take this to the air, Rowlet, just like we practiced, protect. Rowlet appears in front of the attack and puts a green barrier up in front of himself and the totem Pokémon. Araquanid uses Reflect, I say to the spider Pokémon as he follows the command. Sea King, use Surf to try to knock Rowlet down. She says as she still has confidence apparent in her voice. Pikipek switch with Rowlet, protect. Pikipek flew down and Rowlet shot up and flew above the battlefield. When Surf came, Pikipek was surrounded by a green barrier as it protected. Wishiwashi appeared next to Pikipek and did the same. When the Surf stopped, Pikipek was barely able to fly. It was still low level I think, but it was also determined. There was a silence. Then there was a glow that spread around Pikipek. It was evolving, and I smirked. The glow became blinding and then it vanished, and before me was a larger woodpecker Pokémon as she flew before me as she stared down at Misty's Pokémon. Trumbeak, the woodpecker Pokémon, their Pokémon usually serve as queens of a nest of Pikipek. Known for caring for the young of the nest, Trumbeak fight off predators who get too close to the nest. I hear Rotom say as Trumbeak stands tall. Alright, here we go. Lily, may I have my ring please? Lily nods and throws me my Z-ring. I catch it on my hand and it slides into place. I pull out the cerulean blue Z crystal with a feather on it and connect it to my Z-ring. Alright Rowlet, Trumbeak, stand with me. They both nod and fly down and stand next to me. Alright, here we go. I say as I cross my arms at the wrist over my chest. Then the side, cross in front, to summon the power of the crystal. Let it wash over me, Rowlet, and Trumbeak. Flap my arms like wings, crouch down, then jump up and make a Superman punch. Call out the move name, Supersonic Skystrike. I yell as both of them are surrounded by the Z power and perform the attack in perfect sync. The attacks hit Kingdra, and Gyarados, who fainted instantly. "Misty, where is that big mouth of yours?" I ask, taunting her as she begins to shake in her boots as her two powerhouses have just fallen from one attack. "I still have two Pokémon able to battle, don't get cocky," she says as she tries to pull off a look of victory. Araquanid and Wishiwashi both perform an attack and knock Seeking out. "Make that one Pokémon still standing," I say as I look at her still trying to make a comeback. "Starmie, use Aqua Ring, hopefully that will help me a little bit," she says as I just smirk. "Rowlet, use Leafage." Quills appear and are fired at Starmie, who takes the hit directly and is launched back. "Trumbeak, use Bullet Seed," I say as my Woodpecker Pokémon went to work pushing the Starmie back even farther in health. This battle is over, all of Mississippi Waterflower's Pokémon are fainted, which means that the winner of this match is Ash Kukui. Misty fell to her knees and returned her injured Pokémon. She pulls out 6 Pokeballs and hands them to me. She is crying once she realizes that I am not one to mess with and never have been. "Here, Ash, these are your Palpitoad, Kingler, Corphish, Scraggy, Boldore, and Snivy," she said as she handed me each Pokeball. They all teleported to the lab. "Misty, if it is alright by you, I would like to never see you again, as your betrayal was the worst I ever felt," I say to her as I walk away from her. I turn back towards her for just a second. "Maybe one day, we can be friends again, but for now, I see no reason to be friends with you," I say as I turn once more and walk the opposite direction of my group. I feel something pulling me forward. Calling out to me. "Ash, we need to get going." I nod and leave the brooklet with Misty following us out. When we got outside, the police came and took Misty away for conspiracy to murder, and poke theft. "Hey Ash, who was that lady?" Lana asks me as we enter the Pokémon Center to heal. "She was a girl I met after I traveled with Verity and Sorrel," I say as I take out a picture of me and all my friends the night before the betrayal. We were all smiling as I held the second place trophy over my head. Who knew that that was all a farce? I owed her a bike because my original partner fried her bike, I say to Lana as I smile. We traveled the rest of Kanto, and all of the Orange Islands, and Johto, together. In every region she was like my sister, helping me when she could, getting jealous of a girl named Melody who was flirting with me. I say to her as memories come back to me. They were once happy, but now all they were dark reminders that she left me for dead. After Johto she went home and I only saw her a couple of times after that when I traveled to Kanto for the Battle Frontier. I explain as I pull out another picture and show Lana. Even more memories flooded my mind, and it made me angry. I battled the Frontier and I won, trainers stronger than any Elite Four. It only took me about 10 battles total. Yet when it came to a tournament and I lose, I get betrayed. I am the Orange Island champion and that is not an achievement to them. She was the first to speak the night of my betrayal, calling me weak and useless, saying that all my victories were flukes. I say as those memories come back to me. But now I feel better. She is no longer in my life, and instead I have 3 gorgeous girls in my life, 2 are dating me and the 3rd is standing next to me. I say to her as she blushes. Remember, Chosen One, what Lugia told you, the Keeper of the Brooklet and the Maiden of the Jungle shall be an important part of your journey. Marshadao said in my head. Want to join me, Lana, on a journey across Alola? I ask her as we leave the Poke Center. She just shakes her head. Unfortunately, I have a father who is trying to get me to stop being a trial captain, so I seriously doubt he would let me travel the region with a boy, his 2 girlfriends, and their friend who is also the boy's rival. She says as we continue to walk, we had walked to Route 5 where there were 2 Sudowoodo blocking the way. When they saw our Z crystals they quickly ran off and unblocked the path. Me and Lana continued to walk down the path while Hao, Lily, Verity, and Lana's 2 sisters walked into a plaza-looking place. I caught a quick glance of a tournament hall and that kid that Lily has a picture of. We walked into a tunnel with tons of gleaming stones, and sometimes a Zubat or two would fly overhead. As we pass a mine-like area, I see an EV laying on the ground badly beaten with a few bigger Pokémon looking over it with smirks. Counting the Pokémon, I saw that there were 5. There was a strange dragon. Like Pokémon with golden scales and what appeared to be knuckles. There was a Tyranitar, a Garchomp, Charizard, a Salamence, and an Aggron. They began to close in on EV when a Litten jumped in front of the EV and stared them all down. I saw this and knew he needed help. I drew Mimikyu's Pokeball and threw it out. Mimikyu, help him out. I shout as my ghost friend appears. Wobbuffet, give Ash some assistance. I hear an all-too-familiar voice say behind me as a blue Pokémon appears alongside Mimikyu. Jessie, what are you doing here? I say as the Pinkette steps beside me. Helping. She said as she pulled out a Z-ring. Listen to me, Ash, before I lived in Kanto, I lived here in Alola, I was the original trial captain for the Psychium Z Crystal. She says as she shows me the Z Crystal. I nod and stand next to her. Oh, even more weaklings, let's see if you can beat me. I hear a voice say as I grow angry. It was Tobias, but where was his Latios and Darkrai? Tobias. I say as I crouch down. Well, look who it is, Ketchum, the reason I no longer have those weak legendaries. He says with a smirk. What did you do with them? I say as Litten and Mimikyu get into a battle-ready stance. I severely beat them and left them for dead by some ruins when they lost to a weak Pokémon. That's when my aura sprang to life. He disrespected what were basically gods to people, but also who were my friends. This was not allowed. Mimikyu, you have 5 targets, they all need to fall. I say as he nods to me. Litten looked to me and ran over to Eevee and dragged her to me. Lit. It says to me and points to a Pokeball on my belt, then Eevee and himself. You got it, Litten. I say as I pull out 2 Pokeballs and tap Eevee. It pinged instantly and teleported to the lab. Alright, Litten, you and me together. He nods and taps the other Pokeball with his paw. I grab Crabrawler Pokeball and send it to the lab. Alright, Litten, come on out. I say as the small cat-like Pokemon appears on the ground. Mimikyu, Litten together. I say as they nod. I see blue hues spread across them both and they smile at me. Litten, Ember on Aggron. I say as he rushes forward. Charizard tries to get in the cat's way only for Mimikyu to knock the dragon back with Play Rough. Salamence, stop that fur ball, use Dragon Pulse. Tobias says only for Mimikyu to step in front of the attack and do the same to Salamence that he did to Charizard. The difference is that Salamence fell to the ground and fainted. Worthless Pokemon. Tobias said as he pulled out a Pokeball and snapped it in half. My world slowed down and became red. Tobias had just sealed his fate. Mimikyu, get into stance. He nodded to me and Litten jumped back and stood next to her. The two nodded to each other and stared down the opponent. Garchomp Surf, knock them both out. Tobias yells and I smirk. And as the surf got closer I nodded to Mimikyu, who jumped in front and waited for my command. Mirror Coat Wobbuffet, send that power back. I hear Jessie say as the blue Pokemon jumps in front of both of my Pokemon and makes a rainbow barrier appear around himself and absorbs the power and sends it back to the Tyranitar. Wobbuffet jumps back and stands next to Mimikyu and Litten. Alright, you two as a team. They nod and I take my stance. Cross over the chest, to my sides, then forward. I stop and look to my left and see that Jessie is following my movements. She had been holding off the Tyranitar on her own with Wobbuffet and got what I was doing. She nodded to me as we slid our arms to the side. Then took one to the other side. Then crossed at our chest once more and called it out. Z-Mimic, Breakneck Blitz, Hydro Vortex, Draconic Rage. We yelled together as the 3 attacks surrounded our Pokemon, who dove into action, performing them flawlessly. The 5 Pokemon before us all fell to their knees and Tobias crushed their Pokeballs in his hands. The Pokemon howled in pain as the Pokeballs turned to dust. I pulled out 5 more Pokeballs and got the professor on the phone. Professor, I need a trainer's license revoked ASAP. He just abandoned 5 Pokemon who are injured from battle, sending them your way now. I said as I threw the 5 Pokeballs which all glowed teleported away to the lab, to be healed. Tobias is the trainer's name, he is leaving Diglett Cave. The professor responded accordingly. I heard the sound of an emergency Pokeball release sound and then I heard the sound of sirens. He was captured. The professor says to me as I nod and me and Lana continue our walk through the cave. As we leave the cave we see the police have Tobias in cuffs as he tries to escape. I walk past and he doesn't say a word to me. He knows that I have finally beaten him. It felt good. Then something happens, 2 Pokeballs fall out of his pocket and roll towards me. I pick them up and look at them. I then walk over to Tobias and look him dead in the eyes. You never released the legendaries, did you? He nods. Those Pokemon you had, they weren't yours, were they? They were trainers. He abused them and you stole them to save their lives. The act was to make me think they were your Pokemon, so that I wouldn't hold back, so that I would believe that you were angry, so angry that you would break their Pokeballs if they lost. He nods again. You wanted me to capture those Pokemon and send them back to my dad to have them healed, and because you don't have a professor you needed someone that you knew did, you were watching me. He nods again. Officer released this kid, he did nothing wrong. They nod and he pulls out a badge. I work with your friend Cross, he heard about the traitors and what happened to you from this region's champion. He also told me that those 5 would need a trainer like you, to become stronger, to heal from the mental scars their trainer out on them. I nodded, then I passed him the 2 Pokeballs but he pushed them away. These 2 were looking for you for a while, keep them safe, I have my other Pokemon, they were just looking for you, asking to be brought to you. I nod and the Pokeballs turn to Cherish Ball and teleport to the lab. Tobias nods to the officers who pat him on the back and laugh. Hey Ash, mind if I travel with you to the next town, my transfer is waiting for me there. I nod and we walk down the road. Lily POV. Lana was a close friend of mine, since I first traveled the region with Sun and Moon, the 2 brothers, one went to work with my mother and the other went and became the champion. But now my mom is at it again. She sent Moon somewhere. And Sun is out of the region dealing with Ash's friends. That Misty chick made 3 that attacked him. Which means somewhere someone told the others where he was. Maybe my mom was behind this somehow. I say under my breath. I walk into the Poke Center and see that Ash and Lana are no longer with us. Hey guys, have you seen Ash and Lana? I ask the other 2 as they both shake their heads. They left a while ago. I think they missed the turn the 2 of them were talking about Ash's past with Misty. Verity says as she puts her Pokemon in the tray to heal, how does the same. I just shrug my shoulders and walk outside and see if the 2 return throughout the night. When it became late I began to worry. The 2 had wandered off a little while ago. I was worried, yes, but not scared because I knew that Ash was strong enough to take care of both of them. Ash POV. We entered a small town with some fancy buildings and a lighthouse. We walked through the town and looked at each building. Lana explained that she lived here as well as one of the other trial captains and the Kahuna. Hey Lana, where are your sisters? I say as I realize that her sisters came with us but were not with us now. I smiled at that because it meant that I couldn't be here, but with the help of the trial captain I was. Choose one to come to the docks, we are waiting for you there. I hear a female voice say in my mind that I knew that voice from somewhere, but where? I grabbed Lana's arm and began to pull her through the town. Left at the next corner, then rush forward. The voice says to me. I run faster and faster. Infusing my aura into my muscles and lungs. Jumping over people and running on walls. As I get close to the voice grows silent. When I arrived at the dock, there were 4 people standing on the end. The first looked a lot like Gary except his eyes were a deep blue and there was a Blastoise behind him. The person standing next to him was a girl in a yellow sundress, not sure if this is correct, just always pictured her like this. She had a Pidgey on her arm and seemed to be having an adamant conversation with the bird. Behind her was a girl with a very big sun hat on her head with a red skirt. She had a blue top with a white collar with a red bag over her shoulder, her leaf green attire. She had a Venusaur behind her and the Pokémon had a mega band around its tree. The stone firmly locked into the band. But they were not the ones I was focused on. There was a man who looked like me, standing behind them all. Behind him was a Charizard with a mega gauntlet on its left arm. At the center of the gauntlet was a black and blue stone. I knew all too well from when I fought a similar Charizard in Kalos. The man himself had raven black hair, with a red ball cap on his head. He also had a red jacket, his soul silver clothes. He radiated power and made me back up. This was a scary group of people, apart they were powerful, together they were one unstoppable team. Red, the reigning champion of Kanto, flew above the docks on his Charizard, the others were Blue Oak, Green, and their friend Yellow. The four most powerful trainers in the world. And they were all looking at me. Chapter 6, Kissing Water, A Fiery Battle. This is a warning I forgot to give. I will have a pretty sporadic updating schedule mostly because of life. I recently got kicked out of my house and I just found a home and got the internet. Thanks for being patient and still reading. Ash POV. I stood on the docks as the five of us stared each other down. Brother. I say as he nods to me. Red, you didn't tell me you had a brother, let alone that it was Ash, and Ash, you didn't tell me that your brother was Red. Yellow shouted as she walked over to me and began to slide my hair. She was like that really hyper aunt that always gave you sugar. And whenever she was around, you couldn't help but be really hyper as well. It never came up, Yellow, however that doesn't mean that I like who my brother is. He was never in my life and always away for so long. He never showed up to birthdays and when I needed him most he wasn't there. I say with a glare towards my brother. The betrayal I felt from my friends is one of the worst feelings I have ever felt. To find out that I saved those people's lives, to find out that I am this world's savior and I saved those people. I say as the anger begins to boil over. I took a deep breath and relaxed. I could feel the anger dissipate, turn to nothing in my sea of emotion, replaced by hope. I am so sorry, Ash, should have been there, but I have to say, look at how you turned out. 2 girlfriends making it to second place in the Kalos Championship, and becoming champion of the Orange Islands. I nodded and thought about how he was right. I am stronger than I thought I was. They only knew a small amount of my true strength and that was also a minimum of what I could do. You know you're right, Red, however Mom said you had died, so I was adopted by Professor Kukui. He is my brother now. I know it is only for 2 years but still he is there for me. He also taught me about Alola. What have you taught me? I say, and he smirks. Nothing, that is correct, so I am going to make you a proposition. You become champion of Alola, we meet on the battlefield and I want to see how powerful you are. I nod and he jumps on his Charizard and flies away. The other 4 nod to me and fly away on their own flying Pokémon, returning the ones that were on the docks. You know, if that was your real brother, that sounded like a challenge. I nodded and smirked. It was a test to see if he would change his ways. He seems to want to change his life a little, if not a little then a lot. I say as she smiles at me and I walk over to her. Only to be stopped when I felt a small appendage tap the back of my hand. Papa. I hear his voice say as I turn around. Manaphy, what are you doing here? I ask as I get down to his level. I'm here to join you. I nodded and pulled out 3 Cherish Ball and put one on the ground in front of him. He tapped it and the ball pinged without shaking. Welcome back to the family, Manaphy. I say as the ball glows and is transported back to the lab. Lana smiles and walks over to me. I saw Manaphy a couple days ago. He was with Kyogre and helped heal her. They said they were looking for the chosen one who was also here on the island and was close to the trial site. She says as she hands me a blue orb. I never told anyone about this since then, but I found this orb after Kyogre left. I thought it was important. I pushed the orb towards her. Take it back to the brooklet and place it where she last was. If Kyogre wants me to have it, then she will bring it to me. However, if you found it, then you keep it. I blush and start to call myself stupid in my head. She never said that she was going to give it to me. It may be special to her and it may not even be related to Kyogre. I think it is related to Kyogre, so if one day you need it, just ask. I nod and begin to walk back towards the Poke Center, leaving Lana on the docks. When I arrived at the center, I realized I still had to take on the trial on Wella Volcano, so I began to talk to people and even the nurse Joy to see what information I could receive on it. Once I had gathered enough information on the Wella Volcano trial site and how to get there from there, I began to search through my map and Pokémon to gather those I thought would be helpful in the trial. Thank you, Joy, I'll be on my way. I finally say to her as I gather my Pokémon and leave the center. Walking through the Diglett cave, I begin to think back to what Red told me. He is my brother after all, but I need to know that he wants to change and amend for what he did to me. Growing up without a brother was way harder than most people realize. Then my mother betrayed me like that, and it made me realize that I had no one else in Kanto. Verity had left to go back to Sinnoh, and Sorrel was currently in Unova observing the legends of the region. He sends me text from time to time, however they were always just asking me how far I was in my journey. When I told him that I was in Unova, he had told me that he was sent to Johto for rest and relaxation and to put his notes into a book. As I walked and thought, I felt a strong aura behind me. When I realized that this aura was following me, I started to run. Chosen One, I feel Necrozma behind you. I hear Marshadao say as I walk closer to the entrance. I can feel it to my friend. I say as I walk through the exit and turn the corner, diving behind a bush and pulling out a Pokeball. I crouched down when the person walked out through the cave entryway. I know he traveled this way. Hey Purple, you see where he went? I hear a female voice say as I quietly and sneakily move behind the hedge. No, I don't, Scar, but that feeling, he is around here somewhere. I hear a hollow masculine voice say. This was someone I knew from my past. He was on the island that day that I met Mutwo. He was also in the cave when I went to Johto and saw Mutwo once more there. Mutwo is that Purple, your hero. I say telepathically to the psychic Pokemon. I get nothing for a while, but then I hear him. No, they are clones like me, Ash. They were the first human clones. There were about 8 in total and only one of them failed. He says to me, and I become nervous. Mutwo, teleport me to my friends and then we are talking about this. I say as I feel the familiar energy of the psychic Pokemon, and then I am standing at the mouth of a volcano. We are here, Ash. He says as he appears next to me. Alright Mutwo, what do you mean human clones, and how many are here in Alola, and why are they searching for me? I say as I begin to panic. They are more than likely trying to meet their brother, the only person in the world to have ever survived a cross attack from 2 signature moves of legendaries. He says as he looks at me and pulls a picture out from his cloak. I made them, using the DNA of the person who made me realize that humans weren't all like the one who had trapped me in that test tube. I raised them just like your mother would. Cloned them from your DNA from when you went through the machine, however the only 7 of 8 survived, and each with something unique about them. He pointed to the first person. This is codename Purple, the first successful human clone. I gave him the cloned Pikachu and he went on to be just like you, however he is missing something, the ability to see, so his sister Grimm helps him see, her eyes the color of blood. That is how she got her name. He says, pointing to a girl with blood-red eyes and a ruby-red hooded cloak on. The two were almost inseparable. But of course nothing is perfect. Her blood is black and she has nerves of steel. Literally, she can't feel pain and seems to hate life itself. He says as tears come to his eyes. The next one is Scarlet, named for her birthmark of an upside blue triangle, just like Latia's, and so I named her for this. Her and Azul, named for Latios, had an inseparable bond but held a similar issue. Neither one can survive without the other. She can't see and he can't hear, so they use their psychic abilities to help the other. He shows me a set of twins with blue and red cloaks on, and on their wrists are the marks. The next is Gray. he seemed to hold both ideals for a perfect world and a truth that would never come true. He can't ever move because his thoughts are stuck there. This is his malfunction. He can never find love because his perfect world holds no emotion and his truth always tells him that he needs emotion. He says as he points to a kid holding a Vulpix. Him and that Vulpix were the same. Both locked in a battle of what the world should look like and what it is. Mutwo said as tears began to fall from his eyes. The last two are Z and Stars, both were a little crazy in their own way. Z was a neat freak and always had to have order, while Stars was so young she had no idea what her problem was. She didn't really understand the world. Although she was gifted with the ability to understand Pokémon. He says as he actually smiles. They are all my children, always have been, and when the world first saw them, they took them from me and tried to capture me. Arceus saved me, but they were separate and each grew to hate the world. Scarlet and Azul were bullied to the point where they ran away, using their psychic abilities to help the other. When they met up they started traveling the world. I don't know anything of the other 5, but I met up with Azul about a week before I joined you, and that is what he told me. I nodded my understanding, so he used the DNA of me to make copies of me, so that he had friends. Alright, then we have to assume they want something, and that may be either to help me or hurt me. I jumped when I felt something touch my back. You know, you should really keep your guard up at all times. I hear a male voice say behind me. Yeah, and you should really not sneak up on me, Max, this will not be a repeat of last time. I say, drawing a Pokeball. I was so happy that you were dead. I could never learn anything from you, always losing in a league, never using your stronger Pokémon, so I am here to defeat you, once more, and then I am going to kill you. He said as I looked up to the top of the volcano. Meet me at the top, and we shall see who is more powerful. I say and begin to walk up the side of the volcano. As I climb I run into a Pokémon that looks like a salamander with a bandit's hood. Hey little buddy, I am only going to the top. The Pokémon looked up and nodded and then went back into its den. I smiled and continued to climb. The Pokémon then came back out of the den and started to follow me. Huh, Saladin, are you sure he's the one? Looks like his soul had no fire to it. Not like it once did. I hear a voice say, and I turn and see my friends and Lana standing there. Hey guys, what are you doing here? How don't you have a trial to get to? I ask and he just smiles and points to the top. It's up there, it's the fire trial and it's at the top of Wella Volcano. I nodded and turned to the Saladin. You want to come with me, don't you? He nods and I pull out a Pokeball. Welcome to the team. I tap his head and he is SCKED in and the ball shakes. Once, twice, then pings. I grab the Pokeball and replace it on my belt and send Rowlet back home. Rest well, little buddy. I may need you soon. I say as I walk up the mountain more. When I get to the top, Max is returning a Galade to its Pokeball. So I see you teleported yourself up here. I say as I pull out a Pokeball. Yeah, what's it to you? After all, you never did that or even caught a psychic-type Pokémon for that matter. He says in a snarky tone. At least I had the courage to grow stronger on the way up, but then again I wouldn't expect you to understand, after all you probably don't even have a Mega Ring. I say as a retort. Whatever, let's just get this over with. What are the rules, weakling? I smirked and looked around the arena and focused on him. No holds barred on Mega Evolution and Pokémon. Z moves are allowed and none of this should matter since you seem to think that you can defeat me. I say and he nods. Full 6-on-6 battle, I win. I get the Pokémon that you stole from me, and that is if you have any, and I will know if you do. I say and he nods again. I would have given them back to you anyway, they are completely useless. He says and I just smirk. If only he knew. Alrighty then, let's begin. Max, you may have first moved. I say as I grab my first Pokeball. Lycanroc seems like a good move. Maybe even Litten, but I really want to see him against my wolf. Alright weakling, let's see how you stand against me. Max said, drawing his first Pokeball. Sceptile, show him true power. he said as his Pokeball snapped open. Lycanroc show no mercy. I say, throwing my Pokeball forward. It snapped open and revealed my Halloween wolf Pokemon. Sceptile, start out strong, use Leaf Blade. Max said as I smirked. Lycanroc, use Fire Fang to stop the grass energy. I say as fire dances across Lycanroc's fangs. Sceptile's blades don't even scratch my Pokemon, and eventually Lycanroc is able to get through and burn the lizard Pokemon. Sceptile, quickly use Feint. I smirk as the barrier disappears. Lycanroc, wait till he gets close, then use full-powered Fire Fang. I say as Lycanroc charges the attack and white-hot flames dance across his fangs. Sceptile screams in pain as the fire overtakes its form just from a simple bite. There is a split second as Sceptile falls to the ground. How is this possible? Lycanroc is not even fully evolved. Max says as he returns his fallen Pokemon. You didn't count for me actually being a genius. Sceptile is strong, yes, however, moves such as Leaf Blade and Feint are only powerful when they hit. Lycanroc are also smaller, making them more agile. Oh, and Lycanroc is fully evolved, you little twit, you obviously don't know what you're doing. I say as I return Lycanroc. Choose your next Pokemon. I say as I pull out my next Pokeball. Swallow, let's go. Max yells as he throws the Swallow Pokemon out. Crabrawler, show them the strength that is Alola. I say as I throw the Pokeball forward. The crab Pokemon appeared and foamed at the mouth. Alright Crabrawler, I'll make you a deal, you beat this Pokemon in under a minute, I'll let you stay at the lab and train with my other Pokemon. It got a sparkle in its eyes and slammed its fist into the ground. Alright Swallow, take to the air, use Aerial Ace. Max said as he pointed towards Crabrawler. Crabrawler, use Ice Beam, then follow through with Rock Tomb. I say with a smirk on my face. As Swallow approached, Crabrawler fired his Ice Beam, which froze his wings, then Rock slammed down onto the Swallow Pokemon. There is a large smoke and dust cloud, exploding around the two Pokemon. Swallow, if you can still fight, use an Air Cutter. Max yells out of desperation. Crabrawler, throw your prey. I say as Swallow is thrown out of the smoke. Swallow is unable to continue, the winner is Crabrawler. The ref says as I return him. Max Maple, send out the next Pokemon. Max seems to panic, it's like he never expected me to make it this far. Might Tiana drop him a peg or two? Saladin, show him up. I say as the small salamander-like Pokemon appears. Might Tiana use Dark Pulse. Max yells as he fires a beam of dark energy at my bee-like Pokemon. Saladin, take the hit and fire a flamethrower. I say to my salamander Pokemon. There is a bright flash of energy that seems to take my Tiana out in one hit. My Tiana is unable to continue, the winner is Saladin. The ref says as I return Saladin. That is 3-0 Max, where is that power I know you to have? Don't taunt me. Breloom, take the stage. Max yelled as he threw the Pokeball forward. Trumbeak, let's dance. Trumbeak appeared, he looked at Max and there was a quiet stare down. Breloom, remember when we fought one of these when we first got here, now use Leech Seed. He yells. I smirk, Aerial Ace to dodge, then use Peck to hit him. I say as Trumbeak uses the moves called out. Trumbeak, get ready, we're using it. She nods to me and jumps towards me. Alright, here we go. Cross over my chest, then forward cross arms, crouch down, jump up, flap arms like wings, the bow down and Superman punch. This is for our family, Supersonic Skystrike. I yell as Z-energy surrounds Trumbeak. Trumbeak rushes into the air and disappears into the light of the sun, she then rushes towards Breloom quickly and without fault. This is the power of a Pokemon and trainer with very little of a bond. Max, the Z-move is the strength of the world, and the stronger the bond between Pokemon and trainer, the stronger the Z-move. I say as Breloom falls to the ground with swirls for eyes. Alright, this is the last round. I say as I return Trumbeak. Pikachu, this is it, your chance to prove Ash wrong. Max says as I pull out my last Pokeball. The yellow rat ran out from behind Max and sparked its cheeks. Mutwo, it is time to end this. What did he call it? Ah yes, farce. I say, throw the Pokeball forward. Pikachu, get ready, this will be a little different. Max yells as my clone Pokemon appears. Alright Ash, I am with you. He says as I pull out my Mega Ring. Show the world our true power, my brother in arms. Mutwo evolves beyond evolution. Mega Evolve. I yell as energy travels down from my ring and his amulet, the energy rays connect and then a pink glow travels around Mutwo. The orbs shatter and there he was. Mutwo, why, he kinda looked like Frisia from DBZ and seemed to have that evil smirk to him. Pikachu, use Thunderbolt and try to knock him out now. Max yells out of desperation. Pikachu uses the attack and Mutwo takes it. It doesn't seem to bother him as he just shakes it off. You call that an attack, rodent? Now I know why the clone is stronger, he is loyal. Also nice try, dumb, but, next time give it, at least your B game, then I may actually feel it. Mutwo said to Pikachu as he grabbed him and began to us close combat. He's out of control, stop him. Max yelled as I put my hand up and Mutwo stopped. You think he is out of control, he is just using instincts, unlike you who relies on someone else's trained Pokemon. You don't even remember some of the combos I trained him to do. I say as I put my hand down and Mutwo charges an aura sphere. Fire now Mutwo. I say as he fires the sphere at the rat in front of him who wasn't fast enough to dodge the attack and took a major attack. As the metaphorical dust clears, Pikachu is fainted and unable to continue. Pikachu has fainted, the winner by a landslide is Ash Ketchum of Melee Island. Max fell to his knees as he realized that he didn't know my true power, how each and every one of my Pokemon are trained to the maximum, even with my weakest team I won against his strongest. Something that wasn't ever heard of in my records. What, you thought that I was losing those tournaments because I was weak, Max? No, I lost on purpose so that I always had a reason to travel the world. Go to new regions, make new friends, and Max, you were one of those friends. It's amazing that I am now standing here, stronger than ever, to take the revenge on the one that attempted to kill me once, and this is my reason to have continued. I have new friends, and the beginnings of a new family, so let this be a warning to the remainder of people with my Pokemon. Come to me and I will defeat you. Now head down the mountain and head to the nearest police station. Turn yourself in and I will know. If you don't. I say as I turn back towards my girls and how. Ash, just one more thing. I hear Max say as he turns back around. He then lunges forward and a utility knife pierces my skin. When someone kills you, stay dead. Max says as he throws my Pokemon down next to me. These are the 6 I stole. Pikachu has decided to stay with me. Enjoy the next 15 minutes of your miserable life. He says as he walks over to Lily and Verity and kisses them both on the lips. Rage fueled my aura as it quickly healed my wounds as I stood back up and grabbed Max. My miserable life was caused by you, so I am going to end yours. I grabbed him by the throat, aura began to seep into him from my hand as he began to smoke. You feel that, Max? It's the power of aura, just like at the Tree of Beginning. I am using your own to slowly kill you. I say in a voice that sounds distorted and not my own. Then I felt someone walk over to me and kiss me on the lips. I feel power pass through me, the aura of integrity flows through me. Dark blue aura flared to life around my white and light blue aura. Calm down, Ash, we are here for you. I hear the girl says, her voice sounds familiar but not like Lily or Verity's. Go Lana. I hear Lily yell and a clapping-like sound from Verity's general direction. I drop Max, who scurries away from me as I watch him leave. I then fell to my knees exhausted. I needed to learn to control my aura. But for right now I needed to figure out who kissed me. When my vision returned to normal I saw Lana's blue hair resting against my chest and heard her sobbing. Lana, you okay? I asked as she looked up at my face. I like you, Ash, and seeing you grab that kid by the throat and see him begin to smoke and die, made me scared because I wouldn't have had the chance to tell you, I would never see you again. She brought me in and kissed me again. The two girls behind me cheered. But why do you like me? I did nothing for you, I never even gave you a reason to. I say as she just pulls herself closer to me. You did more than you realize. She says as Verity comes over and pulls her off me and hugs her. Welcome to the family. She says in her ear and pulls her over to Lily, who hugs her as well. I look at the three girls and watch as they high-five each other. Lily has seemed to calm down about the harem thing that Lugia told us would happen, and she seemed happy to have more girl power. I smiled as I looked towards the top of the volcano. I nodded to Hao and the two of us entered the area. Hao POV. That power that Ash just gave off scared Lana. Nothing scared that girl, and I should know because we went to the same school together, and she only had one fear, the dark. If an area was pitch black she would not go in there. Most say it was because she had met Marshadao and he showed his power to her. I think it was because of her dad who had become a drunk. But Ash must have saved her because she walked back to us through Diglett Cave and stopped Ash. Even confessed to him. This was a very different Lana, and all because Ash came into her life. I was so happy for her and so thankful for him. Hey Ash, while we got some time together I would like to thank you for helping Lana get out of her shell, as well as Lily. He nodded and we continued to walk up the steps to the top of the volcano. At the top was a pedestal where a red Z crystal stood. There was a feeling in the air, determination filled me and my Pokémon. I got this Ash. Careful trainer, the totem Pokémon is quite powerful. I hear a person say, but I still walk forward and touch the crystal. I hear the cry of a name and hear the sound of a bone scraping against the ground. Ah, Marowak has chosen to face you. I hear the voice behind me say. A giant Alolan Marowak variant appears and stares me down. I smirk and pull out my first Pokémon. Eevee, take the stage. I say as the normal type appears on the ground. It lets off a cute little cry of its name and stares back at the Marowak. I hear Ash step off the field and pull out his Pokédex and begin to switch his team. Eevee, let's show him how we do this. She nods to me and begins to dance. Double team try to confuse him. I say as Eevee begins to move and jump over attacks such as Flame Burst and Shadow Ball. Fake copies of Eevee begin to dance with Eevee, each one following the same movements of her. Eevee, use his confusion and your agility to your advantage. Shadow Ball rapid fire. I yell out as she follows the command but uses the copies and moves rapidly at different angles. All without getting hit by the attacks from the Marowak. Then the Marowak did something unexpected, it cried out a call for help. There was a brief moment where nothing happened, but then a Salazzle appeared next to Marowak. He let off a cry of his name and faced me. Eevee, it's time to step it up, double team once more, bigger ring. I say as she begins to move faster and faster. I then pull out my Normalium Z crystal and get into stance. Together Eevee, here we go. Cross in front of chest, to the side, cross forward, slide face down, palms to the side, below my waist, move one to the other side above my head, make them fist, take the one below and make the arm diagonal under my chest, take the other one and make it diagonal above my on the upper part of my chest and call out the attack. Z double team. I yell out as Eevee moves faster and faster, making it a point to her two opponents that she wasn't afraid. The battle continued well into the night. I was trying to wear out the totem Pokémon so that when I attacked it wouldn't be able to dodge or counter. The Salazzle was not an issue, it was just a strong enemy that kept trying to hit me. One more time Eevee, use Sand Attack to lower their accuracy. Eevee followed the command and blinded the Pokémon. I smiled and she nodded to me, but then a blinding glow spread throughout the sky. Its center point is Eevee. When the glow died before me was not the Eevee that was my friend, now there was my new friend Umbreon. Alright Umbreon, you evolved. She becomes excited and begins to jump around. Alright, here we go, Dark Pulse hit Marowak. I yell as she nods and fires a beam of energy, that looks like chains at the Marowak, only for the Salazzle to take the hit instead and faint on contact. Don't let up fire Shadow Ball rapid fire. She nodded and began to dance around the ghost fire type's attacks. Finally when the Shadow Ball began to hit the Marowak the Pokémon fell to his knees with swirls for eyes. It then stood back up and shocked it off then threw a crystal at me. He then scurried away. Alright Umbreon, we did it. We high-five and jump off the platform. Well done How, and look at that Marowak gave you the crystal. Kiawe the fire captain said to me as I realized it was him who was talking earlier in the battle. Thanks, alright Ash, you're up. He nodded and walked onto the stage. He held a Pokeball tightly in his hands. Been a while since we battled together, my friend. He says as he enlarges the Pokeball and chucks it forward. A Squirtle appears and foams at the mouth. Alright buddy here we go. He says as a giant Salazzle appears and gurgles out its name. The Squirtle smirks and gets into a battle stance. However he walks back to Ash and pulls out another Pokeball and hands it to Ash. Buddy I want to battle with you. The Squirtle shakes his head and points at the Pokeball again. Alright but you need to rest outside. Squirtle nods and runs over towards Kiawe and myself as I begin to shake in my boots. What was Ash about to bring out that a Pokémon such as this Squirtle was afraid of, for that matter why was Verity taking some steps back? Rise my dragon, Charizard take the stage. He says as a giant crimson-red dragon appears, on one of its arms in a black and blue cat's eye stone, it rests within what appears to be a gauntlet. The power that this Charizard radiates scares me, I had never felt such an intense flame before, what was I thinking that Ash was a new trainer? To have a Goodra took years of training, but this Charizard was something else. The Salazzle smiles and the Marowak from before appears again seeing the Charizard, the fire ghost type smiles. They both send out a cry and their partner Pokemon appear. Ash POV. Alright buddy how you feeling? He shrugs his shoulders. Well they want to see our power together. He nods and taps his stone and I nod. Bond that has been tested time and time again, that stretches from the start of our journey together, reveal our true power, Charizard evolve beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. I yell the last part and a pink energy sphere wraps around Charizard then shatters. In his place is a black and blue Charizard with blue fire spewing from its mouth. The flame on its tail, igniting as a new cooler blue. Charizard use Inferno to knock that Salazzle out. Ash says as I look at him and see that his eye color matches that of the flames of his Charizard. Sure enough blue flames spew forth from the dragon's mouth and slam into Salazzle and cause it to be pushed back. There is a moment where it stands only to fall. The other three Pokemon begin to fire attacks rapid fire to try and put the dragon down. Charizard show them our true bond. He nods and then his red eyes change to a blue that matches his own. Flamethrower. Ash yells as a jet of white and blue flames is launched at a Salandit who had joined the battle. Salazzle's partner Pokemon falls to the ground fainted. The other Salazzle also gets hit and faints from the power output of this Charizard. The Marowak looks at the Charizard and rushes forward firing off Blast Burns and Will-O-Wisp to try and hit the Charizard and knock him off his feet. Only then to be slammed in the face by a Thunder Punch and fall. And that is a checkmate. Ash says as Charizard reverts to his normal form. The Salazzle and Marowak nod and walk forward. The Salazzle hands him a Z-Crystal and the Marowak hands him an egg. Well done Ash, you have done something only a few have ever done, given a good battle to the totem Pokemon. I smile as I look at the monstrous Pokemon that stands next to him, to have that much power is incredible. Thanks, Charizard. He says returning the Pokemon and sending it back to the lab. He walks over to Kiawe and me and we high-five. Alright let's get back to the girls, hope they are fine. I say as the three of us walk away from the battlefield. As we walk away I turn around and see a Heatran standing next to what looks like a white stone and tap on Ash's shoulder. Ash is that Heatran, he turns and nods. I guess he wants to join me now. He says walking down to the Pokemon who hands him the white stone then allows him to tap him on the head with a Cherish Ball. Welcome to the family you two. he says and meets us up with us once more. Chapter 7, Ash POV, Well, a Volcano. I had just received the light stone. But it wasn't asleep like last time. It was speaking to me. So chosen one, you finally got not just one girl, but 3 that have fallen deeply in love with you, a bond so strong from the moment your eyes meet. The bond which is so strong it has begun to repair your broken soul. I hear the feminine voice of X Harem say to me. I start to laugh and use my aura to talk back to X Harem. Yes, but I know you know the truth, X Harem, were they right? Am I a fluke? Are all my victories, all my exploits, all my experiences, are they all a farce that were just my extreme good luck? I said to the vast white Pokémon as I held the light stone. According to Hao and his memories of that day, my aura had surrounded me and the stone. No, chosen one. No amount of luck would have allowed you to do what you did. You have 52 gym badges, which I am told is a great feat, especially from a trainer so young. A champion of the Orange Island, a league I have been told is feared as the gyms there have no type specialty. The point of contention that those worthless humans had is that you were using Pokémon that, and I see that they did more damage than even Shalebi realized. Good thing you met those girls, they seem to have restored small pieces of your heart. You're a little more patient since meeting that Lily girl. Your justice is not bad, nor is it too peaceful. You are right where you need to be. B and what is this? Your humor is restored. That's a lot of time with that Lana girl. She says to me as I realize that all the girls I love have been helping me gain my soul back, and helping my aura to grow. But why was that happening? What was my aura so strong for? Was it something to do with all the legendaries appearing before me? I see that you are curious about why your aura is spiking the way it has been. Well, there is an evil presence here in Alola. It's spiking because you can help save the islands. So learn to control it, train hard, and remember there is always someone that loves you. X Harem says as I feel her presence vanish from my head. I thought about it more as well. If it wasn't for my friends leaving me to die in that wood, then I wouldn't have been sent here to Alola, I wouldn't have gotten my girlfriends, I wouldn't have become friends with Hao, I would still be training for the next challenge, the next battle. But I would still be holding my punches, still holding back my power. But since leaving I no longer held back my battle ability, defeating Serena's Absol, Mega evolved with a newly evolved Lycanroc, that took power, training, and ability. I also now held 9 Z crystals and each one had been a victory that I did while showing my power. It was truly who I was, I had called to the power and it had answered. But it's not just thanks to my power either. It was thanks to my team, to my friends, to my girls, my missing pieces. I smile and look at the 3 of them as I leave the trial site, Charizard right behind me still evolved. Did you win, Ash? Lily asks me as I pull out the Firium Z and hold it up for the world to see. You did it. Lana before all 3 rush and tackle me. Trapping me under them and hugging me. We all got up from our pile and decided to walk down the mountain. Kiawe came with us as he had to take Salazzle and Marowak to the Poke Center in town. We were on our way back down the mountain when I realized that I just mega evolved myself. I would never have done that around the traitors. My aura sprang to life to save me when Max went to stab me, and that was because of my girls. I now had a reason to live. The trial Pokémon following us seemed to pick up on my thoughts and smiled. They probably even knew what X Harem had said to me in the stone. We had finally reached the bottom of the mountain. When Kiawe looked back they pointed to me and his bag. Ash, that fire of yours, I have only seen that from one other trainer and he disappeared years ago. His name was Sunday. Not a nickname, that was his actual name, and I believe Miss Lily's mom knows who I am talking about. After all, Sun had to save her from a UB. Kiwi says, and I look up. But that Charizard of yours, I have never felt a fire so strong in my life. A bond that strong, and that fierce takes years of training and almost if not absolute trust between partners. So as thanks for showing me that bond, allow me to give you something that may or may not help you as you progress. He pulled out a cat's marble-like stone that had an orange and red eye. I felt the power from the stone and recognized what it was. It was a chunk of, that's Charizardite. Why, right. He nods and I look at the stone. I can't take that from you, Kiawe. This is something that you work hard to find, something that you should use on a Charizard of your own. I say as he looks at the stone and smiles, my partner is and always will be a fire that burns bright. However, Charizard can't handle the power. He may be strong, but our bond isn't as strong as people think, and the fact that neither of you were tired after that power output shows that you two are truly connected. Show those traitors of yours the fire within you and all of the Pokémon you have. Kiwi says, pushing the orb into my hands. I believe you will have closure one day. When that day comes, I want to feel your fire from here, alright? Kiawe says, and I smile. Of course, friend. We shake hands and he brings me in for a bro hug. He hands me an incubator for the egg and I store it in my bag. After that we continue down the side of the mountain. When we got to the bottom, Kiawe looked at my three girls and how. Lana, it's nice to see you finally chose someone to go out with. He says, and Lana looks at me and smiles. Yeah, you're jealous it wasn't you, Kiawe. She says, and then he does the funniest thing I have ever seen. He showed her his ring finger, which normally wouldn't be funny, but what made me laugh was that Lana and Lily looked at Kiawe with looks of absolute. On his ring finger was a black steel band with a custom jewel that was in the shape of a Z crystal. The jewel had a brown half and a red half, telling me that the Z crystals used were rock and fire. This part follows game logic. When did you two get together? Lily yells, looking at the crystal on the ring. About a year ago. She went on a search for Ubs and Sun, still couldn't find him. She was distraught, feeling like she had failed as a kahuna and as a friend. I helped her get back on her feet and then she proposed to me. And I said F it, and now life can't get any better. Although the same thing happened when Moon vanished. Well, except the proposal thing. They both have been missing for so long now. He says as I look at the jewel. Kiawe then turns to me, a sorrowful look in his red eyes. Ash, you'll meet my wife later. She is the kahuna of the Akala Island. Be gentle, she has been a little out of it. He says as I nod and give him a salute before I begin to walk out of the park, the others following. When we get outside, Lana points to the other side of the road where I can see and hear the ocean. Let's go there and take a little break. She says, and I nod. Why not? I mean, I don't want to rush through this region and it would give us some time to get more acquainted with one another. Lily says, and Verity just smiles. But it wasn't an innocent smile, like that of a child who says something that means something other than what they think. No, this was a dirty-minded smirk. Verity, get your head out of the gutter. I say as she looks at me all sweet and innocent, like she didn't just get caught. Yeah, I know what you were thinking. How chuckles before looking towards the tunnel and sighing. Hey Ash, can I talk to you in private? He says and pulls me to the side. I knew this was never good and went on guard the moment he grabbed my arm. Ash, I think it's time we go our separate ways. He says very bluntly, and I look at him with curiosity. It's not that I don't like traveling with you, but I need to start preparing to become the next kahuna and I don't want to slow you down. You have a dream, and what I saw on top of that mountain, I need to become stronger. This training will only get in the way of you becoming champion. I nod in understanding and grab his shoulder. How I don't mind that you want to travel on your own, just call me and tell me if you ever want to travel with us again or if you are in a jam and need some help. He nods and we bro hug. Take care out there, cousin. We say, and he walks away. I walk back over and begin to feel sad but happy how was gone. Sad because he was my friend and my cousin, but I was happy because he was following his dream, to become the next kahuna for Melee Island. He would need to train and travel, as that dream is almost as challenging as mine and he has quite the shoes to fill. When I get back to the beach, the girls see me looking all confused on which emotion to be. They all had this look of knowing on their face. He talked to you guys already? I say as Lily nods. Verity shakes her head the same as Lana. He talked to me about it the other day, after the battle against Misty where you had the help of Wishiwashi and Araquanid. Then when you had that battle with Kiawe, the roar of Charizard could be heard from the police station. Lily says, and I smile. That goofball Charizard of mine was the fourth Pokémon I caught that I have trained since day one. He has defeated 3 legendaries and even became the technical king of Charizards. I say as the girls look at me. Ash, how old are you? Lily says, and I pull out my ID. Ash Kukui, age 18 years, 10 months, birthday, June 19th. Dexter says, then shuts off. But you walk like you have had more time than 8 years of experience. Lana says. But he's not lying, I had just turned 10 when I met him and my birthday is in May. Verity says as I smile. She knew about Charizard. She knew the hidden power within him. Why hide your power? You told Max that you never went all out in a league match. Why? Lily asks me as I show her a video taken of me facing the Zygardes and how me and Greninja completely decimated them. And that's a year with Greninja. Look at all of my other Pokémon and you will see the power laying dormant in them. I say and lay back on the sand. So what's your plan for this league? Verity says as she looks down at me. She has this motherly tone to her. Become champion, get the rest of my Pokémon back, defeat the traitors if they challenge me. Marry all of you. Maybe not in that order. I say and they blush. I look over at the road and smile. There was the fading form of Hao and I knew he would be okay. He would become stronger and he would achieve his dream. Alright girls, we should get moving too. We have a lot of ground to cover, plus there is a hot spring near the center. I say and the 3 of them stand up and walk over to me. I place the egg in the incubator Kiawe gave me and put it in my bag. So what's the next trial? I say as I pull out Eevee's Pokeball and call her out. She shakes her head and jumps into my arms. I felt weird carrying her this way. It made me miss Pikachu and Lily saw it. Ash, you want me to carry Eevee? She asks me and I shake my head. I need to let go of not having that traitor anymore, this will help me. I say and she hugs me and Eevee to her chest and Eevee cuddles closer to her. I smile as she begins to laugh because Eevee begins to rub her head against Lily's neck. I knew she was ticklish but not that bad. The next trial is for the grass type Z move. Lana says as we walk through a long wooden tunnel. There was a girl who waved to us at the entrance and then she walked away. Alright, so Tumbeak, Litten, and Saladin might be good. I say, getting my strategy in my head. Lana looks at me and nods, knowing well why I chose those 3. Ah, Mr. Ketchum, what a nice reunion. I hear a voice say behind us and lock up. I turn to see Colrus behind, in his hand was a Pokeball and 5 weird discs. I instantly grab a Pokeball and throw it forward. It snaps open instantly and Lycanroc appears. Lyyyyyyyyyy. He howls as he appears and stares Colrus down. Relax boy, I am not here to hurt you. He says, throw me the 5 disc. These are for Genesect, I know you know about them, she should be here eventually to see you. After all, legendaries have been appearing all over this region. They say they are looking for the chosen one. I only know one person that could be. Colress says as I look at the disc. To change Genesect's type, simply shift one of these discs for the one on her back. He says, turning and walking away. I was still nervous of him but put the discs away. Maybe he had changed for the better. After all, last I saw him he was helping restore Unova to what it was before Team Plasma did their thing. Ash, we need to hurry if we want to get to the lush jungle before dark. I hear Verity say and I turn and run to catch up with the girls. Well, we made it to the Poke Center later than expected, but when we got there we saw a kid in black pants and sweatshirt with a red slash through it. He had blonde hair and had a Lycanroc next to him. He had blonde hair, and seemed to walk with a purpose. He walks into a hotel room next to the center and Lily runs after him yelling a name. I look to Lana and Verity and ask that they run after her. I was about to give chase when a Pokemon jumped on me, knocking me to the ground and pinning me there using leafage on my hoodie, pants, and shoes. It growls a name out that I can't make sense of. Then another one appears and then a third. The Pokémon stare me down for a moment before a green fairy-like Pokémon appears and gives them a harsh glare. Shalebi, what are you doing here? I say as the forest Pokémon turns around and tackles me. She begins to fly around me and sing, then hands me a berry. I eat it and recognize it as the berry from when I met her in the forest. The other Pokémon look at this and decide to do the same. They all approach Shalebi and hold out what they can consider arms and hands. Shalebi looks at them for a moment before sighing and handing them each a berry. They eat it happily and then start to dance around. So you guys were just hungry. I say as the Pokémon continue to smile and dance. These berries, as I remember it, used to make even the most unruly of Pokémon become calm and friendly. I turn to the forest Pokémon. She was flying around the trio of Pokémon, each trying to get more berries from her. I looked at the Pokémon, seeing that they were way thinner than most Pokémon in general. I could almost see their bones. I then turned back to Shalebi. If she was here, then there was only one reason. Is it time for you to join me? I ask Shalebi and she nods and I pull out a cherish ball. But before I can tap her with it, she pulls out a black stone and hands it to me. The dark stone. I say and she nods before tapping the ball and being sucked into it. The ball pinged instantly and glowed before being transported to the lab. The dark stone lands in my hand and rests there. The other Pokémon look at me with recognition and begin to bow. Hey, you don't have to bow. They stop bowing and look at each other. They all nod and the weird flower-shaped Pokémon in front releases the attack on me and helps me up. Alright, now that I can see you better, I can figure out what you are. I say and look at each of them. The first one is a Dupiter and is purple and orange instead of light green and blue. Must be its shiny variant. You're a shiny Dupiter. I say to him and he nods his head. Which means probably since birth you were chased away from the others. Your coloring makes it so you can't blend in with the background much. Dupiter nods sadly and I just pick him up. Listen here, your differences make you, well you, there is nothing to be ashamed of. I put him back down and look to the others and realize that I have no idea what they are. I sigh in frustration. My knowledge of Pokémon was limited to the other 6 regions, but Alola was completely new. The Pokémon I had seen here were often something I was not well versed in. Then an idea comes to mind. I could catch these guys and train them. They look strong and may be able to help me, so why not? You want to join me? I can promise you that you won't go hungry. I say, not that I was trying to deceive them. I really wanted to be a good trainer and a Pokémon master, and to do that without battle. The 3 of them looked weak and frail. They nod and I pull out my Pokédex. Alright, let me see who you are. I say as the deck springs to life. Alright, Flower, you first. I say, and a small green and pink Pokémon walks forward. On top of its head was a flower bulb and it seemed to move by crawling but was also able to stand. Fomantis, the sickle grass Pokémon. A grass type. Fomantis is nocturnal, and it performs photosynthesis while it sleeps during the day by spreading out its leaves in all directions. Because of the danger of staying in the same location 2 days in a row, Fomantis begins its search for the next day's spot as soon as the sun sets. For Fomantis, photosynthesis is not just a source of energy, it is a necessity to achieve the strength and brilliant coloration of its evolved form. Photosynthesis is precious to Fomantis, and it will fiercely attack those who get in the way of that process. Fomantis excel at long-range attacks like Razor Leaf and Solar Beam. Solar Beam is indeed a powerful move, but since it uses up the energy that the Pokémon has stored through photosynthesis, Fomantis rarely uses it. Dexter says to me, however, the picture for this one was different. The picture showed that Fomantis' body was pink and red, however this one was lime green and its eyes were a C-form green. You must also be a shiny variant. You are different from Dupiter, as your shiny colors make it so you almost vanish entirely in the background. This makes it so your groups leave you behind because they can't see you. I say as the little one becomes sad. Don't worry, I will help you and never leave you behind. I say as I pull out a Pokeball and tap the Pokémon who is sucked in. The ball shakes 3 times then pings. The Pokeball then glows white and is sent to the lab. Alright Dupiter, you're next. I say as I pull out my Pokédex. Dupiter, the water bubble Pokémon. A water bug type. It crawls onto the land in search of food. Its water bubble allows it to breathe and protects its soft head. When it comes across enemies or potential prey, this Pokémon smashes its water bubble covered head into them. Dexter chimed out the information before I tapped the small Pokémon and watched the ball repeat the process that Fomantis did before and watched it glow and return to the lab. Alright Cutie, you're last. I say, pointing Dexter at the Pokémon. Cutiefly, the bee-fly's Pokémon. A bug fairy type. Cutiefly can detect the auras of living things, including people, Pokémon, and plants. They search out flowers by the color and brightness of their auras and then gather their nectar and pollen. When living creatures are excited, it seems that their auras resemble those of flowers in full bloom. As a result, these Pokémon tend to gather near people or Pokémon feeling particularly happy or sad. Cutiefly mostly live in the fields and meadows on the outskirts of cities, but they sometimes appear in towns and even inside buildings, drawn in by the emotions of the living beings of the community. Dexter says this information, this time the pictures matched. So I had to ask, why was this little one on their own? I shrug it off and decide to ask Kukui about it later. I then tap the Pokémon and again the ball pings and sends the Pokémon to the lab. I stood back up. This was a crazy night, 5 new captures, and a new Z-move added to my collection. What else could happen? I then begin to head to the center to heal my Pokémon, and tell Kukui about the 4 he would have just captured. As I entered the center, I am stopped in my tracks as a girlish screaming like whoever it was being attacked not too far from or at the hotel. I dropped everything I was about to do and instantly I ran outside and located the source of the screaming. It was coming from a room that is at the very end of the motel strip. Help, someone help. I hear the no-confirmed female person screaming from inside the room. Her voice was scratchy like it was damaged, that screech from earlier probably hurt her more than she wanted. I summoned my aura and smashed the door down. Inside I see a girl in nothing but a green bra, a man above her reaching down to her nether region. The girl was crying, tears leaking from her eyes like waterfalls. She looked so helpless and the guy looked so menacing. The whole scene sets my rage into overdrive. I look to the man now and try to remember some features before whatever I was about to do to him. To my surprise it was Brock who was the perpetrator, and that just makes me see red. He was in pure shock at seeing me standing in the doorway. He looked me in the eye and he became nervous. He knew he was screwed from that moment on. From that look it didn't take much for me to figure out what had happened. I infused my aura into my fist and punched Brock across the room. He impacts the wall creating a hole that is vaguely in the shape of his body. He slumps down and is silent. I run over to the girl and scoop her up. She starts to thrash about in my arms but I hold tighter. I ran to the center using my jacket to hide the girl's body from what Brock did to her. I run up to Joy and begin to ask for help. What happened to her? The nurse asks as I place her on the stretcher. We need a RPE kit done on her as well as Jenny's here now. I say as I leave the center and head back to the hotel room. When I get there Brock is still in the wall and his Pokémon are trying to get him out. So you think you have a chance of getting him out without human help? I say and the Pokémon turn around and shake their heads. Where are my Pokémon your master stole from me? I say throwing patience behind me a little. They turn to each other and throw me 3 Pokeballs. I then grab Brock and drag him out of the hole. But I don't stop by just dragging him out, I swing him around and pin him to the wall. I did this so calmly I was surprised that I hadn't ended his life. Maybe X Harem was right, I was getting better. When the officers arrive they see me pinning Brock to the wall and come over. Thank you sir, we'll take it from here. She says as I pass him to the officers. They pat me on the back. Officers, I am also pressing charges of grand theft Pokémon, and conspiracy to murder. They nodded and walked Brock out. After all that business was done, I walked back over to the center. As I was walking I realized that I never checked on my girls, so I quickly ran back over and tried to find them. I talked to the manager and found out that the kid we saw earlier was known as Glad Ion and he was staying in room 3. I ran to the room, using my aura to move faster. When I finally found the room I heard Lily's and a male voice arguing. I opened the door and walk in. So there you three are, I was wondering where you went. I say as they all turn to the door. Ash, where have you been? It doesn't matter, we are leaving. Lily says as she, Lana, and Verity lead me to the door once more and drag me to the center. When we got there, all seemed right with the world for a short time. I just sigh and walk over to a PC and start to transfer Pokémon, sending all of my Pokémon to the lab and grabbing 6 to train. The first one I chose was Eevee. I was going to train her to become a Sylveon. I was always curious about fairy types but never actually caught one. The next one I grabbed was Litten. He would help me with the upcoming battle. He was also close to evolving, I could feel it. The next one I grabbed was Rowlet. He was my first Alolan friend and I felt like he would come in handy. I then chose Dupiter. He may be helpful in the battle as well, with his high agility and protect move. That left me with 2 spots. Ash, you should grab Vulpix. As an ice type she may be able to handle stronger moves such as Solar Beam and Solar Blade. Verity says in excitement at seeing the little one again. She then walked away probably to heal her Pokémon. I sigh and select Vulpix as my 5th Pokémon and who knows, maybe she would actually battle this time. That left me with 1 more slot, so I put the egg there. The others deserve a break from battling and I also needed to work with all my Pokémon. Excuse me, but are you the one that saved me tonight? I hear behind me and I sigh and retrieve my Pokémon. This was going to be an even longer night. Mallow POV 20 hours earlier. The Pokémon of the jungle have seemed to be more active than usual. The Fomantis and Lurantis became more active during the day, which was very unusual for their species. The Passimian were training harder than usual and even going farther to gather food and resources. The Kahuna of the island had called saying that one of the tribes had even gone to the ruins of life and was training against the Tapu. So today I was sitting in the trees of the lush jungle trial site, focusing on what the Passimian do daily before the strange behavior starts. As fighting types they were more of a worry to trainers than any of the others. Something that made me worry about the Passimian that had been attacking trial goers was that their troop had seemed to double overnight. Troops of Passimian usually had no more than 10, this troop was always a little bigger than most with 15, but this one had about 30 total since the last visit I had. I had to figure out why. So I was hiding in the trees monitoring the troop to try and find what has been provoking them to attack. There are no trial goers today because of the attacks. The people of Alola were okay with this since kids were usually the ones taking the trial. However, there had been rumors that the new batch of trial goers were 16 to 18 years old. And one was even a legendary trainer from Kanto who went missing for a week. An hour passed of me watching the troop and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. They would travel to the pond, eat mango berries from the trees and bananas, drink from the pond and even have training battles. But after an hour and a half was when they were alerted to me watching them. My phone went off and drew their attention to me. I silenced it once, but whoever it was called again. This seemed to draw their attention. Pass, one of the simian Pokémon who looked like the leader said as they turned on to me. Knowing that I was pretty much screwed, I picked up my phone and answered it. Hello, I say, a little set off. Mallow, you need to get home now. My father says on the other end of the phone as the Passimian got really angry and began to charge towards me. Can't, Dad. Little busy right now. I yell as I jump to the ground and take off towards the caves of the jungle to try and run into Lurantis or maybe Shinnecock. I don't care, Mallow, you need to get home now and help with the restaurant. My father says, then hangs up. Fed up with what my dad said, I ran into the cave and find Lurantis sitting on a nest. I sigh in relief and run over to her and tell the sickle Pokémon about the Passimian. The simian Pokémon who were following me ran into the cave about 10 minutes after me and I gave Lurantis a command. Alright, Lurantis used sweet scent to calm them down. I called the sickle Pokémon. When she used the attack, a pink powder appeared in the air and that calmed the simian Pokémon. But I knew this was not a long-term solution, but it was enough for today. After that situation was taken care of, I left for my family's restaurant. The one area I was underappreciated. I would always be given weird jobs. You know, clean up some kid's puke, break up fights at the bar, kick people out and cut them off when they've had too much. I own the restaurant and they act like I don't. It took me 6 years to build up the money to buy the restaurant. Then a year later my family needed a place to stay and so I let them move in with me above the restaurant. But I made them a deal, they had to work to stay. And I am a nice boss, but I still get treated like a disgruntled employee. I have thought about firing them and kicking them out, but then there is the problem with my parents finding some sob story and telling me they have nowhere to go and that my sister would be out on the streets. That they needed me and that they would miss me, but in reality they needed me to be the disgruntled employee boss and for someone to do the chores because they didn't want to. When I got there my parents were fighting about something and my little sister was hiding in the corner. I got angry and walked over to her. I picked her up and took her upstairs. She looked at me confused and I took her into my room and called out my Lurantis. Stay here and play with Luna, okay Orchid? I say and she nods to me. She was only 5 and seeing my parents fight like that could not be good for her mentally. I then turn around and walk back downstairs. Ah, Mallow, you're home. My father said as I was about to take off my shoes. We need you to go and deliver an order that's due tonight for steak and broccoli. We also need you to pick up cleaning supplies, and you also need to do the grocery shopping while you are out. My mother said as her and my dad began to fight again. I just sigh and left the house, slamming the door behind me. Now don't get me wrong, I love my parents, but like I said before, I am being treated like a disgruntled employee. Now some of you are freaking out on me now, but I only told you the normal stuff I do for them. There is also the cleaning of their rooms. I am not even home most of the time. I am either at the site or training or at Olivia's. She lives in an apartment on the other side of town. And above a jeweler shop. When I got done delivering the order, it was getting late and so I went to the site to check on the Pokémon and see if those Passimian were doing okay. When I got there I heard a male voice yelling about being trapped in the cave. I walked towards the cave and when I got close, I saw the Passimian all fainted and some even poisoned and saw an African male standing over Lurantis as he moved towards her with a Pokeball in his hands. Cry out, you useless Pokémon, cry out to let that captain know you're in trouble. That's when I had enough and rushed the trainer. However, I felt a psychic presence in my mind and then the world went black. When I came to, I was in a hotel room strapped to a bed by some kind of cloth. I tried to move but the restraints were too strong and I only injured myself more. I wouldn't move if I was you, those restraints are strong enough to hold a Macamp. I hear the male voice from before say as he steps forward. I tried to speak but no sound came out. I could only squeak. Yeah, figures you would try to talk, don't want that now, do we? Also I had Crobat poison your nervous system, not enough to kill you but enough that your body can't respond very well. The male voice says again as he moves over and starts to remove my clothes. I could feel that the poison had already begun to wear out, but how much longer till I could scream? As he removed my pants he also removed my panties in one fluid motion. He moved towards my southern point and began to caress it. I tried again to scream only for nothing to come out. I kept trying over and over again and until, finally an ear-splitting scream resonated. The pain from the scream was too much and I stopped resisting only to hear the sound of wood breaking and a wall cracking. I feel someone pick me up and so I begin to thrash about trying to get from their grip, how they got the restraints off and why they were moving me. I hear a zipper zip and feel something cover me up and feel as the person runs towards the center. I became catatonic and passed out. When I came to, I was in the hospital ward of the Poke Center with Officer Jennies. Asking me questions and one of them running a RPE kit on me. Not a cop, not speaking from experience, just took basic justice in high school. Everything is going to be okay. One says as she takes more samples. After about 2 hours everything was finally over and I was released. They gave me clothes so I could cover up and I was sent on my way. I went to the forest and found the Passimians awake and alert. So I left and went to the Poke Center. The boy who had saved me was transferring Pokémon and talking to a brunette girl. I walk over and clear my thoughts. "Excuse me, but are you the one that saved me tonight?" I ask and he sighs. This was going to be a long night. Ash POV, present. "Did you save me tonight?" The girl asks in a demanding voice. I was sitting in my change completely focused on her. She was wearing my jacket and seemed to hold it closer to herself for comfort. "Yeah, I saved you," I say as I stand and walk away. What I just saved her from being raped, and that's all that came to mind. I didn't know if she was unstable, or if she was upset with me because she was a strong independent woman. Yeah, that's happened before. As I left the center I began to jog. I needed to find a place to train, maybe even hatch the egg and see what it is. As I run down the road, I pass a lake where Reiku is sitting with Suicune and Entei next to him. In front of them is a black stone that Reiku is standing next to and guarding. I walk forward and the three of them rush forward and tackle me. Entei was even liking me. "Hey guys, long time no see," I say as I pull out 3 Cherish Ball. "Alright, I guess you wanna join me." They all nod and each taps a ball with an appendage. Reiku his tail, Suicune her crown, Entei his paw. The 3 ball bing and are transferred to the lab. The stone on the other hand began to glow electric and plasma blue. I then felt the heat from the light stone in my bag, so I took it out and placed it on the ground next to the other stone and they both began to glow and repartition with each other. There was a moment when nothing happened, then the 2 stones floated out to the center of the lake and fire and lightning began to dance across the stones. Then there was a flash. When the flash died down, the 2 stones and the water from the lake were gone. The Pokémon living there had traveled out to the ocean for safety when the 2 started their revival. At the center of this big lake that was now empty were the 2 legends of Truth and Ideal. The deep black Pokémon stood first, letting anything within the area know of his presence by letting off his Terravolt ability. He stood taller and walked over to me as X Harem did the same as he did. She stood and let off her Turbo Blaze. I walked forward and met them in the middle of the crater. Pulling out 2 Cherish Ball, I tapped them both on the chest and they were SCKED in. "Welcome to the family, legendary Pokémon of Truth and Ideals, X Harem and Zekrom." The 2 ball flowed white and were transported to the lab. "You're the chosen one," I hear someone say behind me as I turn and see Sylin and Iris standing behind. They see me and realize who I am and both instantly go on the defensive. "Listen Ash, we thought it was in the best interest of you so that you no longer had to deal with the heartbreak of loss," they say, and I growl. "Give them back," I say through gritted teeth. They both pull out 3 Pokeballs and place them on the ground. "Take yourselves to the station, turn yourselves in. I have a personal hatred for Sylin, so he may come back later." They both began to back away and took off. I grabbed the Pokeballs and they all flowed white and were transferred to the lab. 6 more regained. "So you are the missing trainer, the one whose friends abandoned him," I hear the girl from before say as I instantly have a Pokeball in my hand. "Hold it there, Slick, it's just me, the girl you saved earlier," the green-haired girl says to me. "Sorry, you just startled me," I say as I return the Pokeball to my side. "It's fine, I snuck up on you," she says as I pull my hat over my face and walk past her. "Hold on," she says and grabs my shoulder. Then we both collapse to the ground in a white haze. Ash POV. The mist spread around us and then there was a glow. I felt weightless, then I felt gravity take control and weigh me down. "Welcome chosen one, now prepare to die," I hear a voice say as I grab Mallow and push her behind me. I tried to look around and realized that I was in total darkness. Necrozma. I say as I begin to panic. I thought I would have more time. No, I needed more time. I wasn't ready to face him. I can sense the light in your pocket. I hear him say as I realize I had to throw my Z-ring and crystals to buy me and Mallow some time. Mallow, if you have a Z crystal on you, pass it to me slowly. I whisper to her as I feel her move her shoulders and hands towards mine. I breathe in and move my crystals to my hand. Slowly, no need to draw more attention than was needed to us. Stop moving them. No matter what you do, I will always know where you are. I hear him say again. The corruption must have quickened his breakdown, his need for Solgaleo and Lunala. I release the breath I was holding. I trigger my aura, the entire area glowing in the azul color. I see Necrozma as he moves, floating about 2 feet above the ground and 6 feet from us. I can see you, Necrozma, as well, and I must say I am not afraid. That was a lie. I was panicking because I had an innocent person with me. I couldn't let her get hurt. I see him move behind me and instantly spin us around and face him again. You are smart, chosen one. I knew that I liked you. Necrozma says as he begins to charge up an attack. Power Gem. I say in shock and grab Mallow's hand, running as fast I could away from the psychic type. When I get close to a wall, I quickly change directions, until I hit another wall. There is nowhere to go, chosen one. I hear Necrozma say as he gets closer and closer. I begin to feel my panic start grow larger and larger, almost making me lose control of my aura. Mallow, whatever happens, know that I would have been your knight. I say as I hand her my Z-ring and Pokémon. When you get back, tell them I did what I could. I say as I take a step away from her. She grabs my hand and brings me into a deep, passionate kiss. I feel stronger as a green aura spreads across me. I feel the others react to this new aura: patience, kindness, humor, justice. They fuse together, surrounding me in a multicolored hue that seemed to make Necrozma flinch back. Almost like he was scared. Ash, I just wanted to say thank you for everything you did for me. Saving me from that man, making sure I was okay, throwing yourself in front of me to make sure Necrozma couldn't hit me. She says as I smile at her, just stay behind me. I say as I turn and face off against Necrozma. I just needed to buy time until Arceus realized where I was. Necrozma, you know it is not time for this. I hear a voice that was definitely not, the alpha Pokémon says. A portal opens and Dialga floats into the area. Chosen one, we are sending you back to the human world. Travel with care, chosen one, and watch the sky. If the stars turn red, hide, we will arrive shortly. We were then pushed through a blue and pink portal and arrived at the lake once more, just like it was before the fog bank appeared. I sigh and lay down on the grass. Too much happened in the past 3 weeks. It has almost been a year since I was brought here to Alola. It had been 5 months since I started my journey. 4 since I started dating Lily. 2 months since I started dating Verity and Lana. And an hour since Mallow started dating. I sigh as I continue to lay on the ground. Completely focused on the sky in front of me. You know, for someone who was able to scare Iris and Killian, you sure aren't acting like you are training. I hear behind me as I stand back up and instantly have a Pokeball ready. Relax, not here to hurt you, just wanted to let you know that I am completely behind you in this. Trip says as he walks over to the grass next to me. You know, you could have come to any other city or region, why Alola? I hear someone else say, as Paul and Alan walked over to where I was with Trip. None of us are against what you are doing, Ash, none of us are ready to see your light for that dream to fade away. You have a great mind, and an endless talent. Those traitors were wrong about you. Oh, and we brought you some Pokémon that were still in training in our regions. Paul says as 6 Pokeballs are passed to me. Butterfree, the one you had to release for the mating. Beedrill, you know, the one you captured in Johto in the bug contest. Tyranitar, that was the Larvitar you hatched in Johto. Absol, the one you met in Hoenn that the villagers tried to kill, and the unknown G you met in Johto. The 6th one is from a person in Kalos. She said that you will know what it is about. I hold the Pokeballs and then throw them forward. They all pop open, revealing the powerful Pokémon from inside. My Butterfree looked at me and instantly flew down and hugged me. "Hey there, big guy, been a long time. I take it that mating is over," I say, and he nods. I feel a familiar aura in the Pokeball that was from the Kalos region. It was definitely something that could use aura. I enlarge the Pokeball and throw it forward. It snaps open to reveal a Lucario, standing before me with what would be normal blue skin that was black, and where black would be was white. The only normal thing about this Lucario was that it had its normal yellow underbelly. Even the metal spikes in its chest and paws were a different color, blue, almost like cobalt blue. "Corona sent you, didn't she?" I say as I see a black and electric blue mega gauntlet on his right arm. "We are going to need to train together, learn to bond like me and Greninja do." He nodded and I pulled out the Pokeballs and returned them all. Well, with the exception of Lucario. "Lucario, I will be going back to the lab within the next couple days. We can train there until it's time for the trial, and we can also work with the other Mega Evolvers to hopefully one day be able to reach perfect Mega Evolution for each of you." He nodded to me and I returned to him. Once ownership of all Pokémon were transferred to me, the Pokeballs glowed and were sent to the lab. Then we all sit down and stare at the lake ahead of us. Not even 24 hours ago, it was dried up from the awakening of Zekrom and X Harem, but now it is full again. Tapu Lele must have asked the water types in the area to fill it for her. "Ash, I heard from the League in Kanto that Giovanni died last month, murdered by one of his underlings, meaning that Giovanni is no longer after you, but with that comes a warning. Giotto has seen Proton working in the radio tower again. A new recruit to the team was seen last month in Celadon City, maybe working from the old rocket base. There seems to be a lot of power from the city flowing back to the old place," Paul says. I nod in understanding, and continue to stare at the lake. "Oh, and I have a present for you," Harrison says, reaching into his pack. Blaziken had a litter of Torchic, well-laid eggs. "Anyways, I was told to give this one to you," he says as I pop the Pokeball open. As it opens, there is a sparkle, and then a flash of light, and a baby Torchic appears in my hands. It let off an adorable cheep and rubbed its overly large head into my arm. I stroked him and he continued to cheep in excitement. "Thank you guys, at least I know what Lugia told me is still true," I say as I stand up and walk over to the sleeping Mallow. I carefully pick her up and place her gently on my back. I need to get to the Poke Center and I need to get my Pokemon prepared for the Grass-type trial. We'll have to have a battle after the championship. They all nod, and I flash them a smile as I begin to run towards the Poke Center. Not full sprint, but enough so to call it a run. Once at the Poke Center, I explained that we were training a little too hard for what she was used to and she collapsed in exhaustion, but that I still wanted her to be checked out for anything that could be worse than that. Also explaining that we were attacked by a psychic type that attacked her directly. After I made sure that she was alright and checked in, I left the desk and went over to the PC. I began to select my team for my battle against the Grass-type trial. I start with Salandit, she's a poison-fire type, then Litten, and Vulpix. They are a good team. I also grab Greninja, Charizard, and Sceptile, just in case a traitor shows up. 2 weeks later. We all walked into the jungle, where I saw a giant Lurantis. It looked at me and made me bring it in motion. I smirk at it, and grab my first Pokeball. "Shake the ground, Salandit," I yell out, as the Pokeball snaps open. My Salamander Pokemon appears on the ground in front of me and lets off a hiss. Lurantis crouched down and growled at her opponent. She then sped forward with a Fury Cutter. "Salandit, use Poison Fang, trap her." "Arm," I yell out as Salandit follows the command. Poisonous Fang gleams across her mouth. As she catches the Grass-type arm in her mouth. "Flamethrower now," I yell as I see crimson-red fire spew from my Salamander Pokemon's mouth, covering the Mantis Pokemon's arm. Lurantis screamed in pain before flinging Salandit against a tree. Saladin, if you can still fight, Dragon Rage now. I yell as my salamander Pokémon gets up and rushes forward, glowing purple flames, sprouting from the mouth. Alright, here we go. I yell as I feel a fire in my belly. It was igniting, flowing through my soul and into my heart. Lurantis planted its petal-like arms into the ground and made a glowing green barrier appear around the petals. Since when does it know protect? I heard Mallow say as my aura began to glow, increasing the fire in my belly. Saladin, shake the ground. Flaming, poisonous fawn. The salamander Pokémon ignited its poison fangs, biting down on Lurantis' protection, shattering the barrier. However, seeming to take backlash damage. Saladin, you did good, but return for now, take a nice long rest. I say as my salamander Pokémon returns to my side. Alright Pikachu, let's rock and roll. I yell out, only for nothing to happen. Right, no Pikachu, alright, Vulpix dazzle them. I yell out as I throw my fox Pokémon forward. She appears in a flash of light and sparkles. I feel a flash freeze coat my aura, as I feel the bond between me and Vulpix spark to life. Lurantis seems to jump back and lets out a howl. Halfway there, got it. I murmured, had to remember not to get confident now. Vulpix, blind her dazzling gleam. I yell out as my fox Pokémon's eyes gain a bright flash of color to them, then a bright flash of light surrounds her. Lurantis seems to back away from Vulpix, trying to get out of the light. Frost breath, at her feet. I yell out as Vulpix cuts the light and fires the freezing cold wind at the feet of the opponent. Lurantis was faster however and jumped back to get away from the damage. To Lily and gang. He's smart, but why did he call out for a Pikachu? Ash doesn't have a Pikachu. Mallow says as the other three look away in slight sadness. Mallow, Ash suffered something a little over a year ago. People he called friends tried to kill him, stole his Pokémon, he lost his starter as a traitor, his starter was a Pikachu, and that rodent had the nerve to think he was stronger without him. Verity says as she gets a look in her eyes. Verity, he has grown stronger because of that. Lily says as they all turn back to the battle. Look at him, he's bonding with his Pokémon all the way through his aura, reaching out with each battle, building the courage, he will claim his rightful place amongst the champions. Lana says as her Z-crystal begins to glow. Mallow, and Ashes do the same, glowing blue, green, teal and yellow. He is powerful, you can feel it in every movement, thought, and action. Lana says as Vulpix is switched out and Ash grabs another Pokeball. Shake the ground, Litten. Ash calls out as he throws a new Pokeball forward. Back to Ash. I call out Litten. I knew that this Pokémon was pure grass type from the Pokédex, so keeping Litten, Saladin, and Vulpix in rotation was a good idea, with help from flying and bug types as reserves. Litten, keep her on her toes, flame charge. I yell out as Litten rushes forward, however Lurantis met the charge with a protect. Litten, use your moment to change directions, go up and over. Litten followed command and jumped off the ground in front of the barrier and landed behind the Mantis Pokémon. Flamethrower now. I yell out as Litten fires the attack off, flawlessly. However, once more Lurantis met the attack with a move of her own. Her arm begins to glow with green solar energy, then with a violent slash, and slashes through Litten, creating a large explosion of dust and sparks. As the dust clears, Litten and Lurantis are both panting. Weakness seems to be in their legs and arms. Then Litten seems to roar, letting the noise of its ancestors out. He was then surrounded in a blinding light, and seemed to grow bigger. Alright, here we go. I say as my aura seems to spark as well. Torracat. Torracat says once the light fades away. Torracat, fire Fong, make it count. I say as Lurantis seems to become agitated. Her assistant Pokémon had long since fainted, a Trumbeak, had fainted during the fight with Vulpix as collateral from the dazzling gleam. She once again calls out for help. Something responds and a cast form appears next to her. It fires off a sunny day and the entirety of the lush jungle is surrounded in a heat. Torracat used the heat, flamethrower. I yell out as Torracat makes flames that are blue spew from his mouth. This is not Inferno, this is just stating that the flames of flamethrower were risen enough to be blue. Blue is one of the hottest known colors of fire and tends to go straight to third-degree burns. Lurantis screams out in pain, and falls to one knee. Torracat switch out, gotta let the others take down the cast form, you did amazing. I say returning my friend to his Pokeball. Saladin, feel like getting back into the fight. My salamander looked at the cast form before nodding. Alright, get in there. I say as she runs forward. Saladin, toxic, play to your strength. I say as she begins to spit purple blobs of poison at the cast form. The cast form seems to have taken back the attacks. He wasn't expecting the salamander. Quick while he is in confusion, Venoshock. I say as Saladin begins to shake her tail and fire off small orbs of poisonous energy and hitting the cast form. Let ends this now, Saladin. I say as I switch out my Z crystals. Arms across chest, to the side, cross in front. Arms to the side, raise them up twice like a rising flame, then forward as if pushing the energy forward. Call out the attack. Inferno Overdrive. I yell out as Saladin makes a small amount of flames appear in her mouth, only for a larger ball of fire to appear above her, held there by her mouth. Throw it. I call out as I fling my arm forward. Cast form, who wasn't ready for what came next. The ball of fire rushed forward completely covering the weather Pokemon. When the fire died down, both me and Saladin were panting, both tired, from pushing out all into this battle. And that's the trial. I hear Mallow say as she steps over to me. She pulls me into a gentle kiss, as I stand back up. Well done, my Aura Knight. She says as Lurantis stands up. She walks over to me and places the Z crystal in my hand. She has agreed that you are a powerful person, and deserve the Gracium Z move. And I allow you to move on to Olivia and her rock types, but know that unlike Hala, our Kahuna is as tough as the rock types she trains. Mallow says as I return Vulpix and Saladin. Lily and Verity run over to me and hug me. Lana came over a little later with the egg. She passes it to me and I hug it close. It has started to move, it may be close to hatching Ash. I nod as I pull her into the hug, kissing her lips as I allow the aura that they helped regenerate to flare. Before I take on Olivia however, I think it's time I went home and trained for a little bit. After all, I have a lot to learn about my Pokemon. I say as Mallow looks at me. I'm only going back to Melee Island, you wanna come with? I ask her and she nods. She seems to be super happy about this and even seemed to be ready to go at that moment. The Kahuna challenge is in 2 weeks, so that should be plenty of time to get prepared, but let's take a trip back to Konokoni. She says. I nod and begin to gather up the rest of my gear, as well as the rest of everyone else's. After we made sure we were all set, the gang and I took a trip to the Poke Center to heal out Pokemon and rest up for the night. And the next morning we were up bright and early and began our trek to Konokoni City. We walked down Route 4 past the entrance to the Brooklet, where I fought Misty and received the Waterium Z crystal. I pull out a Pokeball and hold it in my hand. I really need to get a list of my current Pokemon. I say as I hold the Pokeball. Dexter System, online, checking current Pokemon. I hear something from my backpack. I take it off and open the pack. Current number of Pokemon, unable to calculate. Ash Ketchum has lost trainer's license and therefore no longer has the ability to train Pokemon. I hear my Pokédex say as it finally powers down, the Rotom linked to it, being forced from the device. Well, looks like the weakling can no longer train Pokemon. I hear someone behind me say as I turn and see May and Dawn standing back to back. I almost wished they would start the Team Rocket theme, it was almost too similar. What do you two want? I say as with a normal voice. I was calm, that was good, after all after these two there were only 2 left. Oak and Tracy didn't have any of my Pokémon, but they still needed to fall. Oh, heard from my brother you were here on the islands, very much alive. May says in a cocky tone. I smirk, so they wanted some of the action too. That tells me what you're doing here, not what you want. I say in a calm, confident tone. Well, we wanted revenge for the others, a lot of have fallen to your hand. We just want to make sure we clean up their mistakes. Dawn says as I grab a Pokeball and enlarge it. Hope I can still bond with this guy. Oh, it's a battle you want, well then it's a battle you will get. May says as she grabs a Pokeball and does the same. Blaziken, Sparkle. She says as I launch my Pokeball forward. Greninja, show them our bond. I say. Both Pokeballs snap open and the Blaze and Ninja Pokemon appear on the field. Don't count me out, Ash, Mamoswine, dazzle him. I hear Dawn say as she throws her Pokeball forward. He also has a partner, Cretin. I hear a male voice behind me say. The voice is male and sounds like it is from the island. Show them, our fighting spirit, Incineroar, end this quickly. I then put it all together. Cross. I say as I turn and see the fire-haired champion of Kanto. He has his champion gear on, and a mega ring on his right arm. On his left is a Z-ring, with an Insinium Z attached. He tips his hat to me and we both get into combat stances. Alright, Ash, call it. I hear Dawn say. Heads. Back to Sin, no rules, got it, no Mega Evolution, and no Z moves, fine by me. Heads. I say as I see her flip a coin on her watch. Heads it is, you go first. She says as I just smirk. Greninja, let's go. I say as I let my aura flare. I see him do the same, and I feel the connection be made. I open my eyes and see a water tornado turn into energy and form into the water shuriken that forms on Greninja's back. The red mark on his forehead was a sight for sore eyes. Alright, here we go. Incineroar, Cross Chop, focus on Blaziken. Cross yells out, Greninja, Water Shuriken, focus on Blaziken. I say as both fully evolved Pokemon fire off the attacks, Incineroar rushing Blaziken, trapping him in an undodgeable attack pattern that Cross was famous for. With each Cross Chop, Incineroar stayed within Blaziken's defense the entire fight. Blaziken, break free, and grab the Shuriken. May says in a calm manner, I just smile, and watch as Blaziken uses Fire Punch and knocks Incineroar back, then grabs Greninja's Shuriken. Greninja, freeze it. I say as Greninja shots an ice beam from his mouth. The beam hit Greninja's Shuriken and began to freeze the Shuriken, allowing the ice to creep up Blaziken's arm. Incineroar, change targets, and use flamethrowers. Take Mamoswine down. Cross says, Incineroar doing the command, as a crimson flame was shot from the Pokemon's belt. Mamoswine, ancient power, hit that cat and knock him out. Greninja, cover Incineroar, use Grass Knot, knock Mamoswine down. I say as my ninja Pokemon summon small amounts of grass appear beneath the mammoth Pokemon. As the giant Pokemon went to make an attack, it slid and collapsed onto the ground. End this all now, Incineroar, let's go. I see Cross and Incineroar get into a new stance, Incineroar, crouching in front of Cross. I see both cross their arms, and perform a Z-move stance, that I didn't recognize, can't remember the motions for Insinium Z. Malicious Moonsault. Cross says as both him and Incineroar are covered in a dark Z energy, and I see Incineroar punch the ground causing cracks, and a boxing arena appear, and then I see the wrestling cat jump and land on the pole of the outer left corner. He then jumps from the top of the pole and lands on top of the mammoth Pokemon. It's out. Mamoswine is unable to continue. Mallow says as Dawn returns her mammoth Pokemon. Alright Piplup, give me a hand. Dawn calls out, throwing a purple and white Pokeball forward. Her penguin Pokemon appears in a flash of ice and a flash of blinding white light. Greninja, take out Blaziken, Night Slash. I yell out, and watch my ninja Pokémon rush towards the Blaze Pokémon. I see nothing but darkness, then I see Blaziken get hit twice by Greninja, using a black and red blade. My vision returns to normal, well as normal as I can get. After all I was seeing through his eyes. I hear Blaziken scream in pain, then something hit the ground. Blaziken is unable to battle. Mallow says as May returns the Blaze Pokémon. 1 down, 5 to go. Alright Greninja, switch out, back to me. I say as Greninja jumps back next to me. Shake the ground. Sylveon. I say throwing my latest evolution out, I plan to give him 5, 1 for each region he failed to get 1 in, Kanto and Johto count as 1 here as both EVs as far as I can recall come from Bill. Freeze him Glacian. May yells out throwing her evolution out. Sylveon, Misty Terrain. I call out. Mist seems to pour onto the battlefield covering the entire field, then a flash later, the field was covered in a bright pink light. Glacian, Ice Beam, hit Sylveon. Sylveon, Protect, then use Nature's Gift, on Piplup. Incineroar, Flamethrower on Glacian. Cross says as Incineroar, follows the command. All 3 Pokémon fire off the attacks, from this point on listen to you say run from My Hero Academia. Everything happened so fast. Glacian's Ice Beam hit the Protect and formed a beautiful wall of ice, the Sylveon stood on top of, to fire off the Nature Gift. The attack hit Piplup, becoming Moonblast. Piplup, not expecting that, wasn't ready for the amount of power that and fainted from the attack. Incineroar, fired off the Flamethrower and took out Glacian, for double damage. Piplup and Glacian are both unable to battle. Mallow yells out. Sylveon, return for now, I am going to need you later. Incineroar, you have done a good return for now. Cross and I say returning out Pokémon. Lycanroc, shake the ground. We say in unison. Both of our Lycanroc appear, in a flash of light. Togekiss, Venusaur, Spotlight. The girls call out their last Pokémon. Here you go Ash, you are going to need this. Cross says as he hands me a Z-Crystal that was orange. Rotom Dex, restore HP with Roto Restore. Cross says as both of our Lycanrocs and surrounded in a green energy field. Follow my movements Ash, we are taking them out in 1 move. He says. Wait, does your Lycanroc know Stone Edge? Cross asks me. Yeah, taught it to him for a little extra power. Just curious now follow the leader. He says to me as I get into my stance, cross over the chest, to the sides, cross in front, both Lycanrocs are surrounded in Z-energy. That seems way bigger for some reason. I look over at Cross and see that he isn't surrounded by Z-energy, then I remember that he already used his Z-move for the battle. It's the Lycanroc movements, can't remember how it goes. Now call it out Ash, Splintered Storm Shards. We say the last bit together. Both Lycanroc are covered in both Pokémon howl to the sky, and then we watch as the earth beneath their feet begins to break apart, a single platform rests beneath their feet and the feet of their opponents. Then I look up and see 20 to 30 different gigantic rocks all floating above the platforms. I then do the only thing that seems right. I bring my hands together in front of me, like a wolf biting its prey, stop listening now. The stones all slam into the opponents, completely destroying the opponent's life bar. As the move comes to an end and the battle is called, May and Dawn return their Pokémon and fall to their knees. They were now afraid of the power I now showed. I want the Pokémon you have returned to me, the ones that you stole. I say as I walk over to them. How did you know we stole them? Dawn says in a questioning manner, bringing out 3 Pokeballs. These are your Pignite, Noctowl, and Heracross. I tried to train them, but they refused to listen to me. I started to feel bad, after you disappeared. I took care of them, cried, I never meant for you to die, I just didn't want you to have your heart broken. Dawn says to me. Then everything stops. I then see a flash of blinding light. Chosen one, she speaks the truth, she never actually stole Pokémon. Like Gary, she is still a friend, and seems to view you as a brother. Her mother recently died, in a car accident, or so the reports say. I can't give you all the answers, help her return to the light. I hear Arceus say as I see his form come into sight. I will Arceus, thank you. I say as I am teleported back to the battlefield. Dawn, I know you never meant harm, so please stand back up, you have done nothing wrong. I say as she begins to cry. She stands up and brings me into a hug. I heard what happened to your mom, I am so sorry. I say as she cries even harder into my arm. Dawn, I am going to pass you over to Mallow, the girl with the green hair, talk to her, she will help you calm down. I say passing her over to Mallow, who sat her down and hugged her. I hear her still crying. May I want them back now, trust me when I say that I will always find you. I say in a menacing tone, letting my aura turn to a dark purple. I don't know what you're talking about. She says in denial. I let my aura flare, making illusions of the surrounding area, crumbling. I learned this trick last month, from Sabrina, she came for a visit. I also got my haunter back from her. I know you are lying to me. I want the Pokémon you have, the one you stole from me. I say as I continue to let my aura rage. Alright, just stop. She says, handing me the Pokeball. This is your Kalava, it was the only Pokémon left in the cases that we had. She says as she hands me the Pokeball. I let the illusions fall. You and your brother tried to kill me, Brock attempted to RPE my jungle girl, Serena forced my Pokémon to evolve, my mother tried to make me give up, Oak revoked my license. Tracy used me. Tell the last of you traitors, that I am a force of nature on that was never called. You all created a monster, by simple shattering my soul. Gary and Dawn were the only ones innocent. I hope the other traitors are ready for me to bring hell upon them on this earth. Because me and my Pokémon are not afraid to do so. Not anymore. I say as my aura vanishes from me. When I was done with the speech to May, Officer Jennings appeared and arrested the girl. When they went for Dawn, I put my hand up and shook my head. She is innocent, here is a list of others who are guilty however. I say, handing them a list, and the Jennies tipped their heads and put her in the car. That night, Dawn went home, well, to what was left of her home. Call me if you ever feel lonely or need help, I will be there in a flash, literally. I say as she hugs me and gets onto the plane. I turn to my girls with a smile on my face. Let's head to Melee, it's time that we hung out and trained. I say as we leave and walk over to the boathouse, all the while, the girls ask me questions. Like, why was I only now going back and training my Pokémon? Simple really, I need a little bit of a vacation. I say and they just smile. Narrator POV. Ash has just completed the Akala Island trials, but now he has to face the Kahuna in 2 weeks, but why doesn't Ash have a trainer's license anymore? Find out when the journey continues. And, yes, I am truly back now, but I am still going to have a sorta sporadic update schedule. Also, if you notice, all of his Pokémon are now back in his possession, but there are still traitors to defeat. There will still be tons of battles from the traitors, and Sun and Moon will appear again, as well as the children that were cloned. Updated list. Litten, Torracat, during the Grass-type trial. Eevee, Sylveon, during the 2-week gap from when the rivals met with Ash and the trial she evolved. Ash also caught 4 more in this span of time, looking for 3 more evolutions, as I have already selected Jolteon for one of them. Torchic received Harrison from his Blaziken. All Pokémon returned, all that is left is to complete his Alola collection and the legendaries. If I am missing any Pokémon that people asked for, let me know for the collection. Now without further ado, here is the sneak peek. They all failed but I didn't. I am the one dating your daughter. Faba. Lord and ladies, what are you doing here? All this and more next to Master to Legend. We arrived in Konikoni City and the first thing I do is get dragged to Lana's house. When we get there, the first thing I see is a giant of a man staring at me. You must be Montauk, Lana's father. I say as I let my aura flare in my eyes. Teal flames liking around my iris. And who might you be? He says as I step back a little. I am the boy that is dating your daughter. This started a whole new confrontation. And did I give you permission to do so? You don't look like much, and my daughter only deserves the best. He says as I grab a pokeball off my hip. Why don't I show you? I say as I growl. Now he was doing something stupid. We got to the Poke Center and took our spots. Poliwrath, take the stage, get this over with. Montauk says as I smirk and grab a different Pokeball off my belt. Greninja, show him our bond. Both Pokemon appear and seem to stare each other down. Poliwrath, Waterfall. Greninja, dodge, then Grass Knot. Grass leaves sprout out of ground and drag the Toad Pokemon down. Follow it up with an Aerial Ace. I say as Greninja spins around and slash through the Toad Pokemon with blades made of wind. Poliwrath, if you can still fight, surf. Montauk says as I smirk. Poliwrath doesn't move. Poliwrath is out. Green side choose the next Pokemon. Mallow says as Montauk returns his fallen Toad Pokemon. Macamp, show them our strength. Montauk says as he throws out the four-armed brute of a Pokemon. Greninja, you want to rest or take you second now? I say to my frog starter. He nods to me and I get into stance again. Alright Macamp, dual chop. Shake the ground a little bit. Montauk says as his superpower Pokemon rushes towards Greninja. Greninja, double team, then Aerial Ace. I say as Greninja makes a copy of himself, then the two rush forward. Glowing white blades appearing in their hands. Macamp, knock them around. Montauk says as I smirk. Both Greninja are caught in an onslaught of close combat maneuvers. However, just as the move ends, both fade away. Greninja, absolute stealth. I say as there is a gleam from my side of the battlefield. Then it's gone. Macamp try to block it. Montauk says as a Greninja appears from his left side, smashing into Macamp with Aerial Ace drawn. Greninja vanished after that, before two Greninja appeared, one coming in from the left and the other from behind Macamp. Macamp, behind you, seismic toss. Montauk says, as the superpower Pokemon quickly spins around and grabs the Greninja only for it to vanish. Then Greninja slammed into Macamp from the side once more. Mayfly. I say as Greninja rushes forward before making a copy of himself appear. The copy slams into Macamp before Greninja swerves to the left. Then multiple attacks hit Macamp at once, only proof that Greninja was even still. There was the ripples of dark energy from Night Slash. Greninja slashes through Macamp before the superpower Pokemon falls to his knees, fainted. And that's two, green side choose your next Pokemon. Lana says as she had taken Mallow's place upon the podium. Greninja, take a quick rest, gonna need you in a little bit. I say as Montauk and I return out Pokemon. Gyarados, intimidate. Montauk says as he calls out his water flying type. I sigh, realizing he was going for intimidation over power. Sorry Greninja, but this person needs to be defeated. I say as I enlarge a Pokemon with the fire symbol on it. Charizard, show them true intimidation. I say as the Pokeball snaps open. My fire type breaks the seal as he leaves and appears in front of Montauk, releasing a roar that shook and broke the ground. Charizard, hear my call, evolve beyond evolution, Mega Evolve. I yell as I tap the keystone on my left wrist. There is a moment of peace, then the bonds appear, Charizard's blazing blue bonds reaching out to my pink. There is a blinding light, and in Charizard's place, is a black and blue version. Charizard X, way to go Ash. I hear Verity say on the sidelines. How is this possible? Your record said you were a new trainer, they didn't even say you had a Charizard. Montauk says as the heat from Charizard is causing even his Gyarados to sweat. I concede. He says as he returns Gyarados. I smirk and walk over to him. This was a mercy show. I could have been a lot worse. Most of my Pokémon have been trained by masters of their craft and some have even trained farther than that. Most would bow to legends, mine challenged them. I say as I pat Charizard on his side. Who are you really? Before I could get a word out, several gunshots were heard. I feel things pass through my chest, small rounded bullets that harmed me deeply. I feel one pass through a lung, and instantly instinct trigger, forcing my aura to the lung and others' organs. Bump, thump. I hear in my ears as I fall towards the ground in slow motion. I did it, they all failed, but I didn't. You will die this time, I swear it. I hear Tracy say as I continue to fall. Charizard, not too far from me, goes to his knees. He is bleeding. From the chest, arms, and shoulder. He took the hits. We were still connected. We were still bonded. Greninja and I were still bonded. My Pokeballs snap open as emergency release is triggered. I see Greninja all bloody, covered head to toe in the red liquid as it seemed to seep from all around him. What were we hit with? Why would someone do that to us? What did we do to them? Then I see who it was. It was Tracy and he was wearing Team Rocket gear. Then my vision starts to blur. Then darkness. Mallow POV. I instantly rush to Ash's side as he begins to bleed out. Lana and Lily rush to the Pokémon. I reach into my bag and pull out gauze and pass them to the others. Montauk rushes the Rocket member and pins him down, forcing the gun from his hands and sliding it at my feet. Verity suddenly appeared next to me grabbing the gun and putting it to the kid's head. The barrel gleamed in the light. Verity, stop. I hear a kid say as he appears from the bushes, his orange hair almost glowing in the sunlight. Cross, he shot Ash, we need to get him to a hospital. His Charizard and Greninja were bonded to him, they are also bleeding out, just help them, I will be fine. She says as a yellow hue appears around her, only it seemed corrupted, darkened and impaired by her current dilemma. Should she pull the trigger of the gun? Some would call that justice for what happened to her beloved, or not pull the trigger, and have the kid go unpunished for his crimes. Verity, his aura isn't triggering, it's not healing. Lily says as I look down at Ash. Greninja wasn't healing and neither was Ash. Dad, help us, please, he needs help. Lana says as she calls out her Araquanid and begins to have it use sticky web on some of Charizard's wounds. Verity, drop the gun. Go and get help from the Poke Center in town, you are the faster of the two of us, go. Verity shakes at the arms for a minute before throwing the gun to the ground and taking off, pulling a Pokeball from her belt. Gago, let's go. She yells as the Pokemon appears, she jumps onto its back. 10 minutes passed and Ash's would only trigger for long enough to stop him from bleeding out, only to flicker and die out. He must have used a lot recently. If only Sorrel or Steel were here, they would know what to do about his aura. Cross says as his G-men finish putting the now identified Tracy into a van and driving off. Or even Risa, she might know how to do something about it. Cross says as I see his aura flicker again. I was beginning to lose hope. Ash was strong, but he could only be strong for so long. Then I hear the sirens, a sound so powerful in all of us, I felt even the kid on the ground shake. Hold on baby, stay strong, hope is coming. I said to him, then everything got really crazy. Chansey, Adino, Comfey, Blissey, Wigglybuff, and even a couple Lucario got out of vans with Nurse Joy, who took over for us. Some began to use Heal Pulse on the Pokémon, while the nurses looked at Ash. We're going to need to transfer. Mary Joy got a stretcher over here now. Somehow this kid isn't dead yet. I hear an officer say as a Nurse Joy appears with a stretcher. Within an hour we are all in the hospital. Ash had gone in and they were operating on his Pokémon. Lily was so nervous she was bouncing her leg. Verity was bawling on Cross' shoulder, her tears soaking his jacket. Lana was petting Vulpix, who had a smile on her face, an oh so innocent smile on her face. Then the main doors smashed open. Kukui, Burnett, and How busted in and began to ask questions. Over here guys. I say, trying to stay strong. They run over. I tell them everything, how a kid named Tracy who was dressed in Team Rocket clothes, had taken some shots at Ash, how he was currently in surgery, how if they didn't pull through soon, Greninja and Charizard might not make it. I then started to break down in tears, he saved me and now he was in danger and there was nothing I could do. Lily hugged me close and we began to cry into each other's shoulders. Girls, it will be alright, Ash always pulls through, we just have to have faith. Lana says as she walks over to me and Lily. She pulls us close and I feel a little better. Ash once told me my aura made people feel happy, made them want to laugh and have a good time. My sense of humor may be bad, but that doesn't mean I don't like to laugh or make others feel happy. She says to us as How looks at her weird. We all knew what he was thinking. After another hour passed, Vulpix lost her smile, she had picked up the negativity in the room finally. Then Joy came, she had a smile on her face, but her eyes told us a different story. He'll make it, but he may need help for the next few months, would he happen to be an aura user? She says to us as Kukui nods. It appears he was hit with a buckshot anti-aura round, a new piece of technology that has been in development for military use. However, it is not supposed to be this lethal, it is supposed to stun a target's aura to prevent or destabilize Mega Evolution. However, it appears someone modified this round to be a live round meant to kill and affect the Pokémon who is evolved and any other Pokémon connected to the aura user. This is why his Greninja and Charizard were harmed as well, and why neither unevolved when damaged this way. We were able to save the Pokémon easily enough, they should be fine and dandy within a month, however Ash is a different story, we had to put him in a coma so that his aura would stop trying to fight us every step of the way. She says. Only direct family can see him right now, we can let the others in, once we know for sure he won't relapse. So me and the girls left, Nurse Joy took Burnett and Kukui back and told the rest of us that they would call us when he woke up. So we left. We went to my house where my parents were fighting again, and my little sister was hiding in the corner. I don't know what it was but I snapped. Hey! Everything stopped. I felt something inside me grow stronger, and according to Lily there was a green hue around me. What is the issue this time, cause right now I am really not in the mood for this, if it is anything less than money missing from the safe, you both are to leave the premises, and I may allow you to return to get your things when the day is over. I say as they both freeze. You wouldn't. My mother went to say as I grabbed little Flora and passed her to Lily. Lily, girls, take little Flora upstairs, there are some frozen dinners in the freezer, make as many as you want, keep her entertained, I need to have a little chat with my parents. I say as I walk into the kitchen, glowing with that same green hue. Now listen here, out of the kindness in my heart and soul I let you two live here, as my parents and because you had my little sister with you. But in the last 6 months you guys have been pushing me to my limits, I may own the restaurant but I am also a trial captain, and because of how you guys have been running me ragged, I have been slacking on my training to the point where people breeze through my trial as if it were the first one and not the fourth one. Now I have had a long day, so I want you two to leave for the rest of the day, and think about how you have been acting, then when you come back, I will decide if you are welcomed back. I say as I point to the door. Don't argue about it. I say as I turn and leave the room. I headed up the apartment above the restaurant where the girls and Flora were. When I got, Lana and Lily were asleep on the couch, the day's events having overloaded them, young Flora sleeping in between them. She was still little and so sleeping was part of her day when things got crazy. They fell asleep almost the moment we got up here. Lana was first and she has the cutest yawn I have ever heard. Lily was next, and I didn't even realize she had fallen asleep, she didn't make a sound or even give a signal. She was just out, they were watching a movie, something about letting go, and then they were out. I begin to laugh as they were probably watching Frozen, one of Flora's favorite movies. So Verity, want to talk about what happened today with that kid? I say to the girl as she seems to be staring at her frozen dinner. So you know how most of Ash's old friends betrayed him, right? Well, that kid was Tracy. He was one of his companions in the Orange Islands. He wanted to become a Pokémon researcher last I knew, but he had to start from the bottom with Professor. Was because of Ash that he was able to get that position. However, after the incident, he must have went to Team Rocket to become one of their researchers. When he saw Ash, he must have been overcome in joy because they had been trying to kill him, as they saw that as the only way to stop him from becoming a trainer. This is the third time he has been shot by one of them. First time it wasn't that kid Max. She says as she begins to play with her food. I just wish I had recognized him sooner, he wouldn't be in the ore right now. She says as she suddenly slams her fist into the table. She then gets up and walks out the door. She has a spirit, that one, she was always a lively one. After her journey with Ash to see Ho-Oh, she went back home and took the league by storm there, going as far as to attempt the championship match. She would lose that match, but that never stopped her. She then started training again, and that training led her to Alola, where she met up with Ash, and in doing so started a relationship with him. The one piece she was missing. A guy with red hair says as he comes into the kitchen. Cross, Ash's rival from that same journey, right? I ask as he nods. And you must be the jungle girl Ash told me about, Mallow. Yeah, he told me about all of his girls. He says, pulling out a recorder. He told me that if anything happened to him to give this to you, he figured you would be the most calm out of all of the four. He says, placing it on the table. Just push play and be prepared to hear a lot about Ash and his feelings towards you four. Cross says as he pushes the play button and leaves the room. The screen boots up and shows an image of Ash sitting in front of the camera in a hospital room. Recording POV Mallow POV. So I guess I should start with the date. Today is June 14, 2016, I am a Pokémon trainer by a currently unknown name. Most call me Ash as that was the idea found in my pocket, but there is also room for doubt about that. Ash says as he looks down at his arm. Based on information about said trainer name, if I truly am this person, I should be in my home in the Kanto region. However, as of a week ago, I was found shot, stabbed, and bleeding in a cave here in Alola. Reports from this also seem to be pointing in the same direction, as the trainer by the name Ash has been missing for as long as I have been in the hospital. He says as he pulls a Pokeball from off-screen, probably off the table in the room. In this Pokeball is a Goodra. The Goodra belongs to the trainer from the ID. It also seems to recognize me, so I guess I really am the trainer. So I guess I should just say it now. My name is Ashton Satoshi Ketchum and I am the missing Kanto trainer. The recording cuts off with Ash smiling for the first time in the video. I fast forward a small amount on the recorder and see that it was a week later. Today is June 21st, my name is Ash Ketchum, and I am a patient at the hospital here on Mele Island. The doctors told me that I am suffering from amnesia. But the truth is that I still have my memories of that day, still fresh in my head. They shot me, stabbed me, they wanted me to die, the fear when my aura triggered for the first time. Speaking of which, I have been visited by a woman with pink hair and her boss who asked me about where I was from and if I could do what I did that day again. Apparently I am responsible for bringing what is called an Ultra Beast into our world. Apparently they call it UB-03 Lightning, and it has been wreaking havoc all over the Kanto region. I laugh at this, not because I summoned it on purpose or anything, but because the truth is that I have it on me. I freeze. I remember this one, Xurkitree, a powerful Ultra Beast that was known to cause chaos with its powerful electric attacks. And if Ash has it, then he has been really handicaping himself. Ah, so that's what happened to Lightning. It is back in Alola. That pesky trainer needs to give it to us. I hear someone say as I turn and see a man in a white lab coat with blonde hair and goggles. I reach for a Pokeball on my belt. Faba, I thought they arrested you for your involvement in the experiments on Type Null. I say as I try to relax. I am out on parole, and it appears that a new pest has appeared. I already dealt with the other two, so don't think I won't deal with him either. He says as more what appear to be ether soldiers with black uniforms appear in my house. They all have rifles in their hands and aim them at the two on the couch and me. Now where is he? Faba says as he points to Ash. I don't know, he is a friend of mine who was shot in his home region about a year ago, and these are the first thing I heard from him since the incident. I say as I pull the Pokeball out and enlarge it. Captain, fire the chloroform. Faba says as the man furthest from me fires a large canister of what I guess is chloroform from his gun, which releases the gas into the room, making me see black before falling to my knees. I then feel nothing. Verity POV. I walked all the way to the ruins of life. The pink ruins that are supposed to house the legendary guardian of the island of Akala, Tapu Lele. I stand there and begin to breathe, before letting off a scream so loud you could hear it in Kanto. I then begin to cry, freak out, panic, cry some more. I even started to blame myself. Why are you so stupid? I remember when I first joined your group and you got the EVs. You promised them and me that you wouldn't keep doing this shit. I say as I pull out the photo from that day. The picture was of Ash, Lily, Hao and I standing in front of the daycare with the lady who had just given Ash 2 EVs that someone had abandoned there. I punched the ground, in anger. He had saved us that night, and one of the EVs who Ash had bonded with that day evolved into his brilliant Umbreon, just to help him lead us through the city. Flashback mode on. Team Rocket had been seen on the island. They had been terrorizing people, in the main city, stealing Pokémon and just causing a ruckus. They were still looking for Giovani, not the poiser who was in his office now. A clone of the man everyone called boss. We had been stopped by Officer Jennings because we had been traveling past curfew. They thought we were part of the organization and so tried to arrest us. But right after Team Rocket had appeared and challenged us to a battle. If you think that beating us will make us give you our Pokémon, you are sadly mistaken. He had said as he enlarged a Pokeball and threw it forward. His Trumbeak appeared and a battle began. Team Rocket began to overpower us easily, forcing us to our last Pokémon each. So Ash called her out. I believe in you, EV, show your old trainer that you aren't weak, that you aren't like what she said you were, together we can beat them. Let's show them our power together. Ash had said to the evolution Pokémon, and that was all they needed. The two took off, taking out Pokémon left and right, but it came down to a Gengar and a weakened EV. And just before Ash could call out the next move, the grunt had ordered Gengar to use payback, forcing EV to her last leg. Ash had run to her, and hugged the Pokémon close. I am so sorry, EV, I should have brought you back, I should have seen you were tired from the other battles. Please return for now, you did amazing. It was me who messed up, I wasn't a good enough trainer for you. He had said, and Eevee cried. But just so Ash wouldn't be sad, she had reached inside herself and called the power forward. She forced herself to evolve so that Ash wouldn't be sad. And when the light died down, in Eevee's place was a blue and black Umbreon, a shiny. Meaning Eevee was shiny. Alright Umbreon, if you can still battle, use some of that new power of yours, payback, let's go. Ash said as Umbreon nodded. She rushed forward, surrounded in a red and black aura, slamming into the Gengar, making it faint. The grunts all fell unconscious and returned their Pokémon, not in that order. And Jenny arrested them. They were sent to jail, and we continued into the next city using Umbreon's flash to light the way. All the time both Ash and Umbreon are smiling. Both were genuinely happy, Umbreon because she found a trainer she could trust, and Ash because he had helped Umbreon reach her full potential. Flashback mode off. I began to laugh at the memory. Everything had been happening so fast that night that Ash said that he needed to rest, and he went to bed without even eating his dinner. Child, you seem distressed, is there something wrong? I hear a female voice say as I look around. I see nothing at first. A tree with weird branches that made it almost look like deer antlers, a pot with antennae sticking out of the top, there was even a small green bug-looking Pokémon chilling on a boulder, but none of these seemed to be able to talk. Then I froze after realizing what I had seen. Why are you all here, lord and ladies? I say as Xerneas, Tapu Lele, and Zygarde appear before me. We appear because your friends need help and as of right now you are the only one who can help them. Zygarde says as 3 Cherish Ball appear on the ground. Take us to the Chosen One after you save your friends, and he wakes up. Tapu Lele says as she taps the first Cherish Ball, Xerneas taps the second one and Zygarde taps the third. They are all SCKED in and all 3 ping. I need to get back to the house. I call Xerneas back out. Can I ride you my lady back to my friend's house? She nods and I jump onto her back and she takes off. I prayed that I was going to be in time. Cross POV. I went to the hospital. Ash had been moved to recovery, he was doing better now, they had been able to remove the bullets, and stop the bleeding. All that was left was to heal the areas that were affected. Which his aura appeared to be doing for him. I get to the room and see Kukui and Burnett next to his bed. They are crying, both tears of anger and tears of joy. He was going to make it, but what would happen when he found out that his girls were kidnapped? Ash POV. Chosen One, you need to wake up, we are on our way to help, but your girls are in danger, they need your help. Marshadao says to me, please human daddy, Mutwo and I are the closest, we will be there in an hour, you need to wake up. Mew says as I begin to feel my aura run rampant. Closing holes, and wounds, helping me heal faster. The nightmares never lie, Chosen One, they are all in danger, we are bringing the ace team, Cross is already there, Latios and I are going to be there shortly. Darkrai says as my heart rate increases. My anger fueling my aura, making it burn away the injuries faster. My eyes snap open and my aura flares, the 4 colors blazing brighter than any other time I had used my aura this severely. Ash, what are you doing? You need to rest, Charizard and Greninja stay there, you 3 need to rest. A doctor says as I turn to my Pokémon who nod and I reach out to them with my aura healing their wounds and restoring their stamina. The doctor turned to me, I saw it out of the corner of my eyes. He called for his nurses, who all came running back into the room and began to try and restrain me. Begin to play, you say run. Doctor, I have to leave, there is a special set of summons that need my help, so I would like to see you all try to FNG stop me when the women I love are in danger. I say almost on autopilot and stand up. I grab my Pokeballs and clip them to my belt. I then turn and leave the recovery room. Kukui, Burnett, Cross, and a few others meet me at the entrance of the hospital. We are with you Ash, ready for anything. They say as I smile. This was going to be a battle heard all over the world. We were taking Ether Paradise by storm. Will Ash be able to save his girls? Why are 3 legendaries coming to Verity? How did Cross know to be in Alola now? All this and more coming up next time. Next time on Pokémon, Legend to Master, Alola segment. Cross, help me break down the door. Help them now. Gladion, what are you doing here? Pulse, make them fear us. Chapter 10, Raiding the Paradise, taking what's his. Ash POV. I stood at the docks, waiting for Cross' friend that apparently had a boat that could fit all of us on it. With me was Gary, who was never really a traitor, it was just a test to see if the old me was still in my head. Paul, Harrison, Tyson, Morrison, how who when he heard what happened to me instantly came to Konokoni City, Lily's brother Gladion, who decided to put our rivalry on hold to go save his sister, Cross, Sorrel, Verity, who when she saw me still alive, walking around, she hugged me close, punched me in the arm, kissed me, then punched me in the arm again. After freaking out for a few minutes, she pulled out 3 Cherish Ball and handed them to me. These 3 met me at the ruins of life, they said to give you them when we saw each other again. She said as she handed the Pokeballs to me. Hello Chosen One, Father Arceus felt it was time for you to have power over life, and balance, not death yet, and Tapu Lele decided to come along. I hear Xerneas say in my head. The Pokeballs shrink down and I clip them to my belt. There were others with me, for example the other captains, from the other islands, the Kahunas, gym leaders from the other regions, even one called Galar. There were a couple here on the island that when they heard about what happened instantly were ready to go. Raihan was the last gym leader in the region, and Nessa was the second. Thank you all for coming. Ash here is a dear friend to most in every region, and I thank our Galar brethren for helping in this matter. Team Rocket has been seen here on the Alolan Islands. Cross says as the others growl. As of yesterday, Ash was shot with an anti-aura rifle. He nearly lost his life thanks to Team Rocket. They also took the girls he loves, and today we are invading their base and taking them back. We will also be looking for any grunts, and arresting them, any of the admins. If you can take them, bring them down. I hear Cross say as I walk over to him. Giovani is mine. I say as I see a giant pirate ship coming into the harbor. Captain, she is ready for boarding. I hear a male voice say on the ship. Ah, Steel, welcome to the islands. You, ready for a full frontal brawl. I hear Cross say as the gangplank is dropped onto the dock. The ship itself is large, about the size of a cruise ship. It was black as if it was burned and had the colors raised. On the side of the ship is the name, Semper Fidelis. I begin to board the ship, when I hear two people run up next to it. Sorry we're late, customs, was a beach. I hear someone behind me. I turn and see Riza and Shauna. I instantly jump off the gangplank and hug them both. We are here for you, Ash, so let's go get those girls back. Shauna says as we release each other from the hug. Hey, come on ye land lovers, we gotta go. I hear Steel say as I drag the others up the gangplank. Attention passengers, this is your captain speaking. We shall be at our destination within an hour. So sit back, relax, have a drink. Unless ye underage. Then we have juice and soda in the cooler. Battling is not allowed, and if Ash Ketchum could join me on the main deck, I have something for ye. The captain says as I walk over to the wheel. Listen here lad, two things, that Shauna girl, don't forget to tell her how you feel. Also these are for you. He says, handing me two unique Z crystals that have the crystal then small diamond shapes at the end of either crystal. These are Lycium Z and Mimikyu Z. I got them from my parents, and then found a set myself in the Kanto region. These are that found set. I understand you have the two and you are going to need some more power when going against these guys. Steel says, pushing the two crystals into my hand. Now laddie, you better be prepared for what is about to happen. Steel says and pushes me down to the deck. He was right, I was going to need my strongest Pokémon for this. I went to the lower deck and activated my Pokédex. Transfer Greninja, and Charizard, Receiving Pulse, and Talonflame. Rotom says as the two Pokeballs appear in my hand. So when were you going to tell them your cousin Leon sent you the Pokédex PC upgrade from Galar? Nessa says as I quickly close the decks. I don't use it that often, just when I need it for situations like this one. I say as I walk past her back onto the main deck. I had to stay focused on what was about to happen. In 10 minutes, there was going to be guns. Bad people, Pokemon who were stronger thanks to something Rocket did. Things I needed to be careful of. And if all was right, Giovani and a blonde woman who I didn't know were going to be leading the charge. Ash, you called something pulse down there, what is it? Nessa says as I quickly freeze. Not something important right now. I say to Nessa as I walk away from her entirely. Her following me was getting on my nerves. I was already upset and ready to kill Giovani. No Ash, I have been watching you, Leon asked me to do it. You never give your Pokemon a nickname. But this Pokemon has a nickname, why? Nessa says as Raihan came up next to her. Leon also asked me to check on you while we were here. You can tell us. I growl and slam my hand into the side of the staircase we were standing by. Fine, it's an Ultra Beast. It appeared at the hospital when I was staying there, something about my aura drew it to me. I say as I pull out a black and blue Pokeball with a rainbow lightning bolt on it. The top was covered in black arches that were almost wire-like. Ash, Leon and Lance told you not to bring that out, we don't know the effect it will have on the world. We don't even know if it will. Listen to you. I hear Cross say next to me. What am I supposed to do? My girlfriends are in trouble, and it's my fault. If hadn't have found out I was alive still they wouldn't have sent Tracy to shoot me, and I wouldn't have had an injured Charizard, and Greninja, they wouldn't have sent Faba after the three of them. Hell, I wouldn't have been here in the first place, they wouldn't have been in danger if I had just remained in that forest. But I didn't, and now Rocket has earned my full wrath, and they will be lucky if it doesn't bring down the house. I say as my aura flares around me. He's got a point. I mean, if I was in his situation, I'd bring out the Pokémon that I only recently captured, I would bring down the entirety of Team Rocket by myself. At least he has the patience and clear head to wait. Steel says as he comes down and stands with me. Ash, do you even have a plan? What if Pulse doesn't listen to you? What if you get hit again? There isn't going to be a way to save you this time. Cross says as I look out at the water. Yeah, and it's really simple. In fact, gather everyone on the main deck. I say as I grab and enlarge Pulse's Pokeball. Once everyone was gathered on the ship, I stood in front of all of them. Now it has occurred to me that we don't actually have a plan, and I would like to repair that. I say as I throw the Pokeball. It snaps open and the Ultra Beast appears, startling everyone except Steel. To start, this is the Ultra Beast known as Lightning. I have taken to calling him Pulse. With this being said, he is an ally, do not be afraid, he is perfectly tame. I say as Pulse reaches down with one of his plugs. I grab it and it seems to understand that I need him to help me, that all these people were my allies. The next thing is that I have come up with a plan, and would like Gladion to join me up here, because if at any point this plan doesn't work, I will have a backup setting. I say as I let go of Pulse's plug. Gladion joins me up here, and that's when it all starts. So first off, Gladion, what are you doing here? I say as I put him in the spotlight. One of the girls Ash is dating is my sister, Lily. She was also one of the girls that were taken, so I am here to provide assistance in any way I can. He says as I nod. Alright Gladion, how is security on the island? Any form of radar or watchtower? I say as I Cross hands me a map of the Foundation. He knew where we were going and so had the map printed by Gladion. Yeah, it has a radar underneath the island in case of large aquatic Pokémon attack, and trust me, it's happened, but nothing as far as above water or aerial. Once on the island, there is several areas where security is set up, but only if our mother is on the island. The rest of the time the island is basically a free-for-all explore area, except for the lower docks and lower floors. He says as he points out the areas. If Team Rocket has taken over the base, Mother will either be trying to help them from the main house here. He points to a building that was separated from the large main compound. It was smaller and seemed to have a garden attached to it. Or is in the main compound in the holding cells about 3 stories below the main entrance. Gladion says as he points to the center of the main compound. Alright, then here's how we are going to do this. Winona, Skyla, Faulkner, you take a team and do aerial recon, take at least one person each. That person is to provide cover. Team Rocket will probably be looking for aerial assault. Elsa, Watson, Lieutenant Surge, Sophocles, since you all specialize in electric types, I can think of noon better to take out the main power grid. Each of you take a partner as well. Again, these partners will be providing cover fire. I say as I look over the map more, taking a pen from Cross and a badge each from them. The badges represent their gym leader, the other symbols will make sense when you are assigned a role. I say as I place the electric and flying type gym leaders. Pick your partners now. I say as I see Faulkner grab Sabrina, Winona grabs Roxanne, Skyla reaches for me only for her to change her mind and grab Cress. Chili, Cress, I am sorry about your brother, please help me in this and I will see about getting him out. I say and they look at each other. Sigh, no Ash, it's not that, we thought that because of Killian that you wouldn't trust us. Cress says and I nod. You didn't do anything, so no need to be upset with you. Hell, you even came and joined in on this rescue mission. They both nod. Actually Cress, Violet, Daisy, Lily, Nessa, John, Wallace, Wake, Marlin, as you are all water specialists, I need you guys to dive, go as deep as possible, keep the radar focused on you, Semper Fidelis, needs to get as close as possible, so keep the radar focused on each of you. They all nod. Don't worry about grabbing partners, you will have enough cover, and Steel said he has diving gear and a dive area in the back of the ship. I placed the badges of the new assigned team, and the partner symbols. The rest of you, when we land, it will be our job to take out any stragglers and those that don't respond to the other 3 assaults, any traitors or admins on the island, eliminate with extreme prejudice. I say and wave to Steel, who nods and triggers the boat's motor. The ship then begins to speed towards the island. As the metal island begins to come into view, I give the signal for the aerial and sea teams to go. Which they do so without flaw. Steel throws down one of his dinghies and begins to help the electric team into it. Listen now, push the blue button to stop, red to go, and yellow to throw up the air bubble. This dinge doubles as a yellow submarine. If you get the joke, thank you, if not, you're a little too young. He then sends them off. Giovanni, you better be ready, 'cause I am bringing hell to your front door. I say as Semper Fidelis got closer and closer. Steel, ready the gangplank. I say as he nods. We land in the dock and drop the plank. Host the colors Maddies, let's make them fear Ash Ketchum. Steel yells out as he swings on a rope from the main deck onto the dock. You heard him, take out the grunts, watch out for admins, don't be afraid to go all out. I say as I jump off the ship, calling out Talonflame. Begin to listen to you say run now. I jump and Talonflame grabs me, flying me through the paradise dodging grunts. He knew where we had to go. Talonflame drops me at the end of the hull. I say as I feel her claws begin to release me. They fully release and I begin to fall. Landing in a roll and standing back up, I begin to run down the hall. Intruders coming from the main entrance, intruders coming from the sky, intruders coming from sea, we are surrounded. I hear someone say as I turn the corner and see someone in a white Team Rocket suit. She had long purple hair that reached just below her shoulder blades. They can't reach the cells, or Giovanni, I just need to hold my post. She says as she begins to reach for a pokeball. I would get out of my way right now, I don't want to have to hurt any more people or Pokémon than I have to. I say to her as I make my presence known. And why would I dare disobey my leader's orders? She says as she turns to me. No, this can't be, you're dead, you can't be here, you're dead. She says as I smirk. Then I am just a figment of your imagination. I say as I get close to her. And this shouldn't hurt at all. I say as I push some aura into my fist, and slam it into the side of her head. She falls to the ground unconscious. I sigh, if I freaked her out that much, she must have been new. Cross meets up with me eventually, and we stare at the door in front of us. Apparently she had locked it before I had knocked her out. Cross, help me knock this door down. I yell as a huge fire fight begins behind us between Team Rocket members and our allies, many of which were doing pretty good as Cross turned and helped them out. Gonna have to move it. I say as I grab a pokeball of my belt, I throw it forward and it snaps open revealing Infernape, and in a mighty roar and slamming his fist into the ground, he turns and looks at me. Hey big guy, we are going to be trying something new today. See this red crystal, it holds the power of fire here in Alola, and that door behind us is going to get a taste of it coming from you. I say to the large simian Pokémon, who looks at the door, before giving off a growl and nodding his head. Alright Incineroar, give him a hand. Incineroar appears and growls, I point to the door and he nods. Alright Infernape, here we go. I say as both Cross and I sync up and begin to go through the motions. Here we go, Inferno Overdrive, we shout together as large ball of fire form in the hands and claws of our Pokémon before being thrown at the door, which then shatters upon impact. Stop, you say, run now. Behind the door, I see my girls, they are hanging by chains that are attached to their wrist. They are gagged and seem to be unconscious. How dare you? I hear my voice say as I see the man before them. He is wearing a green business suit, with brown hair and pale skin, on his lap is a Persian that turns to me and hisses. Mr. Ketchum, I would stay there if I were you, don't need my office getting dirty. Maria doesn't come till Thursday. He says in the voice I would never forget. You so much as harm a hair on their heads, and this whole building will need a clean up when I am done with you. I say in a weird voice that seemed to be multiple overlapping. What can a child like yourself do? Your own soul was shattered into pieces, and you rely on these girls to bring them back together. I wonder would you actually kill me for doing this? He pulls out a gun and puts it to Lily's head. Start jet say run now. I rush forward almost teleporting and grab his wrist that holds the gun. I'm going to break you. I say in that voice again, as Giovanni stares at me. Like a Kit Kat bar. I say as I let my aura flare. I then snap his wrist forcing him to drop the gun. I then Sparta kicking him out the window to our left. Cross begin to evacuate all of our allies, take them with you, I have trash to take care of. I say in the voice that I am realizing is the voice that I spoke in when I was possessed by that ancient king, mixing with my own. Very good Ash, my true name is Titus, and I have decided to help you. After all we are no longer much different, betrayed by people we thought were friends, loves of our lives stolen from us, their lives threatened, able to use aura, recognized by the legendaries, so let's show this sheet heel who we are when we are not enemies. I nod my head only to turn when I feel someone tap me on the shoulder. There stood Shauna, she had tears in her eyes. Ash, listen to me, don't kill him, don't lose who you are, please do that for me. I love that you, not the you that the others have told me you have become. She says as I realize something, this king was what was blocking the old me. When I was at my weakest he invaded my mind, made me believe the only way to gain myself back was to take revenge, to make the traitors fear me. You have figured me out, I must say this girl has a head on her shoulders. I close my eyes, and focus for a single second. Who am I? I nod to Shauna, she then kisses me, long and passionately. I feel a new source of power travel through me before I break off and look at her. Get off the island, and stick close to Cross, if anything changes, dive into the ocean, there is someone there waiting to help. I tell her before jumping out of the window. I plummet to the ground, find Giovanni, being helped up by one of his admins. Giovanni, we have to leave, this plan is a bust. I hear the admin say and Giovanni looks at him. Anyone I see leaving this island will be considered a deserter and will be killed on sight. He says until I smash into him, letting my aura pulse. Oh, what is the big bad wolf afraid of the little pigs? I say as he gets back on his feet. How are you even alive? You should have died from the anti-aura rounds. He says that and I stop. My anger rising in my stomach. So you sent Tracy, too bad, next time you try to have someone killed, make sure the person you sent isn't afraid to finish the job. I say as I rush him, pinning him to the ground and grabbing the gun he had on his side. Oh, and this is for everything else. I say as I pull the trigger putting a bullet in his leg. He screamed, a sound that was music to my ears. When he stopped screaming, he began to laugh. What's so funny? I say as he begins to speak. You know those girls were quite the entertainment for my men. He says and I don't know if he is just stupid or if he was being serious, and I don't want to know. I turn the gun to his temple. You know, while you may be a good shot old man, that I have a little trouble, a little too shaky when I hold the gun, so I have to get real close, so stop shaking so that I don't miss. I say as I put the gun right to his temple. It is now that he sees himself, you're nothing like your brother, what are you? He says as I stop myself from pulling the trigger. My brother could only take you down, we made a vow of peace, when I entered this new life, I made a new vow, the ones I loved should they ever be harmed, the harmer would feel my wrath. I say as I pull the trigger, except a bullet doesn't come out. Take this as a mercy, I could have killed you, except this isn't your gun. I say as I put the gun in my bag. Leave the paradise, this is a place of relaxation. A place where Pokémon who have been abused can come to sleep. To be safe for even a short time. I say as I turn my back on him and begin to get close to the docks again. You know grandfather, no matter how much it hurts me to say that, you are my only family left from my dad's side of the family. When you get out, I would like to sit down and talk to you, learn more about my remaining family. I say as Steel lowers the gangplank. Officer Jenny and John swarm the paradise, arresting grunts and admin alike. I see them go for Giovani, and stop in my steps. He's going to need some medical care, and mental help. Try using a Zatu and a Gardevoir, they should help him clear his head. I say as I get back onto Steel ship. Welcome aboard the Heart of the Sea. Please make sure that all Pokémon are in their Pokeballs and that you are relaxed. We have a long journey back, and if Ash would join me on the main deck. I have a message from an old friend of mine. I hear Steel say as I begin to walk up to the main deck. You did good today, Jenny got the weapons, the grunt, and Giovani is in cuffs. That old king was wrong to even try what he did, however that isn't what I wanted to talk to you about. Steel says as he points to my hands. How willing were you to put blood on your hands, were you really ready to dirty your hands? He says as he turns the wheel slightly, almost like he was steadying it. I'm going to be honest, no I wasn't. I am never going to be like Giovani, I will never kill another being, even if my aura doesn't allow it. I say as I flash back to the incident with Max and May. I had them by the throat, forcing my aura into their own, overloading them. I say their skin begin to crack, turn gray, their eyes glowing blue. What was I going to do? Port bow, something large swimming our way. Raihan says out of nowhere as he grabs his Pokeball. Hold, they may be friendly. I hear Steel says as he enlarges his own Pokeball. Steel, that could be rockets that were not arrested on the island. Nessa says as she also enlarges a Pokeball. Give me a hand, Milotic. She calls out as she throws a Pokeball with a beauty seal on it. It snaps open and a shiny Milotic appears and dives into the water, Nessa jumping onto the Pokemon as she dives. There is a moment when nothing happens, and then a shadow of a serpentine-like Pokemon speeds past the underside of the ship. Moments passed and nothing seems to happen, then a blue light appears under the water and then Nessa and her Milotic jump out of the water. It's Plasma. She yells as she dives again, and a beam similar to that of a Pokemon's ice beam. Pulse, make them fear us. I say as I call out the beast, who appears on the ship and lets off a cry that seems to echo throughout the world. Steel, send a signal to Nessa and tell her to get out of the water. I say as I reach out to the Ultra Beast. Send it to her, she is boarding now, just returning her Pokemon. I nod and feel Xurkitree's aura with my own. Pulse, with a little restriction, fire a thunderbolt at that middle section. I say as I point to the middle of the shadow. Pulse fires a small thunderbolt that was the equivalent to that of a Raichu at the heart of the Team Plasma sub. There is a moment where nothing happens, then a large explosion appears in the water and sends goons to the surface, and even Getsus, who sees me and gets a look of pure unadulterated rage. Kyriam, fire a glaciate at that ship. He says as the legend appears next to him. Only for the legend to bash the man over the head with his arm. Chosen one, capture me, I am tired of serving this mortal. He says as I pull a Cherish Ball out of my bag and throw it. It taps Kyriam on the forehead and SCKS him in. It pings and is sent straight to the lab. Pulse, full power, Thunderbolt. I yell as Getsus and the Plasma members look at Pulse as he fires the attack. There is a moment where I hear the screams of those that are affected by the electricity, then nothing. Steel, call Jenny, tell her that we have Plasma members here for her. I say as I see the others look at me with shock. They now knew I could control an Ultra Beast. Chapter 11, Nightmares Come True. The Red Soul Fragment. Ash POV. So something that has come up in the story multiple times is my gender assignments of some of the genderless legendaries, and I am not mad or upset about this point being brought up. It's entirely my fault, and I will explain that. For example, SMC Smfan 1 mentioned that Kyogre is male in canon. Which is entirely true, and I realize that. However, I based Kyogre's gender of Amphitrite, who is the wife of Poseidon in Greek mythology. As Manaphy is considered the prince of the sea, he will be male, as I based the gender of Triton. Darkrai is male in canon and is male here as I based his gender on Hades, and before you say anything, Giratina is male for the same reason. Sorry, thought I should clear this up, and again not mad or upset about this being brought up, it was just really important for this chapter. The Heart of the Sea slowly sailed into the docks on Melee Island. Most of us were tired from the trip there and the raid. I was surprised I was able to stand on my own. My aura burned through what energy I had in my system. Ash, you doing okay? I heard about the aura output earlier. I hear Lily say behind me, she knew about the output drain, she also knew that I shouldn't be able to stand right now. Yeah, fine, just a little tired. I say as I turn to her. The blonde in front of me just gave me the look, and I crumbled. Alright, I have no idea, I should be unconscious right now, I should still be in the hospital, but my body is powering forward, maybe it's sign that I have gained more control of my aura, or maybe I have more energy than normal. I say as she looks at me. She then walks up to me and puts her head in the crook of my neck. Listen to me now, Ash, you are fine. But you need to wake up. She says as her gentle voice made everything seem to calm down. Ash, you need to wake up for me, we are all waiting for you, so wake up. She says again as the world around us seems to crumble. Come on back to me. She says as she fades away into dust. Then I woke up. Where am I? I say as I look around and see the hospital on Melee Island. Charizard and Greninja, not too far from me. Heart monitors on their chest and the steady beeps of the machines. Where are the girls, where am I? I say out loud as a doctor comes running in. He's awake. He yells down the hall as I try to stand up. He runs over to me and tries to push me down onto the bed. No. I yell as I slam my fist into his side, knocking the wind out of him, and making him fall. I have to check on Greninja and Charizard. I say aggressively and walk over to my dragon Pokémon. I call to my aura once more, placing my hand on Charizard's chest and begin to pump aura through him. The healing pulses pump through him, removing his wounds and resetting bones. Now for Greninja. I say as I stumble over to my aura partner and place my hand on his chest. Doing the same with him as I did with Charizard. I feel his heart rate increase and his bones snap back into place. I take a breath and go back to my bed, I needed to rest. I lay down and close my eyes. Ash, I need you, please, help me. I hear Lily cry out in my head as my eyes snap open. Please Ash, stay strong, he has us, there are sounds of destruction and battle outside, please we need help. I hear Mallow say as I stand from my bed, almost absent-mindedly. They stole the legends from me, Ash, they are calling out to you, they need help like we do, please help us all. I hear Verity say as my aura spikes like crazy. Charizard, Greninja, can you hear me? I say as I stand up and walk over to my bag. RRRGGGG. I hear from Charizard, who was standing and stretching. GRE. I hear from Greninja as I grab my Pokédex. Dexter, Rotom, Protocol, Infinite. Initiate now. I say as I lace up my shoes and throw on my hat. DNA needed for Protocol to be activated. Rotom says as I slide on my jacket. Presenting my hand to him, he taps it and scans my DNA. DNA accepted, welcome Champion Ash. All 80+ Pokémon ready for transfer. Rotom says as he begins to rotate through the images of my Pokémon. Begin. I say as I stick my head out the door. I turn back to my stuff and grab Charizard's and Greninja's Pokeball. Return for now, you two, going to need all hands on deck for this mission. I say as they nod and are cloaked in a red light. Alright, Mutwo, I need your help. I say as I throw his Pokeball forward. It snaps open and reveals the clone Pokémon. How may I be of assistance, Ash? He says as he appears. Mutwo, I need to go to a place called the Ether Paradise, can you take me to it? I say as doctors begin to try and open the door. I had locked the door once I had awoken. I needed to save my girls, my friends, my family. They all needed my help, not only that but something told me to, Mew, I need you to activate the lockdown system on the lock, they can't get in here. I say as I throw another cherish ball forward. It snaps open and an agitated Mew appears, forcing the door closed and forcing the lock shut. I pull out some of my other Pokémon as I hear an alarm go off and something that sounded like air be released. Probably hydraulic locks. I have all my Pokémon on me, check. Mutwo out to help me with this. Check. No one can get in this room till I get back. Check. Alright Mutwo, locate Verity. I say as the clone Pokémon nods and turns to a single point in the room. Then creates a portal using Psystrike. Let's go. I say as I run through the portal, hoping and praying that I wasn't about to enter a massacre. When I arrive at the point Mutwo portaled us to, all I could see was an island that was filled with smoke, fires burned everywhere. Rocket members lay on the ground unconscious, their Pokémon not too far from them, fainted. Well, looks like human resources has been processed. I say as I look around for Verity, only to find How with a Prismarine out and breathing heavily. I run up to him quickly and help him to the ground. Ash, what are you doing here? You should still be in the hospital healing. He says as I chuckle. I was, but something called out to me. The girls are in trouble and I am going to put an end to it. I say as he nods. Just be careful. I nod and turn to the building. How long have you been here and who else is here? I say as he begins to fade in and out of consciousness. He must have been battling with his all, using multiple Z moves. Most of the gym leaders from all over the world, the other trial captains, multiple champions, the G-men, rangers, and an old sea captain that goes by Steel. I think I saw Verity using some legendaries to battle, but I was pretty far into battle by that point and on my third Z move. He says as he passes me something in his hand. This Z move is dragon type, it should allow you to use Draconic Rage. The girls are here somewhere, we were trying to get them out before you woke up, but we just couldn't get through. He says as he finally falls asleep, Prismarine following his example. It's okay cousin, we will take your place. I say as I grab a Pokeball and throw it forward. The Pokeball snaps open with Fiery Rage, and an Infernape appears. His normal red and orange flame, now a blue and white flame. He turns to me and I nod. This was our chance, to see how far our bond had come. Infernape, the girls are here, it's time we become heroes. He nods to me and we walk forward. Grunts that could see us move either ran off in fear or stood called out Pokémon. I think I remember a Crobat, but I honestly couldn't tell you. As all I could see was red, and no, not like a rage-induced red, like a calm before the storm, a red that said I was said but you would never know it. Infernape, blast burn now. I say as I see magmatic fists surround Infernape as he slams them into the ground. Creating a ripple effect across the grounds, turning stone into magma, around us. Pokémon left and right were fainting, falling due to the heat and damage. People who couldn't take the heat, found out the hard way to stay out of the kitchen. As the attack finished, I walked over to a grunt and stepped down to his level. Where are they? I say to him as he cracks a smile. Your friends or the entertainment, 'cause I have to say, that blonde. My good sir, she was the most enjoyable. I grabbed a hold of him by the throat, and just began to squeeze. Take it back now, or I will feed you to my Charizard. I say as I stare the grunt down, he just smirked and looked me in the eyes. You won't do it, I know your type, you would never kill an enemy, simply let them live to teach them a lesson. I smirk and throw him on the ground, before grabbing a gun off one of his friends and aimed it at him. Any last words? I hope she's PRGNT. I didn't say anything and pulled the trigger. His head came clean off, going everywhere. Hans. Mean. And he was having such a good day, got to sing his song and everything. If you get the reference, thank you. Anyone else wants to find out what I am capable of? The grunts all begin to back off. Now I am only asking one more time, where are they? I say as I walk towards them. Who? Your friends or the girls, because one is in the dungeon and the other is being taken to the killing field. There was a moment of silence as I smirked. Oh, so then I no longer have a need for any of you. I say as I walk closer and they begin to clear out. That's what I thought. I say as I enter the building. I didn't even know where I was, but I had to get to the killing field, no one was going to die today. I followed the areas where battle was very obvious. Walls that were charred and flooring ripped up. A fire type and a ground type attack, the battle seemed to stop here. I say as I find an area in the middle of the hall completely unscathed. Very good, now get out of our way, Ketchum. I hear a female voice say as a woman with chestnut hair and a white jumpsuit appears around the corner. Admin Leona, what a surprise that you rockets are the cause behind this, so what do I have to do with this in general? I say as I enlarge a pokeball. Oh, this and that, you know your friends were quite the capable group, but here you are, your friends gone, people you love in peril, and all you can do is stand here and fight with me. You really are still just a child. She says as I am surrounded by grunts. You think that I am still just a child, but I am a man that makes you shake and shiver, sometimes in anticipation, sometimes you wish you wore your brown pants. If anyone gets either of these references again, thank you. I say as my Pokémon appear around the grunts and throw them through the wall, knocking them unconscious from the throw. Just you and me, Leona. You give me the information if I win. We all know what you want from me if I lose. I say as I throw the Pokeball into the air and catch it in my open hand. I like those terms, not like you can win anyway. She says as I smirk. Infernape, take the lead. The simian Pokémon jumps down in front of me, still completely bonded to me. His fire burning even brighter than normal, thank you to Shudan Amino for the idea. She looks at the simian Pokémon in fear, realization dawning on her face, she was not going to win. We both know Giovani doesn't take failure well, so back off now and you may live to see another day. I say as a shadowed look appears on her face. Klinklang, make him suffer. The gear Pokémon appears as Leona throws her Pokeball forward. The Pokémon was gold and green instead of its normal coloring of gray and blue. Infernape, here we go, flamethrower now, burn the hallway down if you have to. I say as my simian Pokémon launches forward and begins to breath white-hot flames from his mouth. Klinklang, make it count, use Protect followed by Charge Beam. A green barrier surrounds the gear Pokémon only for it to shatter when the flames from Infernape meet it. Soon after Klinklang was blasted by the white-hot flame, it fell onto the ground, fainted. Klinklang, return for now. Stunk Tank, take him down. Leona says as she enlarges a dusk ball and throws it forward. Infernape, close combat, shake the ground. I yell as my simian Pokémon rushes forward, jumping over rubble, and even Cutiefly as he slams both of his fist and legs into Skuntank's back and face, slamming it around before throwing into the wall. Infernape, howling into the sky. The metaphorical dust clears and Skuntank is knocked out. Leona, give it up. Infernape and I are in complete sync, no Pokémon, not even a water psychic type, will be able to defeat us, give it up. I say as Infernape's flames turn to an almost blue glowing energy that is similar to Greninja when we battle bonded. I surrender. She says as she looks at my simian Pokémon and myself. Go up front and wait, the G-men are already on their way to this base to arrest the Rocket members here. I say as I begin to return my Pokémon. If you are not out there when they get here, be prepared to run for a long time, because we will find you. I say as I return Infernape and walk down the hall. Oh, and where is Giovani? I say as I turn on to Leona. I don't know, I was told to not let you get past me, so I wasn't given the information, but I will say that some of your allies are in the dungeon down the hall to the left. she says as she begins to walk down the hall to the main entrance. I sprint down the hall, using my aura as a boost to go faster. Jumping over knocked out grunts and guards, fainted Pokémon and even the occasional barely conscious guard. Who the hell went through here and knocked all these guards out? Who would have that kind of power? Who would have that kind of control in a situation like that? I begin to go through the names of my friends who were still on my side, trying to figure out who would leave this many alive and not kill. I get to the staircase and try to listen to what is happening below me. There are the sounds of a Pokémon battle, the cries of those injured and the sounds of attacks being fired off. We have to hold out, the G-men. Or someone comes to help us. I hear a male voice say. I grab a Pokeball and throw it forward. Jangmo-o, give me a hand. I say as my dragon type appears and begins to click its tongue and growls. Jangmo-o, we need to help the girls and anyone that is fighting for us. Jangmo-o nods and begins to charge down the stairs behind me. When I get to the bottom, I see Pokémon and humans knocked unconscious and some even laying with massive wounds. At the center of the room a man with dark skin and orange and blue gym clothes. Raihan, we have to keep going, Lance and Leon are counting on us to get those people and their Pokémon out. A girl with black hair, with a blue and white streak in it, who suddenly appears from around the corner, with what appears to be a turtle-like Pokémon at her side. Her tan skin was gorgeous and the accent she spoke with was really cute. The Pokémon which I could not identify was a very large, turtle or tortoise-like Pokémon that had a cleaver-like head and seemed to have jaws that were powerful enough to break my leg with a simple bite. Alright Nessa, I am just cleaning up the guards. Duraludon, clean the room. A large lighter-like Pokémon suddenly appears in front of me. From what I can see, it resembles a lighter and a skyscraper in a way. It is completely white, maybe even silver. This Pokémon that I could feel a strong dragon-like presence from began to move the unconscious guards and Pokémon to the side and check them over. However, it turned its eyes onto me and rushed forward. Within seconds I was pinned to the wall, the Pokémon too heavy to move. Jangmo-o began to charge what appeared to be Dragon Rage in his mouth and aimed it at the Pokémon that had me pinned to the wall. Duraludon, let him go, he is not one of them. I hear someone say as Lance comes into my line of sight. Sorry Ash, we have been clearing this floor, when did you get here? Lance says as Jangmo-o jumps next to me and begins to click and growl. Lance repeats this to the Pokémon, making it confused and causing Jangmo-o to look to the dragon trainer and begins to click again. Lance, good to see you, I had a dream in the hospital, it led me here. I say as he just nods. I have to help them Lance, so tell me where to go. He nods as an Aerodactyl quickly flies by before firing off a hyper beam in the direction it came. Just follow us and try to stay behind, I know you want to help them, but you can't do that if you are shot or injured. I nod as the Aerodactyl flies back around and begins to circle us as if to guard. We move through the halls, chatting idly. Raihan introduced himself as the final gym leader people can face in the Galar region. Nessa also introduced herself, and explained that we had met before. We were younger back then, I was visiting my grandparents, this is entirely made up. In Pallet Town, and I had left the house in the middle of the night. You and what I think was a Charizard had come to my rescue. Nessa says as I think back to any event that may have involved me and Charizard. Then it hit me, she was my first real crush, you were that girl that I saved from the Nidoqueen and Nidoking that had tried to attack you. I remember that day so clearly, I had just gotten to Pallet Town when I was approached by a group of people asking if they had seen another child about my age with a chudel, in the forest. I didn't remember seeing one, but I had told them that I would help with the search. I say as I begin to think back to that day. Nessa had really grown, well, one thing was still the same. She kept the blue streak in her hair, something that was more beautiful than like it is now. When we were kids she was very pretty whenever she would visit, and we had become good friends, and tried to keep up, but when she became a gym leader we had lost contact. I was in Hoenn and she was really busy trying to get farther into her gym and model career. I missed you Nessa. I say as I bring her into a hug. She hugs me back, nice and tight, and I feel a slight tug from deep within my soul. Like my aura was calling out to something. When I heard about what your friends did to you, I was so angry that I closed the gym and went to the league about all your friends. Most have lost their gyms and one lost her name as the champion. I believe only Clement still has his gym, and that is mostly because they can't find a replacement in time for the Kalos League. She says as I thank her. I pull away from the hug and look to the door at the end of the hall. It is time that we save the friends I have here. I say and the three nod. Jangmo break the door down, close combat. I say as my dragon type launches forward and shatters the door on impact. Intruder in the 5th floor dungeon. All personnel able to fight report to the dungeon now. An intercom system says as I rush into the room and see that Verity and Mallow are chained to the wall. Their clothes were torn and ripped, Mallow's were almost completely destroyed. Very thin lines of cloth covered her holy parts. Nessa came in after me and saw the scene before me. Ash, you need to get them out of here now. Do you have a safe area they can go to? Nessa says as I continue to stare at the unconscious duo that was chained to the wall. My aura began to flicker on and off, almost like it wanted to activate but something was stopping it. Ash, you have to snap out of it. We have to move them now. Rocket members are going to be surrounding this place any minute now. I hear Raihan say as my aura finally triggers. I am filled with the power of Alola, the power of my soul coming out. I walk towards the two chained women, and begin to heal their wounds by touching their faces. I feel something warm slide down my face and realize that I am crying. This is all my fault. I caused this by not stopping them sooner, I caused this by being weak, I caused this by surviving their attacks. More tears fall as I pull out a Pokeball. Mutwo, I need your assistance. I say, throwing the Pokeball forward. Mutwo snaps out and grabs the two chained to the wall. Get them somewhere safe, but make sure to come back. I say as he nods and glows, vanishing from the dungeon. They are in the dungeon. Repeat, they have entered the dungeon. I hear someone say in the hall as I turn and grab another Pokeball. Jangmo, Rowlet, take them down. I say as my first and second Alolan Pokémon appear and speed towards the guards, who all begin to call out Pokémon of their own. Duraludon, Dreadnought, Dragonite, give them a hand and take out any that escape. I hear my allies behind me say as their Pokémon all rush forward and begin to take on Pokémon that the guards had called out. Jurger, Alchemy, give them a hand. I hear two other people say from behind the guards as I see Morty and an older woman appear on the steps, and two bright lights appear as two more Pokémon appear and begin to battle guards who were trying to escape the back way. The guards' Pokémon begin to feint left and right as wild attacks begin to force them to the center of the hall. Eventually they all fell unconscious from most of their Pokémon being defeated. Lance, Raihan, Nessa, Morty, and the old women began to put HNDCFFS on the guards. That is about 30 more taken down. We need to get moving if we have any hope of finding anyone else. Lance says as I nod and begin to run up the stairs. Rowlet and Jangmo right behind me. Intruders have entered 4th floor. Lab's personnel are to split into groups and deal with both intruders. I hear over the intercom and we finally make it onto the 4th floor. As I was about to enter the hall, I quickly jumped back as a bunch of wild Pokémon stampeded through the hall, and then an Ursaring ran by and punched a female grunt out, a trainer not too far away, saying, Papa Bear said that Beach was too conscious. Oh Lance, sorry, didn't see you guys there. Just cleared out the lab. I look at the guy and realize he looks kinda like an undercover agent but without the badge. Steel, allow me to introduce Ash Ketchum. Ash, this is Steel Stone, a cousin of Steven and Hoenn. He provided transport for the basic team to get here to the paradise. Now then, we should keep moving. Steel, did you see anyone with blue or blonde hair in the lab? Lance says as Raihan and Nessa begin to handcuff the unconscious guards. No, but I saw a woman by the name of Wick who told me that a kid named Gladion handed her this Pokeball and said to give it to an Ash Kukui. Steel says as I step forward. I am Ash Kukui. I was adopted by the professor here on the island. He nodded and handed me the Pokeball. It enlarged itself and I slid it into my bag. Type, null added to Champion Kukui's Pokémon. Total Pokémon available for use 113, yes this does include all of his Taurus. So to tell you the number of species that is that 84 species of Pokémon. I hear my Pokédex chime out as I see a pink-haired lady and Glad Ion appear behind Steel. Steel Lab is cleared and we are going to move up a level to continue the search for Miss Lily and Luzaman. If anything changes, we will call you on the cross. Glad Ion says as he nods to me and runs down the hall again, the lady following close behind. I am going to follow them. You guys make it up to the 3rd level. I heard there was an experiment lab up there where they took a trial captain, something about Z-moves and ultra wormholes, no idea what that means. Steel says as I book it down the hall away from his heading north. Away from Glad Ion and the pink-haired lady. The others following me, Nessa almost right on my heels. Ash, what is your plan? Apparently there are sensors at each of the labs or dungeons, what do you plan on doing? Nessa says as we begin to climb the stairs, going past the 3rd floor door. Raihan, Lance, check the 3rd floor, anyone not Rocket that is looking to get out of here, help them out of the paradise. Lana or Lily won't be here, they will be with Giovani. He would have moved them to his office, he wants to guarantee that I will not kill him, so moving them there would give me a reason to keep him alive. The two nodded and I continued to run up the stairs. We got to the 2nd floor, which was just the main entrance where rocket grunts were scattered everywhere. None of them conscious, as I see every other available gym leader making quick work of all the survivors. Intruders have entered the 3rd floor laboratory, all available personnel report to the lab to defend it. All personnel fighting on the 2nd floor, one of the intruders has been seen heading your way, capture them. I hear someone on the intercom say as I look at Nessa, who laughs, and we press the button to head to the 1st floor conservation area. When we arrive we see that I was right about Giovani. Behind him, were 3 girls chained to the wall. The first without a doubt was Lily, her clothes were in almost perfect condition. All but her hat, which was burned and singed. Next to her was a child no more than 5, she was snuffling and sobbing, you could see from her face she was in pain, and this just made my blood boil even more. Next to the child was Lana, her clothes were just missing, her bra was covered in slash marks, like she was flailed or whipped recently. No doubt she was unconscious. You were always a thorn in my side, you and your brother, how my son produced 2 kids that are so obnoxious I will never know. Giovanni says as he turns to me. Giovanni. I growl out as he smirks. In the flesh, grandson. He says to me as we both grab Pokeballs. This was no longer a battle for the life of Team Rocket, this was a battle for the lives of the ones I loved. Chapter 12, You Fall, I Rise. Ash POV. Venusaur, take him down. I yell as I throw his Pokeball forward. Nidoking, shake the ground. Giovanni says as he throws the purple poison type out. Venusaur, start this off with Sunny Day. I say as my flower Pokemon charges a ball of pure fire type energy in his mouth. Nidoking, Earth Power. Giovanni yells as glowing orange spires appear out of the ground. Venusaur, protect, then charge Solar Beam, but don't fire it, just like before. I say as Venusaur throws the green barrier up, protecting himself from the earth power, and begins to charge the solar energy in his mouth, forming a ball of the energy. Nidoking, break the barrier, poison jab. Giovanni yells as the dinosaur-like poison type rushes forward. Its arms glowing purple with the poisonous energy. When it reaches the barrier, Nidoking begins to bash and pound on it, trying to shatter it. Venusaur, here we go. Solar Energy Ball. I say as Venusaur swallows the ball of solar energy. Then began to gather a ball of green energy in his mouth. As it gathered, small amounts of yellow solar energy began to bleed into the ball. Fire. I say as the ball is launched from Venusaur's mouth, who had dropped the barrier just in time. Nidoking takes the attack directly in the chest and is launched back. Skidding across the ground and connecting with the wall behind Giovanni, shaking it, waking up Lily, who began to panic. I needed Mutwo to hurry up and get here. Chosen One, call me out, I can get the three of them back to Melee before Giovani can blink. I hear Latios say in my head. Alright, but you are going to have to get out on your own. I say back as I put my bag on the ground and let things happen. Venusaur, Petal Blizzard, they can't be allowed to see. I say as the flower of Venusaur's back began to release its petals in a small tornado before blasting forward. Giovani covered his face, and it was at that moment that Latios broke out of his Pokeball and blasted off, moving towards the girls. I lost sight of him in the Petal Blizzard, but the sound of someone screaming told me that they had been grabbed. Alright Giovani, no more holding back, bring out your strongest Pokemon, I want to show you how you messed up. I say as I grab Charizard's Pokeball. I like your spunk, kid. Alright, Mew3, let's go. He yells as what appears to be a green Mutwo appears in front of me. Charizard, show everyone the traitors were wrong. I yell. Out, throwing the Pokeball forward, it snaps open and my Dragonic Pokemon appears. Mew3, end this quickly, Psystrike. Giovani says as the green Mutwo charges psychic energy in his hands and flings it forward. Charizard, Inferno to counter. Follow up with Dragon's Breath. I say as Charizard builds the blue flames in his mouth. The fire spews from Charizard's mouth and seems to absorb the power of the Psystrike and becomes more powerful. The Psystrike finally vanishes and the now almost violet flames barrel through Mew3. It cries out in pain and seems to scream. Then came the Dragon's Breath, it consumed Mew3, covering him in the green energy. Mew3, shake it off, Aura Sphere. Giovani says as the green Mutwo flexes and breaks the Dragon's Breath away. Charizard, Thunder Punch, send it back, then Flamethrower. I say as my aura surrounds me. Venusaur, Solar Beam, give Charizard some help. I say as Giovani gets a shocked look as both the Flamethrower and Solar Beam combine in the air and begin to make a direct beeline for Mew3. Nidoking, get in front of Mew3, take the hit. Giovani says in desperation as the purple dinosaur Pokemon tries to move only for a Blastoise to knock him down again. Keep it up, Blastoise, keep those two separated. I hear Gary say behind me. Thanks, brother. I say as he nods to me. Then an idea comes to my head. Venusaur, Charizard, catch. I yell out as I throw 2 Mega Stones to both of them. If regular attacks were going to do damage, Mega Evolution Z moves would be something it couldn't counter. Alright, here we go, you two. Reach beyond evolution, reach for the forest spirit, call to the dragon inside, Venusaur, Charizard, Mega Evolve. I yell out as I am surrounded in my aura energy and Venusaur and Charizard and surrounded in a pink energy. The pink energy shatters and reveals Venusaur and Charizard, X, in their mega forms. You think that you are the only one that can do that. I am afraid you are wrong. A grunt runs over to Giovani with a 0000 intend to rebuild. Proton says from his spot next to the leader of Team Rocket. Never, he is here now, end him and his friends too, if we go out, so be it. Giovani says as one of the grunts turn their guns onto Nessa and pulls the trigger, I instantly jump in front of her and surround myself in my aura, praying that it protects her at the least. I hear the bullet crunch against something and as I look up I see a large red claw had reached over us. Chosen One, you need to be more careful, I am not going to be around to protect you next time. I hear Groudon say in my head as he moves his claw and I stand back up. Giovani, you can attack me and you can shoot me, but the moment that you attack my friends, you sign your warrant. I say as the legends turn to the people and knock them away from me. Most falling unconscious, others injured but still conscious enough to say so. Still have some spunk, kid, well let's see what you got. Giovani says as he is surrounded in a red aura. You got it. I say as my aura springs to life. However, before I can begin to move, Nessa pulls me back down to her height and brings me into a kiss. When she pulls away, she looks me in the eyes with tears in those beautiful cerulean jewels of hers. You better not die out there, I just got you back. She says as I nod, I am surrounded in my own red aura that fuses with the others surrounding me. I begin to feel a little more determined, like I was never going to fail again. When we get back to Melee Island, you and I are going on a date, anything you want. I say as she nods to me with a cute little blush on her face. I gain my own before I launch myself at Giovani and meet him halfway before our fists connect, creating a sonic blast. The blast ripped across the floor and knocked more people unconscious. The blast knocks the two of us back and brings us to our knees. We both get back up and launch at each other. Ash just hold him off for a little. G-men have been seen just 2 minutes out. I hear in my earpiece as well as the sound of a plane engine. I launch myself again and slam my elbow into Giovanni's chest, launching him back a small amount. I then followed it up with a palm strike to his chest once more and watched as his breath hitched. He was definitely starting to feel these attacks. I just needed to stop him long enough so that the G-men could arrest him. I knew they were safe, and if it was enough for me. Well done, grandson, well done, haven't had a fight like this since your brother challenged me. Giovanni says as he rushes me only for me to catch his hand on my own. This is where me and my brother differ, I have something to fight for. I say as I blast Giovanni in the chest with something that was similar to the aura sphere Lucario and Togekiss use and watch as the sphere blast through his chest. No hole left, no nothing, just Giovanni, losing his red aura and falling to his knees. He wasn't dead, just simply unconscious. When I had hit him with my aura, it drained what aura he had. The grunts backed off, even Proton froze, which gave the G-men enough time to break down the door and begin to incapacitate the grunts and arrest the remaining admins. It was long enough and to allow for someone to grab me and stop me from going farther. It's over you one time, Groudon just explained everything to us. I hear Nessa say as my aura deactivates. Let's clear this place and get out of here. Any Pokémon bring them to Ash, he will be able to understand them. I hear some of the G-men say as Team Rocket begins to be escorted out of the building. As they are about to escort Giovanni away, I put my hand up telling them to stop. Giovanni, when you rot in your cell, I want you to remember that today is the day that you fell, and I rose. I say as I wave the G-men forward. All grunts are accounted for, one of the admins are missing, Mrs. Leona Sky, she wasn't in any of the rooms in the Paradise and there is a missing ship in the docks. Lance says as I nod. Kukui just called and said that Mutual was able to get them all to the cabin, and he has begun treatment. He even called Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny to the house to preform RPE kits. Hao says as he pats me on the back. Sir, you are going to want to see this. I hear someone behind me say as we all turn and see a guard with his hand on a large metal door. Like the ones in school, a single glass window that was tinted was the only way to see in. We all walk over and open the door farther. Hao even opened the door that shared the frame. Lance, we are going to need some help here. I say as he just nods in shock. All along the walls of the entryway of this room were Pokeballs. Each Pokeball was like nothing I had ever seen before. The top of the Pokeball was black and had a purple capital R on it. I shiver as I realize that I knew what these were. They were the perfect Pokeball. Giovanni had finally built the Pokeball that would make Team Rocket great at stealing Pokémon. Lance, do not under any circumstances let a Pokémon touch those, do not let anyone catch a Pokémon with those. I say as I begin to walk out towards the ranch area. And Lance, you are going to need OT readers and PC operators here as soon as possible. Me and Hao will begin to try and gather the Pokémon into their respective types. I say as Hao RNS over to as well as Raihan and Nessa. We are also going to help, I saw some Galarian Pokémon in there. Raihan says. The ranch area appeared to be huge, Pokémon from all shapes and sizes lived in the ranch area. Alright, I want the four of us to gather Pokémon of the pure category of typing. For example, if there is a Pikachu, he is a pure electric type. Raihan, based on your clothing colors and the badge that you wear on your keychain, you are a dragon specialist, so I want you to focus on dragon, dark, steel, and ground type Pokémon, lead them away from the rest of the Pokémon. If you have to use your own Pokémon to calm them down, Nessa, based on what I remember of you, you train water types, so I want you to gather the water, grass, rock, and ice types into an area, use what you can to calm them if they begin to get aggressive, or wander off. Giovani was not known for his intelligent Pokémon. I say as both break off from the group and begin to gather Pokémon. Oh, if they have the types I gave you as a first type according to the Pokédex, gather them as well, this will allow us to gather the dual types. I say as they both nod. How I need you to gather fire, electric, bug, normal, and flying types, same way as I told the other two. You and me are gathering the most because there are 18 types and it appears that Giovanni's strongest Pokémon appear to be in the other 8 types, so your job will really be to see what we are dealing with and when the specialists do when they get here. How nods and begins to gather the Pokémon. I gather the remaining, grass, fighting, fairy, psychic, ghost, and poison. 2.5 hours later, Raihan and I threw in the towel. Most of the Pokémon were very aggressive and some were even too scared to approach us. Nessa was able to get a Milotic and Dreadnought to calm, but that doesn't mean that she could get close to them. How was able to get a Piku to follow him around at least. Lance, please tell me you have the professionals here. I say as I groan a little bit. He nods and 5 to 6 people walk in. Each of them wearing a white lab coat with tail, and a PC device with them. Turns out Gladion and Lily both have their stored Pokémon transferred here as this is their home and Mrs. Wick sends them out to them. Lance says as he sits down with me and Raihan. So what's the plan for these Pokémon, Lance? Some of them look like they have been under Giovanni's control for decades. Raihan says as he looks at them. We were able to at the least get a count on the ones we saw. There were over 150 different species here in this safe area. Some were with their regional variants, others just had extremely rare abilities. Well, seeing as they all were owned by another trainer, they cannot be released into the wild, so if the trainer is no longer alive, we will take them to a daycare center or even back to base and see about finding them a home this way. Lance says as the PC operators and OT machines begin to power up fully. They appear to be ready, so let's get to work. We will have to do this one at a time, so I hope you guys are ready for a long couple days. Lance says as I nod and stand. Alright, we are going to go about this in a weird way. Lance says as I nod. Ash is going to go and lead the Pokémon to this platform. Lance says, pointing to a machine with a grip-like platform, this is a scanner and will tell us everything about the Pokémon on it, and it will be painless to the Pokémon. We will be able to find out the OT for the Pokémon and then we can move on to getting in contact with the Trainers League official and finding out where to send the Pokémon. However, should the trainer be labeled as deceased or missing, we will have someone hold on to the Pokémon until next of kin can be found. Lance says as other people walk into the room, gym leaders from other regions, a couple of the champions and even some Elite Four. How, Raihan, Nessa, and everyone behind me will act as guardian angels to Ash, or be working on getting a hold of the OT. If a Pokémon begins to show signs of aggression, then we are to see about getting the Pokémon away from Ash. Everyone nods and I move into the field. Ash, can you hear me? I hear on the earpiece and click it twice. Alright, since yelling may startle the Pokémon, we are going to communicate with you via your earpiece. Now then, see about luring that Galarian Rapidash over here. Lance says as I click it once for confusion. Right, you have no idea what that looks like. See that unicorn with a pink and white mane, lure it here. I click it twice for understanding and walk over to the Pokémon. Upon approach I see that the Rapidash is very beautiful and seems to know it itself. It walked with vein that I would give to a Pokémon that once belonged to royalty. Hey there. I say to the Pokémon in a calm manner. The Rapidash turns to me, and takes a couple steps towards me. You are not my trainer, who are you? I hear in my head as I realize this Rapidash must have been part psychic type. I am someone who is here to help you find your trainer. Do you remember their name, or even if they are in this region? I say as I reach my hand out and begin to slide the Rapidash's mane. I do this in a calming manner, and seems to help the Pokémon relax. It had been so long since I have been by her side. I have seen 3 winters since then, but I remember her name, Hannah, a girl no older than 22, she was training for her gym challenge in the Galar region, her home region, she had taken on so many before and made it close but never was able to get past the third round of the league. The Pokémon says as I begin to lead it towards the OT machine. Tell you what, we will try and find her for you, but to do that I need you to step onto the machine. This will help us find your Hana. I say as she nods and follows me to the platform. Beginning search. Rapidash, level 52, Psychic Fairy type, knows a total of 25 moves, and is very well trained. Here she is. Hannah Crawford, Galar region, 22 from Wedgehurst. One of the doctors says as Rapidash begins to get excited hearing this. Then an alarm goes off. I freeze. Please don't make me a liar. I say in my head as the doctors look at the screen with grim expressions. Deceased, murdered 3 years ago last winter, killed by a rocket member outside of Wedgehurst station. The doctor reads out and I collapse to the ground. No, please don't be true, please, she wasn't that much older than me, she had the same dream I did. Please don't be true. Please tell me that this isn't true, tell me this might be an error. I begin to say as the Rapidash begins to panic, stomping her hooves and bucking back and forth. We can double check, but these records come directly from the Pokédex, which is linked to the trainer's pulse the moment that they receive it. If it was to no longer read the pulse or be destroyed, then the likelihood is that the trainer is dead. The doctor says as Rapidash just stops fighting and simply falls to its legs. So she might still be alive, she may still be looking for me. I hear her say as I turn to Lance and he shakes his head. He heard her too, and we now both knew what may be the only answer, that Hannah Crawford fought with her attackers to protect her Pokémon, that she fought a losing battle because she cared for her Pokémon like I would. Like I did. But she had fallen to the shot. Ash, I'm afraid it's true, I remember this case, open and shut, the grunt was executed a year ago. I hear Raihan say as everything shuts down. I crumple to the ground. She was only 22, she had her whole life ahead of her. Rapidash, I am so sorry, I lied to you, I didn't know. Please forgive me. I say as I begin to slide her mane. I see teams that seem to have a pink hue to them fall from the unicorn's eyes. She would have been 26 this year, she had a loving family, and a brilliant boyfriend, she would have loved to meet you, another trainer with her same dream, I looked through your memory, sorry. She says as more tears fall from her eyes. Lance, I can't do this again, this was the first Pokémon, Giovani was evil, heartless, he had one vision, absolute power, and he always said he would achieve it any way he could, murder was not out of the question. How many trainers did he kill and take Pokémon from? I say as he only nods to me. Ash, I understand your pain, but out of all of us, you are the greatest at calming Pokémon, I won't force you, but I have to ask that you try to push past this. He says as I look at Rapidash, then to Nessa. Ash, is that your name? I hear the Rapidash say as I look at her and nod. Listen to me, Ash, just because my trainer was taken from me, doesn't mean that others had similar fates. Help them gain closure, help them find their humans, I will find a new way. Rapidash says as I begin to cry a little. I will try, for the Pokémon, but Lance, you are to find her next of kin. Lance nods and I stand up and look out to the Pokémon in the field. After a long 2 hours, I was able to calm and lure 90 different Pokémon to the platform. I also found out that Hannah had many different Pokémon here. 10 of the 90 that I was able to lure to the platform after Rapidash were hers. A beautiful shiny Milotic, that had been with her since she started her journey nearly 10 years prior to be locked up in the ranch. Similar to Rapidash, the Milotic had traveled through the 5 stages in mere minutes. Then there was the Dusk Noir, Porygon 2, and Magnezone, that all didn't seem to understand. They all seemed to still be very young despite being in their final stages. A Bolthound, who simply laid down at my feet and began to howl. He was given to Hannah by her grandfather who died the following year. A cast form that only knew Hail and Weather Ball, it was also very young, it seemed to be more confused than understanding of what was going on. Your trainer, she didn't survive the attack. Lance said to it as it just shook its head more. This one was hatched a month before the attack. Rapid Ash says to me, and it all makes sense to me. It wasn't close to Hannah, she must have been trying to bond with it. This only made me angrier, this one was so young. But then I realized something. Why did Giovani want with this cast form? Giovani must have thought you were strong, or good for a weather experiment. I whisper to myself as I just shrug and look to the last Pokémon. A powerful three-headed pseudo-legendary Pokémon called Hydreigon. It looked to me and simply nodded. Ash, he says he wants to come with you to become stronger to complete her dream, we all do, for Hannah, so please Ash, accept us onto your team. Help us to become champion Pokémon so that we can complete her dream. I hear Rapid Ash say in my head and I look at all 10 of them. I will accept all of you, and we will train to become stronger, and we will take the Alola League by storm, and become champions. I say, and they let off noises of excitement, and Lance looks at me and smiles. So you are going to take on these guys, huh? Well, let's see if we can find their Pokeballs. Lance says as he enters the entryway once more and begins to collect the hundreds of Pokeballs with the rocket insignia on it. The doctors began to place the Pokeballs onto the PC device and scan them, eventually finding the 10 Pokeballs and breaking the seals, returning them to their original stats. 3 Pokeballs, 2 Great Ball, an Ultra Ball, and a couple others I couldn't recognize. I quickly returned them to the respective Pokeball and thanked them as I placed the Pokeball in my bag. How about it, Ash? Think you can help us with the last of the Pokémon? One of the doctors says as he points to the field. I nod and go back to helping to gather the Pokémon back onto the platform. 2 weeks later. Ash POV. It was a long 2 weeks, but we were able to get all of the Pokémon either to a new home or back to their trainers. Including a day where we had to take a break just to recover mentally and emotionally. Giovani had stolen over 600 Pokémon and murdered over 200 people to get their Pokémon, that wasn't even counting the ones stolen from Poke Centers and ranches. After enough time, all the Pokémon whose trainers could be found. They were all returned to their trainers, all had happy reunions. Those that still had trainers, those whose trainers were still alive. However, there were still those that no longer had trainers. Many who could Mega Evolve who had their stones, were ones that needed trainers. Most went to trainers who specialize in their types, or had another of the same species. I received a couple myself actually, a Galade, that was agile and sharp. A Gardevoir that needed a trainer to bond to. An Aerodactyl that once belonged to a scientist in the field of fossil revival. Their trainers were all murdered by Giovanni's men and they took the Pokémon to give to Giovanni's cause. But that wasn't where things ended. Other Pokémon from trainers that were killed or were dead from other reasons. They were here as well. There was a Beware that seemed to have been a P1 fighter. There was a Braviary that was a rare find on Route 4 of the Unova region. 2 Pikachu that came from 2 different regions. One from Alola, just outside the Paradise. This one was a wild Pokémon, with no ties to anyone, that Giovanni abused for power, same with the other, a Pikachu from Sinnoh. They both quickly joined my team. It was definitely going to take some time to get used to both of them. When it was all done and over with, I gathered my friends, both old and new, and said goodbye. I wanted to thank all of you for what you did for me. Even if it was to take down Team Rocket. You still helped me to save my girls and to help me gain my new friends. I say as I call out Latios. Hey big guy, listen, I know I haven't called on you, but things have been crazy, so now I get to spend as much time as possible with you now. I say as he nods and makes happy noises. Hey Ash, I am coming with you. The Galar Gym Challenge doesn't start for a couple of months, so I am on vacation. Nessa says as she walks over and kisses me on the lips. And I have this new boyfriend who owes me and a couple others a date night. Nessa says as she climbs onto the back of Latios. I nod and pull out Latios' Mega Stone and attract it to the bracer Kukui had built for him. Alright bud, I can handle your speed, but no crazy stunts, extra passenger. I say and he nods. I climb on in front of Nessa and make sure she is holding on tight to my midsection. Now listen, Latios has been clocked at speeds over 5,000 miles an hour. This is an estimate as in a Pokédex entry it states that Latios can go faster than a jet plane, which is roughly 4,500 miles per hour, so I just gave this number a 500 miles per hour bump as it makes the most sense, so hang on tight, and never let go. I say as she nods. Just before we take off, I have enough time to think that I am the man in the world, then I go deaf. When we made it back to the lab, I had officially lost hearing in one ear from Nessa screaming in excitement. Nessa jumped off while she recovered from the flight. So before we go on a date I have to do a couple things, but I can show you where I sleep, and where you can store Pokémon. I say as I open the door only to be tackled by what appeared to be a red, blue, green, and blonde bombshell. Nessa also jumped on top of me and joined the hug. My girls all hugged me close, and refused to let go. I smiled as I really was the luckiest man in all of Alola. Pokémon captured. Dartrix approximately level 30. Leafage, Astonish, Growl, Tackle, Peck, Foresight, Ominous Wind, Shadow Sneak, Razor Leaf, Synthesis, Pluck, Nasty Plot, Sucker Punch, Leaf Blade, Steel Wing, Giga Drain, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Shadow Claw, Energy Ball, Seed Bomb, Grass Pledge. Egg Move, Unlocked, Haze, Baton Pass, Spite. Alolan, Vulpix approximately level 30. Powder Snow, Tail Whip, Disable, Ice Shard, Spite, Icy Wind, Confuse Ray, Aurora Beam, Extrasensory, Dazzling Gleam, Draining Kiss, Hail, Hex, Ice Beam, Iron Tail, Foul Play, Dark Pulse. Egg Move, Moon Blast, Hypnosis. Hakamo'o approximately level 40. Leer, Tackle, Protect, Dragon Tail, Scary Face, Headbutt, Work Up, Screech, Iron Defense, Dragon Claw, Noble Roar, Dragon Dance, Automize, Draco Meteor, Scale Shot, Shadow Claw, Bulldoze, Brutal Swing, Payback, Brick Break, Aerial Ace, Focus Blast, Dragon Pulse. Egg Move, Unlocked, Counter, Dragon Breath, Focus Punch. Lycanroc, Dusk, approximately level 40. Accelerock, Counter, Crush Claw, Double Team, Endure, Leer, Quick Attack, Quick Guard, Reversal, Sand Attack, Sucker Punch, Tackle, Taunt, Rock Throw, Howl, Bite, Rock Tomb, Roar, Rock Slide. Rock Climb, Lash Out, Giga Impact, Rock Slide, Protect, Brick Break, Rock Blast, Iron Tail, Iron Head, Play Rough, Stone Edge. Egg Move, Unlocked, Thunder Fawn, Fire Fawn. Toucannon approximately level 30. Peck, Growl, Echoed Voice, Rock Smash, Supersonic, Pluck, Roost, Fury Attack, Screech, Drill Peak, Rock Blast, Beak Blast, Seed Bomb, Hyper Voice, Smackdown, Aerial Ace, Flame Charge, Flash Cannon. Egg Move, Unlocked, Bullet Seed, Boomburst, Brave Bird, Tailwind. Crabrawler approximately level 25. Bubble, Rock Smash, Leer, Pursuit, Bubble Beam, Power Up Punch, Dizzy Punch, Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, Dual Chop, Earthquake, Brick Break, Rock Tomb, Ice Beam, Payback, Brutal Swing, Frost Breath, Rock Slide. Egg Move, Unlocked, Focus Blast, Wide Guard, Amnesia. Mimikyu approximately level 45. Astonish, Copycat, Scratch, Splash, Wood Hammer, Shadow Sneak, Double Team, Baby Doll Eyes, Mimic, Hone Claws, Slash, Shadow Claw. Egg Move, Unlocked, Play Rough. Grudge, Destiny Bond, Nightmare. Torracat approximately level 30. Growl, Scratch, Ember, Lick, Roar, Fury Swipes, Bite, Double Kick, Fire Fang, Scary Face, Swagger, Flamethrower, Acrobatics, Shadow Claw, Will-O-Wisp, Outrage, Leech Life, Crunch. Egg Move, Unlocked, Power Trip, Parting Shot, Fake Out. Vaporeon approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Water Gun, Haze, Quick Attack, Water Pulse, Aurora Beam, Aqua Ring, Flip Turn, Giga Impact, Dig, Icy Wind, Retaliate, Ice Beam. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Double Kick, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Flareon approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Ember, Quick Attack, Smog, Fire Fong, Fire Spin, Burning Jealousy, Scorching Sands, Giga Impact, Dig, Mystical Fire, Flamethrower, Iron Tail, Heat Wave. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Double Kick, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Jolteon approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Thunder Shock, Quick Attack, Thunder Wave, Double Kick, Thunder Fong, Pin Missile, Rising Voltage, Body Slam. Thunderbolt, Thunder, Iron Tail, Shadow Ball, Electro Ball, Wild Charge. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Flail, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Espeon approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Confusion, Quick Attack, Psybeam, Morning Sun, Power Swap, Expanding Force, Giga Impact, Reflect, Light Screen, Trick Room, Magic Room, Psychic, Retaliate, Dazzling Gleam. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Double Kick, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Leafeon approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Razor Leaf, Leech Seed, Magical Leaf, Synthesis, Sunny Day, Grassy Glide, Giga Impact, Solar Beam, Solar Blade, Giga Drain, Dig, Bullet Seed, Retaliate, Swords Dance, Iron Tail, Leaf Blade, X Scissor, Seed Bomb, Energy Ball, Shadow Ball. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Double Kick, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Glacian approximately level 35. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift, Bite, Copycat, Baton Pass, Icy Wind, Quick Attack, Ice Shard, Ice Fong, Hail, Triple Axle, Giga Impact, Dig, Protect, Weather Ball, Icicle Spear, Ice Beam, Iron Tail, Shadow Ball. Egg Move, Unlocked, Curse, Double Kick, Mud Slap, Wish, and Yawn. Salazzle approximately level 40. Poison Gas, Scratch, Smog, Ember, Disable, Encore, Fire Lash, Knock Off, Pound, Swagger, Torment, Poison Fong, Sweet Scent, Nasty Plot, Incinerate, Venoshock, Dragon Pulse, Toxic, Flamethrower, Leech Life, Iron Tail, Dragon Claw, Corrosive Gas, Protect, Will-O-Wisp, Payback, Shadow Claw, Cross Poison, Breaking Swipe. Egg Move, Unlocked, Fake Out, Belch, Mud Slap. Lurantis approximately level 40. Fury Cutter, Leafage, Growth, Ingrain, Razor Leaf, Sweet Scent, Slash, X Scissor, Synthesis, Leaf Blade, Dual Chop, Night Slash, Petal Blizzard, Solar Beam, Giga Impact, Magical Leaf, Giga Drain, Payback, Fling, Cross Poison, Grassy Terrain, Sword Dance, Poison Jab, Energy Ball, X Scissor. Egg Move, Unlocked, Solar Blade. Dupiter approximately level 25. Bubble, Sticky Web, String Shot, Water Pulse, Fury Cutter. Egg Move, Power Split, Stockpile, Locked. Cutiefly approximately level 25. Absorb, Sweet Scent, Switcheroo, Fairy Wind, Draining Kiss, Struggle Bug. Egg Move, Aromatic Mist, Moonblast, Sticky Web, Locked. Sylveon approximately level 40. Covet, Growl, Helping Hand, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, baby doll eyes, swift, bite, copycat, baton pass, disarming voice, quick attack, light screen, draining kiss, misty terrain, skill swap, misty explosion, giga impact, magical leaf, dig, mystical fire, play rough, dazzling gleam. Egg move, unlocked, curse, double kick, mud slap, wish, and yawn. Umbreon approximately level 40. Covet, growl, helping hand, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, baby doll eyes, swift, bite, copycat, baton pass, snarl, quick attack, confuse ray, assurance, moonlight, guard swap, dark pulse, lash hour, dig, toxic, protect, giga impact, payback, psychic, crunch, shadow ball, throat chop. Egg move, unlocked, curse, double kick, mud slap, wish, and yawn. Type, null approximately level 25. Imprison, tackle, aerial ace, scary face, double hit, metal sound, crush claw, terrain pulse egg moves, N.A. Circuitry approximately level 55. Power whip, hypnosis, spark, eclectic terrain, ion deluge, eerie impulse, wrap, tail glow, spark, signal beam, dazzling gleam, rest, sleep talk, brutal swing. Toxic, sunny day, solar beam, thunder punch, snore, energy ball. Returned Pokémon. Mother, none. Gary, Taurus, X30, Sceptile, Infernape, Torterra, Meganium, Mook. Serena, Venusaur, Samurott, Totodile, Holucha, Buziel, Levany. Misty, Palpitoad, Kingler, Corphish, Scraggy, Boldore, Snivy. Max, Snorlax, Charizard, Blastoise, Glisker, Crocodile, Talonflame. Iris, Garchomp, Noivern, Staraptor. Celine, Donphan, Unpheasant, Glalie. Dawn, Heracross, Noctowl, Pignite. May, Kalava. Tracy, Torkoal, Swellow. Returned on their own. Greninja. Gudra. Ambipom. Haunter. Lapras. Pidgeot. Legendary captured. Mutwo. Mew. Marshadow. Darkrai. Latios. Heatran. Raikou. Suicune. Entei. Reshiram. Zekrom. Shalebi. Manaphy. Pokémon given to him by Tobias. Charizard. Agrin. Tyranitar. Salamence. Garchomp. Return by remaining friendly rivals. Butterfree. Beedrill. Tyranitar. Absol. Unknown G. Given to him by Harrison. Torchic. Given to him by Corona. Lucario. Captured on Paradise. Galarian Rapidash. Milotic. Dusknoir. Porygon 2. Magnezone. Boltund. Hydreigon. Castform. Frostlass. Mamoswine. Sinnoh, Pikachu. Alola, Pikachu. Gardevoir. Gallade. Aerodactyl. Shiny, Braviary. Beware. Z-Crystals. Normalium Z. Snorlium Z. Evium Z. Phytinium Z. Waterium Z. Firium Z. Gracium Z. Marshadium Z. Munium Z.